Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello, everyone. Samantha Dragonati, music in the description. How's everyone doing? All right. Today's live stream. It's going to be a sensitive topic, but we're going to tackle it sensitively. Okay, we're going to be kind and compassionate today. While we have a conversation that makes everybody uncomfortable and upset. Parenting and children. Now, I think, good morning, guys. Good morning, chat. Good morning. How am I? I'm doing fabulous. Thank you for asking. Got my Citavita. I've got, a few videos to show you. I feel pretty prepared today. Anytime we talk about having kids, raising kids, we're really talking about parenting. So today we're going to talk about parenting as it relates to raising children. And we're going to use Nara Smith to have the conversation, and also a video essay by Rowan Ellis, Is It Ethical to Have Kids? Because my Discord recommended a video from Psychology with Dr. Anna called Nara Smith and the Effects of Infantilizing Young Adults. Okay. Everybody that I'm going to talk about today, I wish well. Everybody that I'm talking about today, I'm not coming for them, but I think we need to have larger conversations about these very important topics, especially since we do philosophy through pop culture here. And I think there's a lot to be said about how people talk about topics that tells me where they are in their journey. So one of the reasons I fell off Psychology with Dr. Anna, this is Dr. Anna for those of you who may not know. One of the reasons I used to like her content but fell off of it was because she made a video about politics and her political stance, and it was very centrist. It was very like, my parents are immigrants and I hold conservative views, but I'm also a little bit more liberal. And it was just like not where I was in my journey. And we share that our parents are both immigrants. We share that, but I'm not a big fan of her particular viewpoint, even though she's so much more educated than I am. It feels a little bit like I maybe just have a lived life. I have more experience, I think. I am 36. I forget how old Dr. Anna is, but she might have a PhD, but I feel like I got a lived experience. You know what I mean? And it's just contrary to what I know and what I've learned over the years. And I noticed it because I pre-watched a little bit of the Nara Smith video to see if I wanted to cover it on stream. And yeah, I just caught a few times she was factually wrong about stuff, or I caught a few times that I'm she's trying to make excuses for situations that I think we need to be a little bit more critical of. So we'll go over it today, but that doesn't mean that Dr. Anna isn't a good person. It doesn't mean that she's not on her journey. It doesn't mean that I, don't wish her well, all of those good things, right? I wish her totally well. I just wanted to make that clear because I think sometimes when we're naive or sheltered in a way that I assume Dr. Anna is just in the way she talks about life, it's going to give her an opportunity to be more lenient towards other people who come from similar backgrounds. And I understand that. But I'm not the biggest fan of it, right? So anyways, with that said, let's be open-minded and critical, but also understand we're having a larger conversation that has nothing to do with the people involved, but we're using the people involved because they're public figures sharing their life to have a larger conversation, right? Discord wants to know what the little crowns in chat are. YouTube upgraded their system and now they're doing crowns and they're trying to get people to chat more. So YouTube is crowning people who chat the most. Basically, it's an incentivization to get people more. Because YouTube isn't dominating the streaming game, but YouTube wants to. But the issue is that the way your video gets pushed out is comments, likes, and interactions. So the more you engage with a stream, the more likely it is going to be pushed out on the algorithm, and YouTube is trying to create any incentivization, for you guys to do that. Same with super chats or anything else, right? Is the more super chats, the more you like the stream, the more you share it, all of those things matter. How long you watch it, what's your engagement like all of that stuff. YouTube wants you on the app talking the most. You'll see other people's streams, the chat's just it's moving. My chat's really slow because the average person who watches me is 28 years old. right? Now, younger chatters just do emojis all the time, which is fine, by the way. Like, I don't care. I think it's just like a fun way for people to engage with chat. Like, if people were all spamming the paid emojis, like the member emojis, like, I'm okay with that. I don't care. If people are spamming like what's it? Like spamming what is it? Like I don't know, something that's like annoying, that'd be different. Chat says totally doesn't incentivize running a bot, right? Well, it doesn't, because if you run a bot, you'll get your channel deleted. Like, if you run a bot and they catch you, you will get your channel deleted. So do not run bots on your YouTube channel. You will get deleted. And like, I'm afraid, you know what I'm afraid of is other people sending bots to your chat. That's a retaliation method used by some streamers, is they'll send a bot to your channel to get it deleted. So you got to catch it really fast. You got to catch it and block them really fast. So yeah, it's like, it's one of those things where it's just a part of their new upgrade, to answer Discord's question. With that said, okay, let's get started. How do I want to have this conversation? How do I want to have this conversation? Okay, this is how I want to do it. I'm taking this way too seriously, but it's because it's a tough issue. It's a personal issue to people. People get really upset. Okay. In case anybody's new to my audience, my name is Brittany Simon. I'm 36 years old, and I want to be a mother my whole life, but decided the last few years that I've decided not to make a baby and not to raise a child, and to focus on bettering myself and the world around me in a different way. I also have deconstructed my relationship with being a parent, or desire to be a parent. I am a married person, and together as a team, we've decided not to procreate. Okay. This does not exempt us from participating in the village. This does not mean we might not use our excess money, if we ever have some, to fund people's colleges or to take in nieces and nephews. This does not exempt us from participating in children's lives. I love children. I think kids are great. I love my nieces and nephews. I want to see them grow and flourish. I am not a baby hater. I'm not an antinatalist. I'm not any of those things. But I radically believe we're evolved animals on a planet. And I think most people's desire to become parents are for the wrong reasons. I think most people are bad at being parents, but I don't think they're also bad intentioned. But I think they have good intentions, but I think the road to hell is paved in those good intentions. So I sound like a pretty critical person of parenting, but I'm just critical as a former kid myself of the way people continue to make babies with no consideration for the children. And I don't think being a good parent means sending your kid to the best school or buying them every trending item. I think being a good parent means, seeking the right amount of therapy and introspective work needed to be a present and loving parent. Okay. So I'm pro kids. I'm just not very much pro most people's decision to become parents, which I feel like is specific and different. Okay. So Jay Shetty, who I'm not a fan of, did a podcast with Nara Smith recently, this last week, and people have opinions. Nara Smith talked about being married at 18, having a baby at 19, her relationship with Lucky, her husband. Her and Lucky are professional models. They're very famous on social media. They're very popular. They're Mormon. I know some people, Dr. Anna mentions this in her video. We'll see it. I don't know why this is Nara Smith, in case you forgot who she was. Dr. Anna in the video says, people keep saying Nara Smith is a Mormon, but like, she says she's not a Mormon. I don't know what she's reading, but it's right here in Bazaar. Nara Smith's husband, Lucky Blue, is a part of the famous family that belongs to the Church of the Latter-day Saints, LDS, aka Mormons. In her Get to Know Me video, Nara clarified that while she is Mormon, she does not affiliate strongly with the religion. That still says I'm Mormon. Okay? She said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still learning and figuring out my own faith, she told followers. I'm not in any way a hardcore Mormon or anything like that. Okay, but all of her connections are with the Mormon church. She mentions that her and Lucky, when they were first dating, had church together. She's friends with the Ballerina Farm, who's Mormon. And even though they didn't get married in the LDS temple, she's Mormon in the same way that Mormon wives are kind of Mormon, right? So it just feels like, to me, people calling her Mormon isn't inaccurate, but okay. So let's listen to Nara Smith do this interview with Jay Shetty to kind of get the vibe of Nara and the way she thinks about her relationship and dating and marriage. And then we'll go into Dr. Anna's video.
No.
Because there's so much going on.
Yeah. Also today, like dating nowadays, I feel like is so different because a lot of my friends are dating and they're like, I met this person on Hinge or Tinder, and I never had any of those apps because I never really thought about it because it also happened so quick. I was 18 at the time. I got married at 18. So in my mind, I was not really at that point that they're at now. And I always think it's so interesting to see people dating nowadays. It feels almost intimidating. And I'm very lucky I'm not in that position.
It's hard.
I couldn't imagine.
It's hard. What advice do you have for your friends? What do they ask you for advice and thoughts?
They actually don't, because the thing is with Lucky and I, it went so quick. And I told him, I remember when he asked me to be his girlfriend, I told him, I'm going to take this very serious. So are you sure you want to ask me this? Because to me, I never wanted to date just to date. And I think now with all of my friends, they love dating. They love the process of it. For me personally, I always hated it because I felt like I had to open up to all these people and get to know these people just for it to not work out. And it felt like a waste of time for me. So with Lucky, I told him when it became serious, like, I take this very serious. It's either going to end in marriage or we're just going to be done now because I'm not going to invest my time in you if that's not the ultimate goal. And he was like, yeah, we're aligned. And we truly were. So
How are you so confident and sure of that at 18? Like, I feel like 18 is very young to get married in terms of if you look at trends.
Yeah.
Like, did you always want to get married young? Was that always part of the...
No.
Oh,
which is
interesting.
really odd because I had a relationship before Lucky and I never felt that way towards my previous partner.
Now, remember that Nara Smith is not a typical person. She was modeling professionally at 14. Okay, she was allowed to engage in sort of adult behavior when she was young. Like, she didn't grow up traditional. They are an exceptionally rare dynamic as a couple. They are 23 years old currently with like 4 or 5 kids, right? I can't remember the exact number. So just understand that this has nothing to do with your life or your relationship or anything like that. Right? This is a very specific bubble with a very specific relationship with a very specific, like, this is a very different dynamic in terms of what they're talking about, right? But the way Nara Smith talks is very specific. And it reminds me of most conservative bubbles that I've come from.
I never thought about marriage. I never thought about long term. And I think it just was because I wasn't in love with him and it wasn't the right person that I felt like I could spend the rest of my life with. But then when I met Lucky, it kind of just clicked. And I just thought we're either going to do this or we're not. And I think, I don't know, I feel like I've always been a little bit more mature for my age than a person at my age would be. And I've
red flag, right? Red flag. I always thought I was more mature at my age than other people. Yeah. Everyone, like, okay. Yeah, that's what we all think, who, like, especially a lot of us who are parentified young or have to be an adult in a particular way young, or we're considered so mature for our age young. Yeah, girl, I get it. But no, you're still 18. Now, I will say this, because Chet said, I don't know, maybe she really met someone who really could be her person. Well, first of all, just FYI, I am not making the argument that Lucky and Nara are not each other's person. That is not even a question in my mind. They seem really happy together and very compatible. So that is not at one part of this stream is about them, whether or not they're high compatibility partners, right? Like, they seem fine. They seem very attached. They are probably going to live a long, happy life together, right? But my criticism today coming into this is more or less the way people talk about bringing a baby into the universe at 19, like it's casual and like it isn't a teen pregnancy. It's a teen pregnancy, y'all. That's a teen pregnancy. Okay? She is a teen mother. Okay? So that's what we're paying attention to here.
Always wanted different things in life than other people. I always wanted to start a family. I wanted to have a slower life. I wanted to get married younger. I wanted to work and build something for my kids. And my priorities were never in like partying or going out or dating around or going on a lot of fun vacations. My priorities were a little different. So I think maybe subconsciously aligned my values and what I wanted with how I shaped my life.
That's such a conscious way to live.
Yeah.
Like, it's such an intentional way to live.
Yeah.
Like, for you to even be able to communicate to him at 18 and say, hey, dude.
See, in my bubble growing up, that was so common. It was not rare. If you grew up religious and homeschooled and in religious communities, yeah, everybody says that. We're only dating seriously. I don't even want to date and waste our time. Yeah. So common. Where I grew up, not exceptional. Basic line. That's how your parents raise you. She was just raised conservative. She's not exceptional. She's conservative. That's what people aren't getting. Like if you're raised in the church, yes, you're raised to take dating seriously. But see how he's playing it? Wow, that's so insightful. That's so intentional. And Nara goes, yeah, I was so mature for my age. You were raised in the church. You were raised conservative. That's what that is. Even if she doesn't know it, even if her parents don't know it, like that is so typical where I was raised in. But maybe compared to secular society, it's rare because secular society is trying to move away from the traditional religious obligation of girls marrying young to have babies young. That's why we're getting married older. Not because we're lonely, because we're trying to be more wise in creating babies. Yes, we saw that in religious communities in which we were raised, having babies young, getting married young, saying, I want to be married before 25 wasn't working. I remember my bestie was teaching in the Midwest and one of the little kids goes, how old are you? My bestie goes 24, 25, something like that. And the little girl goes, why aren't you married then? And I know that for some of my friends, it really made them feel bad about themselves that they weren't married at 24 and 25. And I was just thinking like, I didn't have any of that because my parents raised us exceptionally different, which was, yes, date for stake because you're serious about marriage, but don't marry somebody unless they're absolutely your person. So I didn't grow up with that feeling that I needed to have a baby young or get married young. I just didn't care, right?
If you don't want to be serious about this, I'm not in. Like, and also for
No.
him to receive it too.
Yeah.
It takes a lot from him. There's a lot of maturity on his side too,
Yeah.
because I think a lot of people would say, yeah, of course. And then, leave 6 months later or
Yeah.
whatever it is. But for you to have that confidence and self-worth
Yeah.
to actually be able to say that, I think a lot of people at 18 struggle
Yeah.
to actually say what they want and need because they're scared of the guy or the girl running off.
Yeah.
And so we pretend and we're like, oh, you want something casual?
Sure,
Ah,
I'll
sure,
give
I'll
it."
be that casual, right? Or like, oh, you want something serious? Yeah, I'll pretend to be
Sure.
serious. But 6 months from now, I've gone away. So where do you think that came from? Like, what gave you that?
Well, not even that though. Like in the same way that people are worried about saying they don't know what they want, they're worried about saying what they do want, right?
Inner confidence to be able to say, no, I know what I want. I know who I am. Can you reflect for a second on where you think that originated from?
It probably was my dad. I think he's always been very supportive in whatever I wanted to do. And he's very type A. So he's from a young age, he told us, start saving, get a job, do these things. And I think he's instilled these like very strong values in me to where I knew exactly what I wanted. And also having finished high school and being in a place where I kind of had to figure out what I wanted to do with my life and then meeting someone and being like, this is going to work out or you're going to waste my time. I just felt like I knew what I wanted. And I think turning 18 gave me that confidence. I was like, I'm an adult now. I can do whatever I want and I better do it good. And I think that also gave me that confidence to where I could make my own decisions now and I didn't have to rely on anyone or anything to make those decisions for me. So as soon as I turned 18, I was like, okay, this is what I want my life to be. If you want to be a part of it, great. If you don't, great. I don't know. I wanted it to serve me and I wanted a partner to fit into my life and add to my life and it not feel like a compromise because I feel like I had everything I wanted. I had my family, I had my friends, I was really happy. I had work things that I wanted to do. I was traveling for work. I was busy. So to me, it felt like if I'm going to commit to being in a relationship with a partner, you're either going to add to my life or you're not of value to me. Not in a negative way, but more so I don't want to pour my energy into someone and spend all of this time with someone that ultimately is not going to add anything to my life.
Yeah, it's
Sure.
really-
Sure. And I think that's reasonable, right? I think all of that is fine. Chad says, why do religious communities still push getting married and having kids? What really is the difference if you get married and have kids a bit longer? Well, so depending on the religion, you're literally making babies for God. So in Catholicism, every soul for Christ is a replacement of the angels that left when Satan took them to hell, right? If you're a Muslim or a Mormon, you want to make babies for God, right? Sorry, Chad said older, not longer. I think I knew what you meant. But yeah, like if you start later, you're just going to have less babies. Your goal is to make as many babies as God gives you because every soul is a soul for God, right? And that's it. Like having a baby is not just about being a parent. It's about doing your duty to Christ or religion. That's why religious communities have the most kids, right? Growing up with 10 kids, the joke was, are you Mormon or Catholic? Because other families don't have to have babies for God. You know, that's why it's kind of controversial that the Mormon girls that I'm reviewing for the Mormon wives, that some of them are like stopping or getting like snipped at 3 kids, right? So yeah, right? Chet said, I don't understand how the birth rate is down, but the population is skyrocketing. Well, because the birth rate is down in some countries, but not in others. So the the Italy, the US, like we're having lower birth rates, but because we talk about us having lower birth rates, we think we're the world, but the world isn't necessarily doing that. But that's why white racists are so worried, because a lot of people globally, like most of the people on the planet are globally not white, right? So billions of people live in India, billions of people live in China, right? So the white babies and American babies are down. That's why the white racists are so worried, because they're like, oh my God, we're going to get overrun. And I'm like, relax. I think, what is it, guys? By 2055 or something, the majority of the world or majority of America won't be white. A majority of the world's already not white, but a majority of America, I think, won't be white. So there's so many layers to this playing a role, but that's why Charlie Kirk will say things like, we want more babies in America, but we don't want to import them, because if we import them, what did he say? If we import the third world, our country will become third world. Yeah, they're racist.
Smart. I mean, it makes so much sense.
Yeah.
And when you say it like that, I probably haven't thought about it like that for a long time. But as I'm listening to you, I'm thinking, you're so right.
Yeah.
We waste so much time, money, energy on people that are not going to be in our life
Mm-mm.
for longer than 6 to 12 months.
Yes, but that's also because we are those people to somebody else. We are also that person to somebody else. The chances of Nara Smith meeting Lucky at 18 and it working out is not it is the exception. It is not the rule. Most people are not going to meet their high compatibility partner at 18. Most of you who get married at 21 will get divorced by 28. Because again, you are settling in relationships. We already saw it with our moms and our grandmas. I don't know, in our fathers and our grandpas. I don't know why people are forgetting that. It's like people forget how we got here in the first place. So just a reminder that though this worked for Nara, and I'm happy for her, this is the exception. This is the exception. And it's cool if you are also this category of person. Congratulations, you are also the exception. I think we forget how exceptional we are because we feel so normal in our everyday lives. So we think, well, we did it, why can't you? But you don't understand that it's exceptional. It's like, you remember that interview we watched a couple years ago where women were being interviewed about what they think the average salary is and how much men make in a lifetime. And they all thought it was like 150,000, 200,000, 300,000. And then like the average man makes anywhere from 60 to 80 tops. That's the problem. Okay. Or remember that interview of the street interviews we watched where they asked like, how much of the percentage of Americans do you think is black? And people were saying 30%, 50%. I was like, what? You didn't even go to school with a black person. How do you think that? And they're like, oh, I think, Jews are this much of the population, or gays are this much, or they said trans people are like 10% of the US population. 10%? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about? People are so like, they just don't understand statistics, but also they just don't understand because they see trans people in media all the time. They literally think like 50%, they'll be like 50% of the US is trans. Like, okay, first of all, dream. What a dream, you know? But what is silly, like, what are you talking about? So again, we have to pay attention. Chat says, I think social media warps perception. So does the news. The news is social media. It was the social media before social media. And like the news does it too. The news does this. Fox News always playing stuff about trans people makes people think trans are everywhere. First of all, you hope. I wish everybody was trans. But you know what I mean? Like this idea, okay? It's so silly. It's so silly.
And maybe they're around for a bit longer. But I think about it all the time. The amount of money I wasted on dates. The amount of energy I wasted thinking about whether that person was going to message me back. All of that. And of course, we all have to learn and we all have certain things to go through. But there is a wisdom in, let's be really clear about what we're both investing here. What was different about Lucky that you hadn't experienced before that made you feel so confident with him? As you said, you didn't really sense that before. So you knew there was something special. But what was it about him that you feel now when you're looking back that really resonated at that 18-year-old age?
I think it felt like it was two complete people coming together and forming a unity. It wasn't like I had everything figured out and he didn't, or he had everything figured out and I didn't. I felt like we were both in places of our life, him coming out of whatever he was going through and coming out the other end, and him being...
They're 18, by the way. So just FYI, she's talking about 18-year-olds. They got married at 18. So though I think that that's probably correct. She's probably right that they had figured out enough for themselves and they're not going to change that much. And if they change together. Just keep that in mind. Same with my brother's marriage. They got married at 21 and 22. They're very high compatibility. They figured out what they wanted and they did it together, but they also were born into that perfect bubble. They didn't have to rebel against their bubble. They were born Catholic, raised Catholic, married Catholic, raises their kids Catholic. They never, you know what I'm saying? So I think that makes it different when you're born into a bubble, right? So I'm in no way criticizing their relationship. I just want you to pay attention to the details because she's 23 years old today. She's talking about two 18-year-olds who figured life out enough to come together to be whole people. Wait, chat says the fact that Lucky supports Trump. I've heard this, but I haven't seen evidence, but I have heard this. So just like pay attention, right?
In a place to be able to be in a relationship and me feeling the same way. And I think that's what really attracted me to him being in a good place mentally, physically, emotionally to be able to have a relationship and also being honest with me. I think what attracted me to him was his honesty. Like he would never tell me something that he wouldn't be able to do. So when I told him I wanted it to be serious, I trusted him enough for him to tell me that's going to work for me or it's not going to work for me. And I think that's something I've never had before because a lot of the guys that I dated or
wait, hold on. I mean, it would make sense, right? So here's Reddit. Model Lucky Blue Smith reposted TikTok celebrating Trump campaign winning their lawsuit in Bucks County. He also follows Charlie Cook, who headlined Trump campaign events. So here it is. I do this too now. I went on a girl I had been following for a while, and she's so talented and everything. But I went on her following list to see who she was following, and she was following like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson, and I unfollowed her. Like sometimes I'm following people, and I'm like, I can't. In this 2025, y'all got to stop following these people. Okay? Y'all got to get over it. So, yeah. No, but I'm not surprised, right? Because they're religious. So it would make sense that they'd probably more or less be Trump supporters. Chet says the way Nara is propped up in social media, I assume she was older than 23. She hasn't experienced enough life for me to get value. Okay, here's the thing. That's the thing. Is like, it's okay that Nara Smith is rising to fame, but please remember that these are 23-year-olds. So like, yes, but like also, they're kind of kids. Kids raising kids. A baby at 19, and now she's got multiples. It's like, I love that she's successful. I love that they come from strong families. I love that they found themselves, but also, okay.
Had been with, they tell me exactly what I wanted to hear, but I knew in my heart that that actually wasn't the reality and their actions didn't line up with what they said. So that was really important to me. And then also,
I also don't like, we're not going to watch this whole interview, by the way, but I also don't like that Nara Smith in this interview does this whole thing where she's like, I'm not even a trad wife, or I am a trad wife, or like, I don't know why people are so mad at me for being this thing. It's like, because your content isn't making social commentary about the way misogyny and patriarchy play a role at undermining women's values in society. To be fair, Nara Smith isn't making critical content, but she is teaching people how to make homemade sunscreen that doesn't work and pushing a narrative that you can make your own products from scratch, which is it's like a marketing campaign, but it's not real. She's selling you a fake life that she pretends is a real one. That's why I don't like it. It's not real. It's, you know what I mean? I think Ballerina Farm, if I'm not mistaken, I think her husband is the heir to JetBlue or one of the airlines. It's one of the airlines, right? Just as, is it true that Mormonism is against Black people? It was, and then it decided to modernize and let Black people in. They used to say that Cain and Abel had their story in the Bible, and they went separate ways, and Cain was marked by his action, his sin. And they say over time, Cain's marked his whole skin into darkness. And that's why the sign of dark skin is a sign of Cain's sin in dark people. So yeah, you just, can we please be so for real? Patriarchal religions are racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic. Stop following Jesus Christ. Stop following Islam. Stop following patriarchal religions. Stop.
That our values aligned. We talked about kids and money and family and our view of life and religion and all of these big topics, I feel like, on our first phone call. So there was never a part in our journey where anything was unclear. We knew exactly where we stood. We knew kind of what would be deal breakers for each of us. And weirdly enough, everything aligned without it being hard or difficult or it being conflicting. We wanted to have a lot of kids together. We wanted to both be working. We wanted to build something for our children. We wanted to do all of these things, and it just aligned so perfectly.
It's remarkable. Like it's
truly a blessing.
No, it is. It's such a blessing. And the truth is, even though you were able to pull it off at such a young age, for people who found valuable relationships, whether they're 18, 28 or 38 or 40, they found it because of the same reason.
Yeah.
The values and the vision piece
I agree with this.
At the center of any successful relationship, no matter what age you meet at.
Yeah.
So the fact that you figured it out young just means you save time. But the truth is,
it's not about saving time. I think that's a really bad narrative. It's not about saving time. It's about having a quality of life. But maybe that's what they mean by saving time, right? Chet says, I think these religions are also sort of a bit pro-genocide sometimes. I mean, it's all over the Bible. God loves genocide in the Bible, bro. Okay, so now we're going to go to Dr. Anna, and now you'll see with this context why I'm annoyed with Dr. Anna's content still. But, you know, I wish her the best health and happiness and all that stuff.
I think we've all heard the notion that the brain isn't...
This is called Nara Smith and the effects of infantilizing young adults. Are you ready?
I think we've all heard the notion that the brain isn't fully developed until age 25. It's something I've certainly said even on this channel over and over again. But today I'd like to talk about some of the nuances around that, because there is a growing amount of pushback to this rhetoric, particularly in the field of developmental neuroscience. Because while yes, the brain definitely continues maturing into our mid-20s, especially the prefrontal cortex, which deals with things like planning, executive control, decision-making, impulse control, there's a growing amount of evidence that part of what shapes that development is life experiences themselves. So we need to be a little bit wary of narratives that coddle and infantilize young adults that try to strip them of gaining those environmental exposures that ironically help them develop. In today's video, I'll be sharing how infantilizing young adults can delay their brain development, in what ways I think young adults are infantilized today, and what we need to change about the way that we address young adulthood as a developmental stage in a person's lifespan.
Bum, 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 bum. Chat says, I don't know why it's so shocking, to be honest. I know people who had babies younger, and some of them are perfectly capable and at different stages of life than we were at that age. Yeah, I don't think people are good enough. Like, I don't think people are healthy enough. I think some people are, and obviously some people have to be. But like when you say things like people were, I know people who were more than perfectly capable, at what standard? To what standard, right? And I'm not saying you're bad. If you had a baby, listen to me. If you have a baby, I love your baby and hope that baby has a lot of care and love and support. If you haven't had a baby yet, wait a second and really think about why you're having a baby. If you had a baby in a not so perfect situation, but you're working every day to make the quality of life for that baby better and for yourself, I support you, right? But when I think about having a baby and why you're having it, I'm talking from a deconstructed lens, okay? If you say to me, Brittany, everyone wants to have a baby, I don't want to hear you. If you say, Brittany, having a baby is really normal and natural, I don't want to hear you. If you're talking about, Brittany, you know, you wanted to be a mom, why shouldn't other people? I don't want to hear you. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about why you're having a baby outside of all of those superficial reasons you have been told by society and your basic relationship with introspection that it makes you feel like it's good enough, right? I'm not saying you have to have a baby at 30 versus 21. I'm saying, why are you having a baby? I'm not saying don't have a baby. I'm saying, do you know why you're having a baby? Why are you having a baby? Why are you making a brand new person in the universe who has to deal with World War III and famine and depression and genocide? I'm not asking you, you know, the superficial answer. So I'm not, again, you have your babies. I'm just here to ask questions. Okay? That's all I'm saying, girl. I'm just saying, you know, but again, doing the best you can is beautiful. Making it work for your kid, beautiful. Being a present parent, beautiful. Doing whatever it takes if you had a kid in an imperfect situation and doing better, wonderful. Okay? So again, I'm just asking questions, girls. I'm just asking questions. Wow, Dr. Anna, this is all her stuff.
As always, I'd love to hear your experiences down in the comments below. Have you or somebody else you know been coddled even as an adult? Tell me about it. In what ways are young adults infantilized these days? Gen Z has been delaying a lot of milestones. It's been documented in questionnaire after questionnaire, study after study, that Gen Z tends to be delaying employment, at what age they become sexually active, dating, moving.
P.S. Gen Z will continue to pause their desire to be employed in a traditional sense as long as boomers remain unretired. You know what I'm saying? Like, even millennials and Gen Xers can't get into the workforce because boomers won't retire. Like, old people aren't retiring, and every day people are talking about raising the retirement age. So why wouldn't Gen Z be less likely to get full-time employment in the traditional sense if there's no jobs for them? They are applying to 800 jobs at a time and nobody is taking them. Boomers won't retire. Gen X is a mess. Millennials are all fucking traumatized. Like, I don't know why people aren't paying attention. You're blaming Gen Z for the boomers mess, and I'm so over it.
Out of their parents' house, getting married, having kids. And if that's their choice, then that's fine. But there are a lot of young people who feel sort of stuck in this stage of arrested development, not necessarily.
And I understand old people can't retire. And who made that a reality? Republicans. Republican fucking policy. Capitalism. The same system they keep voting for is creating the system in which they can't retire. Everyday conservatives want their constituents to work longer because they know they fuck them with Social Security. So again, we can't have these conversations criticizing Gen Z without looking at the political systems that keep Gen Z in their parents' homes. I'm so sick of these people with peace and love talking about Gen Z, Gen Z, Gen Z. Gen Z is facing a very difficult economy with a housing crisis. My house I grew up in Orange County was $230,000. That same house has not been updated. Okay. In the years my parents left it 20 years ago. Okay. They're in a new house now. Okay, that house is now $1 million on the market. $1 million. Do I dream of buying that house every day? Yes, because there's a time capsule in the backyard and I want it. But I can't afford to buy my childhood home because it's not $230,000 anymore. It's $1 million. So don't come at me with Gen Z. I'm a millennial. I can't even afford a house. What are you talking about? And you're sitting here like, I wonder why Gen Z is living at home longer. They can't afford to live. Focus, please. Now, if I was a Gen Zer, I'd do whatever it took not to live with my parents. And that includes rooming with friends, family, or working 7 jobs if I had to. But that's not the same thing as everyone else who has a good relationship with their parents and they're able to stay home. If I had a good relationship with my parents, like where we were on the same page and we vibed, I would have stayed home. I would have stayed home and chilled, bruh. You know? And so how can I blame Gen Z for staying home?
Of their own volition. Now, Gen Z typically cites systemic barriers as to why they aren't able to do certain adult things like economic instability, the pandemic, and so forth. And yes, systemic barriers absolutely play a role. For example, economic instability makes it harder for Gen Z to be able to afford moving out of their parents' house. The pandemic hindered teenagers' development of social skills, which makes it harder for them to make friends, to date, and so on. However, I do want to point out that this is absolutely not the only time in history when young adults were faced with systemic barriers. Whether it was the Cold War, when Americans and Russians alike feared mutually assured destruction, any number of wars where people feared men being drafted, the countless dictatorships, communist and fascist and everything in between that have held different countries in severe poverty and totalitarianism, the World War.
And I just want to say, like, I do think parents fail their children in many ways by not socializing them. One of the failures of the parent is having a kid that you can't afford, so you have to work so often that you can't take the time to socialize that kid, and then that kid is stunted. So that's why I say, like, one of the things to do as a parent, one of the best ways to be a good parent is sometimes not to have kids. Not because you didn't want them, but because your desire to have them doesn't trump the fact that you can bring them the quality of life that they deserve, right? I think that's so important. And chat, you said as a Gen Z, it makes me feel so hopeless. Doesn't matter how good my education was, my degree and my job I always wanted. I can't buy a damn house. What's the point? The point is that buying a house is over. Renting is perfectly fine, but more than that, buying a house as an investment piece is possible. Even on $70K a year, you just got to save for 20 years. So if you're out of college now, you will have a house by 45, by 50. It sounds like it's not worth it by then, but it will be when you're retired. Because listen to me, you're not working for you now. You're working for you at 80. You want to have a paid off house by 80. You want to have a livable home by 80. Listen to me when I say this. If you are young, if I saved even $500 a month since I graduated high school until now, I would have been better off. Okay? So if you want to own a home, if you want to move to a country that stabilizes differently, do that. But like, you have 20 years starting right now to focus. Before you're 80, before you're 75, you want to make sure that you have a house that's paid off. Have something that's paid off. Because God knows rent only goes up. Mortgages only go up. Houses only go up. Okay? So you might have to move, relocate. This is the reality of the world we're in. Our ancestors had it harder. You have it hard. But like, plan right now. That's the only thing you can do, because future you will really, really be grateful that you saved that $500 a month or $100 a month, even $100 a month. Just put it in a savings account and don't look at it. Okay. And just realize that, like, I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's going to be a lot when you look back and you're like, oh, thank God I saved this. Okay. And then if you can talk about generational homes with your parents. Lots of people share a home with their parents. They retire their parents in their home. They don't leave home. They get married and move in with their parents. If that's the model you want to take, that's the model you want to take. Okay. But like, and I get it. Like, I can't even, chat says saving $500 a month is unfathomable right now. I can't even save $500 a month. So I know I'm not even saving $500 a month, but I'm talking about when you reach the point in which you can do it. I know a lot of people are young, and so they want to go on vacation and do all these things young. You can do that too. And as somebody who did it, I have memories to show for it, and I love that. But if it's not a priority for you, it's also okay to make the priority savings, right? So I'm not trying to say, I'm trying to let you know there are options, but you have to pick the option that works for you, not the option that works for like, I am not interested in you giving up. If you're going to be a negative Nancy, like, good luck. I am not a negative Nancy. I am an optimist. And I strongly believe in the power of planning. And I strongly believe in the power of doing good by society. And I think that works not overnight, but over the span of 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Okay? So you do you, budget for things, save for things, but it's going to feel bad because it's not instant gratification, but it will feel really good in 20 years when you look back and realize you did this for you. Okay. So if you're going to give up and be a negative Nancy, you do that. But like, you're already lost in the sauce. And I just don't want you to be lost in this channel is philosophy through pop culture. I'm trying to get you to stop being lost in the sauce, because you know what I'm saying? Okay. This is not going to help you. Chet says, I feel you, girl. I'm a late bloomer, but we are getting this figured out. Exactly. I'm a late bloomer, but I'm figuring it out. Okay. I'm figuring it out. And it's slow, but steady, but it's working. And I'm telling you, if it's working for me, it can work for you. Because I also am not even in a position to save $500 a month. But anything you can do to chip away at debt, to focus on the future, and to think about where you want to be in 20 years, I promise you will be better than not doing anything at all.
Wars, the plagues, the witch trials, foreign invasions, on and on and on. And even in modern times, there are plenty of places in the world where there is extreme anguish. Despite this, putting adulthood on hold is not something that young adults are doing in those places. And in fact, I would argue that they can't afford to put adulthood on hold there because extreme stressors are forcing them to grow up faster. And yet we hear kind of this running joke that adulting is hard among particularly Western young adults. There's also been a documented decrease in risk-taking behaviors and a preference for safety, not only just physical safety, but also what young adults reference as emotional safety. And in my opinion, the reason Gen Z is struggling so much with these more adult responsibilities is because they have been infantilized a lot by older generations. And this is called the paradox.
See, this is why I say she's a conservative or a liberal. She's playing into this mindset, this idea that the West, the other people around the world are making it work. Other people around the world are having babies young, marrying off their children. They're not engaging in healthy behavior. They're not deconstructing. They're homophobic and religious. They're absolutely behind in so many ways. They don't even acknowledge mental health. And other places around the world that you're romanticizing right now, they're not even looking at you in any way and acknowledging your mental health struggle. So sure, in the US, maybe some people are doing it too much. But in some ways, you have to understand that the part of the deconstruction that we're going through is going to make the system that was in place before not work for us. And again, if you want to uphold the system, sure, play into that narrative that we're infantilizing Gen Z. But if you want to deconstruct the system, understand the ways that we allowed boomers and Gen X and millennials to pretend they weren't traumatized, only for us to crash in our 40s. We're trying to avoid that for Gen Z. But the people who are raising Gen Z haven't healed. They should have had kids. They were having kids at 20. Who is raising Gen Z? Older millennials and Gen Xers. And you know those people did not go to therapy. So what are we talking about?
of progress, which is when there are inadvertent drawbacks to changes that are actually good. Unlike the more, shall we say, free-range, sometimes neglectful parenting that Gen X received, Gen Z was raised by parents who were very preoccupied with their safety and minimizing any sort of discomfort. And there are pendulum swings like this across history with everything, but it even happens with parenting styles. Like you see sometimes authoritarian parenting styles in one generation, they're super popular, and then in the next generation, super permissive parenting styles are popular. With anything, there are trade-offs, and it's not a matter of one being better or worse. I certainly wouldn't argue that having neglectful parents is better for people, but rather that we need to be mindful of the potential drawbacks that could come up when the pendulum swings and to sort of counterbalance them so we reach a state of equilibrium again. So in this case, I think younger adults are taking longer to grow up because safety is being prioritized over learning from mistakes, over taking risks and learning from when you fall down. This was why young adulthood lately has been called a period of delayed adulthood or extended adolescence. It's why job recruiters, for instance,
it's why people get mad at me when I say, like, you're not really an adult until you kind of reach 30. People are like, what does that even mean? Because as somebody who watched her little brother buy a house, make $100,000 and have 5 kids before 30, that boy is now just growing up. He might have hit those milestones that you guys think is maturity, but it wasn't until his little personality shift that I was like, there it is, a little bit of adulthood's coming out. Because what I count as growing up is not the ability to like work or have kids. It's about you, your attitude, your wisdom. Earning wisdom takes time. And so again, like, I love my brother. I think he's so successful, but he didn't really start to become a man until this year. He just turned 32. He didn't really, even then I see like the immaturity in him because like we're all immature in some ways, right? Yeah, responsibilities does not necessarily equal maturity or wisdom. I think the insinuation is that responsibilities do, but responsibilities without discernment or deconstruction or meditation or understanding the why, well, you know what I mean? So I always say my parents are grown, but they have emotional instability because they haven't gone to therapy and they have unsolved issues, but they're still grown. Like, I call my parents to help me. I call my mother-in-law to help me with stuff. I'm an adult, but I'm not like grown like my parents or like my in-laws. But yet we can see the stuntedness in our parents because they didn't go to therapy. But I also think I'm more joyful than my parents. I think I'm happier than them, even though I'm not as grown as them. Because I did deconstruct earlier than they ever could, and they won't. They're going to die worried about their gay kids. And I'm going to die now worried about nobody because I know everyone's just living their life and that's what life is. So there's this idea that like, I think we forget that it's about the value difference of like what you value the most. I value an ability to do both. I want you to be independent and community-based. I want you to get that job and buy that house and be good to your community. I want you to afford the life you want without needing to think you have to be a millionaire. I want you to do a lot of things, but all of that is about the system. The system is created to benefit the wealthiest. And the conservatives that are blaming Gen Z are the ones voting for these systems to stay in place. So I question the criticism of Gen Z, not that I don't have my own, because it's usually coming from people that continue to enforce a system that keeps Gen Z more incentivized to stay home. And by the way, people brought it up in the chat. Globally, people often stay at home into their 30s and 40s, which it has some downsides and some good sides. I don't want you to be codependent on your family so you can't live without them. And I want you to be free to be independent. Like, sometimes I have cousins and relatives that practice that belief system. Like, I don't ever want you to leave home, even when you get married. And so if their kids ever did want to be independent, they would hate them for it. And I think that's bullshit. But I think that if you raise your kids with a community, that's fine. But if your kids want to leave, you got to, my parents always encourage that in their kids. Like, I live in a literally different country. But for the record, in Croatia, I think the average age of leaving the home is somewhere around 30. And my partner left when they were 20 something, I don't know. And that was considered really young to leave home, And so again, like, I left the home at 21. I moved out at 21, but then I had some hiccups along the journey and I moved back in with my parents for a few months and moved out again and moved back in and moved out again. So like, my parents have also been there to catch me and to let me live on their couch basically until I got it up. I became independent again. And now it's like, it's nice to have somebody to, give you a couch on occasion, but also it's, we have to remember that people want to live their lives. I want my parents to feel like their safe space is their home, right? Like, I want them to know their safe space is their home, and having me in it wouldn't make sense. And same with my house. My house is my safe space. I don't want anybody in it that's got Republican beliefs. you know? So again, I think we're misunderstanding who we should be criticizing. And we should be critical of the fact that we're not being introspective or teaching people to really deconstruct what it even means to have a baby in the first place. We're blaming the babies instead of blaming the people who had them, instead of blaming the people who had them, instead of blaming the people who had them. And maybe don't blame anybody, right? But maybe think about the fact that you're pointing fingers at the 21-year-old and not the 45-year-old who decided to have them. That's interesting.
Have testimonies expressing concerns about how Gen Z shows up to interviews with their parents, or how you'll hear, people that are like 28 to 30 years old saying that they feel like they're having a teenage pregnancy.
I'm 27 years old, but in my head, if I were to get pregnant right now, today, I would feel like it was a teen pregnancy.
Another example of infantilization is the segregation of child life versus adult life in particularly the United States, which results in children not really being exposed to adult things and activities early on. And this is very strange to me as a European. This is most definitely not how I will be raising my children. Like when I hear some of the limitations that American parents talk about with regards to parenting, like, oh, you can never do anything, you can never socialize, you can never travel anymore. It's like, I'm sorry, why? Why can't you take your child with you on happy hour on a patio? Why can't you hop on a plane with them? There is this extreme separation between children and adults. And I think it's getting a lot of people really bold in expressing their contempt for children.
Now, this story is coming from a real situation where a passenger was upset because they were sitting next to a kid in first class.
Hey, here's y'all's reminder that the more kid-free spaces we have, the fewer women you will see in public.
And another example of the infantilization.
So there's a lot here. So you guys are saying Dr. Anna is Romanian? Yeah, I knew she was an immigrant. I knew her parents were immigrants, but Romania is pretty conservative. So now that makes more sense why she has her views and why she's probably liberal in Romania, but conservative to progressives. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. I agree with her that like your kid should go everywhere with you, or you should also have an independent hobby outside of your kids. So I agree there with her. I also do think people are anti-children in a way that like I am not. So like I don't hate kids. I think kids are great. I also I have heard from parents where their kids will be playing in the living room and a friend will come over and the friend will expect you to like put the kid in the bedroom. I think like that's weird. If you want to have an adult conversation, send the kids outside. But if you come to my house and I have children, like it's all of us together because it's like, but I grew up in a big family. There was always a kid around. But if the adults wanted to have adult conversations, they say, go play outside. We want to have an adult conversation. So it's like, okay, like you knew why you were being put outside versus, you know what I mean? Like, I don't like the idea that my friend could come over and be like, are you going to put the kid away? I'm not going to put my kid away. That's crazy, you know? So I think, I think you should consider all those things, right? Chess says for being able to make time for your children, you need a lot of money. Well, okay, let's talk about that. So, I think that's the wrong way to think about it. I do not think to have time with your children, you need a lot of money. I think to have a quality of life that sets a specific standard, you need to have a decent amount of money. Because if I had a kid now, I would not have them. Okay. I think we all think about these things wrong. That's why I'm trying to have it in a different way. My partner and I made the decision not to be parents because we made a list. We made a list of all the ideal positions we would be in to have that child, that we had to make a decision if we wanted to create that scenario, right? So like, okay, if we had a kid now without making that list and without taking it into consideration, my partner would still be a stay-at-home partner and they would have plenty of time to hang out with the kid and I would still be working. I would just work more or do things in a different way to make more money, but they wouldn't get a job. Because even though a kid would cost more money, we're also in Europe where things are different. So like, it doesn't cost money to have a kid. We have universal health care. We have like options here that work for us. It would cost more money, but not as much more money, right? If I was in America and we didn't have kids, my partner would probably have to work or we would live in a very one-bedroom, $2,000 a month apartment, maybe in California, or maybe we'd move to the Midwest, or maybe we'd move to somewhere where rent wasn't more than $2,000 a month, right? And like, that's where we would live. And it would be a 1-bedroom and not a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, right? So the quality of life would change, right? So what I'm saying is like, I think sometimes when people hear like you need a lot of money to raise kids, they don't understand it because they're raising kids off of no money. But the quality of life your kid is experiencing maybe isn't the best, and your life isn't the best. But more than that, you don't need $250,000 to also raise kids, because I just watched a video essay about that where families who are making $300,000 feel stressed and poor because they're sending their kids to schools that are $90K a year, like private schools. So if people making $300,000 a year feel poor and they're like, we can't afford our kids. And that's because every time you make more money, you want to lifestyle creep your way into a higher set of living. So the question is, what standard of parenting makes you a good parent? Should nobody have a child unless they can send their kids to a private school? Should nobody have a child if they need to put things on credit cards? Should nobody have a child if they're disabled? Should nobody have a child if they don't have a village? Should nobody have a child? The idea is like, not from a systematic perspective, not a government perspective, a moral perspective. The question is, when do we decide this is good parenting and bad parenting? Because first, I accept that everyone's evolved animals on the planet, so we be fucking, we be making babies, we're not thinking about it. And then on top of that, when you have a chance to think about it, why do you decide to make a baby, or why do you decide not to make the baby, right? So that's the problem with the conversation, is it like everyone, yeah, Chad says there cannot be a one size fits all. I agree with that. There just like cannot be a one size fits all. And that's the problem, is we keep trying to make that one size fits all. Now, I do believe that there is a specific standard in which you shouldn't have a baby. And for me, that's like, how toxic are we? How healthy are we? How stable are we? What's our finances look like? What's our quality of life look like? What's our village look like? What's the next 10 years look like? Realistically, what if the worst thing happens? How do we feel? And yet people are doing it. People are making babies during a genocide. Around the world, globally, people have babies during genocides. My own family came from like a really difficult time in Iraq and made babies. People make babies all the time in positions I would never think to make a baby. Like in positions that I'd be like, I don't even want to have sex. Get away from me, ho. Like, we're in the middle of battle. Like, we're in the middle of dying. But then people do it because the only thing you can do when you're dying is having sex. People literally bring life back into their consciousness by having sex and intimacy sometimes. When you're facing death, sometimes the only thing you can do is have sex. And that's what's crazy, right? Chess says, do they have access to contraception? Yeah, it's called fucking not having sex. It's called literally not having sex, hoes. Like, just kidding. I'm being facetious. Like, come on, people. At what point are you adults enough to know, like, don't fucking have sex? Okay, but you're going to do it because you're an animal and you're horny. That's why you're going to do it. Because you're horny. And then you want to talk about, I'm mature for my age. I'm grown. How grown are you that your dick decides what's happening right now? Okay? Like, that's what I'm saying. Please be serious. Nobody is serious. And I'm talking as a progressive, not a conservative. Okay? Don't have sex if you can't handle the responsibility of getting pregnant. Jen and Zach from Mormon Wives having a baby when they're on the verge of divorce. Your baby's not going to save your marriage. Your baby is not going to save you. Okay? Thank you. Anyways, okay. Okay. Chad says, I click the thumbnail and the first thing I hear is you say, you're horny. You're horny. And I get it, girl. I've been so horny, okay? I've made a lot of regrettable mistakes horny. I'm not about to judge you, Chad says, not to mention sometimes during wars, women get essayed. Oh, absolutely. Not to mention the rape. Not to mention the rape. So, you know what I'm saying? Let's focus. Everybody focus, please. Chat, I'm going to swing this into the topic. You said, I know we're not having the exact situation when we talk about this. This question pops into my head. How do you live your life and learn how to separate from family? For example, I think about moving to the Midwest to afford housing on my own, but the thought of leaving my niece and nephew really scares me. Maybe this has been talked about in a future, maybe this can be talked about in a future podcast. Listen to me. You have to decide your life. I made the decision not to be a community person with my family. Our values are too different. I love my nieces and nephews. I call, I catch up with them. We do FaceTime. That's good enough because ultimately I can't be neighbors with my brother's family, even though they invite me all the time. They're always like, you should move here. You should be our neighbor. But I don't want to have to be neighbors with transphobes and homophobes. Because I love my family enough, it is better for us to talk on occasion and maintain a good relationship, and I can be in my nieces and nephews' life, than us picking fights with each other because we're around too often. Like, I am so different than my family in that sense that even though we all love each other and we all want to be neighbors, we know it will never happen. Even the other conservative siblings don't want to be neighbors. Okay, even my siblings tell my parents, like, I don't want to live next to you because we want to be independent. We want to go to the store without worrying about running into our family. You know, like, I don't want to live in a town where I have to think about what I'm wearing to the store because my mom might shame me for my clothing. So if you live in a family dynamic where you love running into your family at the store because you guys are on the same page, hey, I love that. But also, is your family going to pay your mortgage? Is your parents going to pay your retirement? Is your family going to pay your bills? Because sometimes, you know, I had it happen where someone in my life was like really critical about how much I was working. And that's because they were established. That's because they already had a house. They already had an established career. Now they were in a state of their life where they wanted to go on vacation and hang out. And I was like, that's nice for you, but I don't have those things yet. So I have to work. And it's, you know, and that's the problem is sometimes people, they want to have a life with you, but they don't see where you are in life. I'm not at the position in life where I have any extra money to do anything. I'm only in the position of life where I'm getting ready to maybe buy a house in 10 years. 10 years. 10 years. That is so serious. 10 years? And you want me to spend $3,000 on a vacation? Please sit down. But they already are so established. They're already so financially set that they're like, why can't we hang out? I'm sorry, are you paying my bills? Like, are you paying my bills? So again, friends and family are great. Everyone is great. But you have to understand that none of these people are probably going to pay your rent, you know? So like, yeah, you got to make a decision for your life because all these people are going to die one day and you might be the last one alive, girl. I fully live my life like I'm going to be the last one alive. I assume everyone's going to die before me, which is probably not true, right? But like, I kind of assume it. So I always run my life in case everybody dies. I talk to my partner about this all the time. What happens if I die? What happens if everybody we know dies? Are you safe? Do you know how to work? Like, do you know how to function within the world? Okay. So anyways, I hope that answers your question. Discord says Anna's got some really good points, but she's also leaving out really crucial info that the people in the US are not taking risks because there is no social safety net. My cousin in Sweden feels more mature to me, but they had buses they could go on into the city when they were 12. They had healthcare. Their K through 12 education actually prepares them for workforce. So college is not really important for them. Well, not only that, but in Croatia, sometimes I see kids by themselves and I go, oh, is that kid safe? And my partner's like, they're fine, dude. I was riding the bus as a kid. Croatia is also one of the safest countries in Europe. It is one of the safest. There's 4 million people here. So if you kidnap my kid, I don't have to go through a long list of people that might have done it. But in America, where there's how many people? You know what I mean? It's a little different when your kid disappears. Okay? So again, like you have to think about that. And no place is perfect. But I think we should take from these models and try to figure out how to build a safety net for our kids to feel safe walking alone. But America not having that is a criticism of the system, not of Gen Z. America's system is to be criticized, not Gen Z.
I've seen taking place is this notion that young adults can't consent to anything until age 25. There's a whole faction of individuals who believe anyone under 25 should not have any sort of age gap, like not even a few years, that they shouldn't even be allowed to drink alcohol, can't vote, can't consent to sexual encounters. And the paradox here is that the brain is underdeveloped until age 25, but the brain needs to grow from experiences in order to develop. And this is where I think Nara Smith can provide a really good case study of the way that we infantilize young adults. If you don't know who Nara Smith is, she's a model and content creator who's amassed a massive following on TikTok for her elaborate over-the-top recipes. She comes on screen, usually wearing something ridiculously fancy, and makes food from scratch for her family. Nara Smith is currently 23 years old, and she's just recently announced that she's pregnant with her 4th child. And unfortunately, the internet's reaction has been quite disappointing. Instead of just giving a normal congrats or scrolling on by, people have taken Nara's pregnancy announcement as an opportunity to debate the morality of her having another child. One of the main arguments is that she's too young to be a mom. She had her first child at age 19, and people are arguing that she was way too young to make a decision like that back then, and she's still too young to make a decision like that now because she's under 25, so her frontal lobe isn't fully developed. Another argument I keep hearing is that she's pushing a conservative tradwife lifestyle onto her impressionable female followers. Apparently, the fact that Nara likes to cook for her family makes her some sort of conservative shill, and her followers are just brain dead, easily manipulated women who imitate whatever they see online. Even though there's literally so much about Nara's family structure that isn't traditional. Her husband has a child from a previous relationship. They're in an interracial marriage. Nara is filthy rich and likely the main breadwinner of her family. Her husband also cooks for them. Both of them are also successful models. I've even seen content creators accuse her of being Mormon, even though she's literally come out and said she doesn't identify as Mormon. And then I've seen some of those content creators admitting Nara blocked them for accusing her of being Mormon, but then they go on and make more videos where they accuse her of being irresponsible because of her life decisions to have children young. Which, like, side note, can I just mention how gross that feels to me? Like, if this were happening in real life and someone kept criticizing your life decisions to anyone who would listen, so you quietly removed them from your life, and then that person were to continue criticizing your life decisions to anyone who would listen, wouldn't we all agree that that person needs to get a life and stop focusing so much on what other people are doing? Like, I don't know, I feel like the same rules should apply online. If someone blocks you because you won't stop chirping them, that might be time to stop chirping them, not to double down. Anyway, side note over.
How much was wrong with all of that? Right? How much was wrong with all of that? The ending was more right? If, like, you need, again, I don't believe in going to other people's content pages and comment. I've never commented on a Nara Smith video. Don't do that. But how much was wrong with everything that Anna just said there? Okay, they are associated with the Mormon church. I don't know why you're pretending that it's a conspiracy theory. Okay, they are wealthy because that's their legacy. Okay, they are privileged. They are not traditional. And yes, they are absolutely sending a message to millions of people, because millions of people act like Nara's life is real when it's literally not. Okay, do you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I don't know. See, this is the conservative, this is the centrist, this is the, you're not understanding why people are upset. Discord said, fuck her age. Why does she need a fourth kid? Why do you need a fourth kid? Why do you even want 4 kids? You know, why are you making more babies? You know what I mean? Why is Nara, if I ask Nara, hey, why are you making more babies? Why are you putting your body through that? Why are you bringing them into the universe? Why aren't you adopting? Why aren't you bringing other babies into your home? Why are you making more babies? Like, I wonder why, right? So again, when we have these conversations, we have to understand that the criticism is coming from a lens of understanding our own fucking traumas, and we're trying to deconstruct. That's why Dr. Anna is a psychologist, but I'm sitting here, actually, I think, did she leave her medical practice? I heard she left, that she just does social media now. I don't know. Whatever. So, okay. Chat says, Anna said she previously doesn't identify with any political party in a video a while back. Yeah, because she's a fucking centrist. Like, that's centrist. That's what a centrist says, right? So again, like, why aren't we talking about it? Or why are we talking about it? Because it is exactly the thing that happened to our parents and our grandmothers and our grandfathers that, like, wasn't great, right? Chet says maybe she identifies with Nara. Yeah, maybe she does, right? Chet says she did leave her practice. She's focusing on YouTube and writing, I believe. So, okay, it's one of those things where how old is Dr. Anna? Does anybody know? I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but yeah, maybe she sees Nara Smith as like the goals, right? Maybe she sees her as goals. She said, apparently I'm too young to be a doctor. I mean, she's a young person, but...
Hi there, welcome. I'm Anna Uden. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology and an author. So I have been getting comments like this week after week after week for literally years. I've had this, it feels like I don't think I'm old enough to be a doctor. So I thought I would address these once and for all. Today I'm going to tell you how old I actually am.
Who just had a kid? Discord said she did just have a kid. Who had a kid? Dr. Anna?
Why I look young, address some of the comments. Because I am young. I just turned 27 years old.
Okay, so she's like less than 30. She's 28, I think, currently. Okay, so she's like 28. Anna just had a baby. Okay, so she's probably identifying pretty heavily with Nara then. She probably considers herself really young and successful. And she's like, why can't I have a baby? Right? Okay. Sure. But this is why I think it's like an interesting idea when people are like, younger people aren't mature enough, instead of looking at it like younger people are finally healing and not feeling forced to play into this capitalistic game of like buying a house and having babies by 25 years old, right? Yeah, Chad says she seems to misrepresent what the criticisms actually are. It's not that Nora enjoys cooking for her family. It's the claim that all she does is despite... Yes, it's the claim that that's all she does, or it's the narrative that like this could be your life too. Look at me in sponsored clothing, cooking in a kitchen. Like it's fantasy. That's what I'm trying to say. It's fantasy. And I just want everyone to understand that. So when Anna says, oh, it's like Nara Smith's audience are stupid and they don't understand the difference. They don't. Habibi, they don't. With peace and love, grown people don't know the difference between a filter or AI posts. Yeah, Habibi, they don't know. People literally watch Nara and think it's real. So that's why people are like, hey, just so you know, this isn't real. Just so you know, trad wife like living isn't real if you're on social media. All these Mormon people I'm watching who want to push their Mormonism as a part of their religion to be on social media are talking about fighting the patriarchy while also wanting to have babies, as many babies as they can. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying anything is unethical about Nara Smith. I'm saying I need you to know it's not real. In the same way, I need you to know that AI video of Trump and Elon sucking toes is real. I'm just kidding. It's not real. Okay? So I'm just saying, okay, everybody's an adult, but not all of us are grown. Okay? That's it. Okay? Jess says, didn't we watch the video about the woman who claimed to run a bakery stand outside of her house and it turned out to be a phony? I don't remember that story, but exactly. And that's it. I'm just trying to warn people. In the same way we're doing like Instagram versus reality posts. Like, hey, just so you know, this is a filter. Just so you know, my skin sucks too. Hey, just so you know, like this is a posed position. I think like Dr. Anna is naive. That she doesn't understand that people on the internet literally think I can be just like Nara Smith too. You can't. You cannot be like a Nara Smith. Okay. And by the way, in that Jay Shetty interview, Nara said the reason she does mostly cooking videos is because it's what the algorithm liked. She was doing all these other kinds of content, but since the food videos took off, that's what she built the business on. It's a business decision, but sells the narrative that today I just made sunscreen for my husband. He wanted to go outside. Today I made homemade donuts for my kids because they wanted to. Today I made cereal from scratch because my kids wanted it. It's a brand. Come on, people.
I think this Nara Smith situation really highlights how much we've come to infantilize young adults. Like, look, do I think 19 is an extremely young age to have children? Absolutely. At 19 years old, I was nowhere near mature enough to have a child. I had so much work to do in terms of regulating my own emotions, learning healthy relationship skills. I was in school. I had no money of my own. I wouldn't have been able to balance both school and a child. But we need to remember that not everyone develops at the same rate. I might not have been ready for that life milestone then, but other people could be. Like, I'm pretty sure one of my grandmas had her first child at 19.
Oh, great. Well, my grandma had her first kid, I think, at 16. I guess it works. Hey, guys, guess what? Because my grandma and aunties were in child marriages, it sounds like a good idea. We should just marry off kids because it worked for somebody. Now, don't get it twisted. I really do believe that if it works for somebody, it works for somebody. But what are we qualifying as it worked for somebody? What are we qualifying as it worked for somebody? That's what I want to know. What are we So when you say it works for some people, does it? Does it? Or do we say that it works for people? Okay. Yeah. And Chess says just because people made it work doesn't mean it was the best decision. Just because you made a good, you made, a pie from bullshit doesn't mean the pie's not made of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Just because you made it, you did your best and you made it through doesn't mean you want other people to go through it. Okay. Chess says, but your grandma was not rich. Financial freedom is powerful. Financial freedom doesn't change your maturity, bros. Financial freedom doesn't change the fact that you're a kid raising a kid. Financial security doesn't change the fact that your teen pregnancy is still a teen pregnancy. I don't give a fuck about your money. I give a fuck about your stability. Money puts a roof over your head. It doesn't change the fact that you're also a teen.
Not everyone is in school at 19. Some people are wealthy enough to afford having a child that young. And I wonder if that might be part of what's getting triggered for people with this whole Nara Smith situation. They see a gorgeous, extremely successful 23-year-old and it makes them feel behind in life.
Pause! Anna, this is why when you get a therapist, you got to make sure your therapist is progressive. This is someone's therapist, just like Jordan Peterson. Anna, listen, I'm also a therapist. And I think fat women are ugly. So if I ever have a fat client, I'm going to be like, listen, I'm sorry, not beautiful. You know, Anna, you get it, right? Not beautiful. Okay? That's what I'm saying to you. Just because they're a therapist doesn't mean they're going to be good for you. Vet your therapists. because she's probably a great therapist for somebody. Don't get me twisted. Anna is probably a fantastic therapist for somebody. Jordan Peterson is probably a fantastic therapist for somebody. Okay? Just not for you. But they're probably the most perfect therapist for somebody. Okay? So like, okay? So I'm not coming for her. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure she's great. Okay? But
because a lot of people are behind. A lot of people are not doing things that they would have wanted to have been doing by this age. But since they can't attack her for building her wealth very young or having a very clear sense of who she is, they attack something that's more conventionally acceptable to attack. That she's too young to have kids, she's too young to get married, she's a trad wife.
So Anna's doing this whole thing where like we're attacking Nara Smith instead of being deeply concerned that a 19-year-old had a child and continues to have babies. And like, by the way, I'll make another rule. They're both working people. They shouldn't have kids. If you're both working, I don't think you should have kids. If you're both working full-time jobs. So are you both spending 60 hours a week out of the house and no one, who's spending time with your kids? Nannies? Who's raising your babies? I'll even go a standard higher. Not that you have to have a stay-at-home partner who doesn't work at all, but if they're both working full-time, then who's raising your fucking kids, bro? That's why Nara Smith is like, who's raising your kids, Nara? If you're working full-time, if you're doing content, are you paying editors? This is why rich families have kids who are abandoned. Because even though your parents are rich and wealthy, a lot of these rich kids have abandonment issues. They have borderline as much as the poor kids because they were abandoned in childhood. Okay? So I'm just saying, right? Chet says almost no one would be having kids then. Hey, hashtag goals. The next part of the evolutionary process is less people will have babies because it's the right thing to do. In the same way that it's probably the right thing to do not to eat meat, but we're not having that conversation yet, girl, because we're not there. I'm not even there yet. Yeah, a future that focuses on value in life means people will have children, but people won't have children before they're ready or when they're not stable, and society will support mothers. Look, I want a society that supports people having children. But first, the people having those children have to be healthy enough to understand how to make a child's life better. And again, if you're in a position where you've had a baby and you have good intentions, I want you to give that baby the care and love it deserves. But if we're talking about preventative care, okay, preventative care, that's different. And I know this is hard because people will say, Brittany, I had a baby and I really love my baby. Love your baby, girl. I'm not talking about you. Love your baby. If you have a baby, if you've had a child, you better fucking love that kid, bro. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about preventative care for you and your legacy and for the babies and for everybody else. I'm not talking to you. Have your baby, love your baby, give your baby 1,000 billion kisses and hug them every day and let them know they're loved and protected and you're doing your best. I never want a parent to hear me talk and think Brittany thinks I'm a bad parent. You're not a bad parent, girl. You're a person on a journey. But if we're talking about preventative care, then I want to talk about a life in which we have babies for the right and healthy reasons, in which we build families for the right and healthy reasons, in which we build society not on capitalism and survival of the fittest, but about educating people and housing people. That's what I want. Okay, I don't need the village to raise my child, but I certainly need the village not to fuck it up either. Okay, I don't need the village to raise my baby, but I need a village to rely on when I need that help and care. Whether it's societal, structural, family, friends, neighborhood, okay? Chet says, Brittany, do you think it is morally right to have a baby since you are literally creating life and a consciousness? Yes, it's perfectly morally right to have a baby. There is nothing unethical with making a baby. There's nothing wrong with making a baby. It's the circumstance and context in which we bring life into the universe that is questionable. Not that bringing life into the universe is questionable. Life is good. Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. A living tree is a beautiful thing. A living flower is a beautiful thing. A living child is a beautiful thing. There is nothing ever bad about life. But the quality of that life, in the same way I don't want you abusing trees or hurting animals or doing anything else. Okay? Of course there's nothing wrong with having babies. In the same way there's nothing wrong with life. but there is something wrong with how you have a relationship with life. And that goes for people who have babies and don't have babies. Just because you don't have babies doesn't mean you have a good relationship with life. It's not about having the babies. This is about your parenting. See, when we talk about kids, how it becomes about the kids, it's about your parenting. It's about the adults. We're talking about the adults. The problem is the adults, not the children. Children are never the problem. It's the adults in the room I'm criticizing, not the children.
Guys, because she had kids young and she likes to cook for her family. I really feel like we have lost the plot here. The people criticizing Nara act like they are the agents of feminism, watching out for insidious tradwife propaganda that will eventually strip women of their choices, but they're ironically the ones resorting to misogyny. Because if you zoom out, you see how ridiculous this criticism is. They're judging a grown woman of legal age for her reproductive choices. There is nothing feminist about that. And don't get me wrong, I'm not a choice feminist, meaning I don't think anything a woman chooses to do is feminist, but I do think infantilizing a grown woman for the way she runs her
That's interesting.
family is misogynistic. She's
We're not criticizing a woman for how she runs her family. We're criticizing the patriarchal and misogynistic system that encouraged Nara Smith to become a teen mother. Nice try, Anna, though. Nice try.
not hurting anyone by having, but I do think infantilizing a grown woman for the feminist, meaning I don't think anything a woman chooses to do is feminist.
This is Ballerina Farm, right? She's literally showing videos of them hanging out with Ballerina Farm.
But I do think infantilizing a grown woman for the way she runs her family is misogynistic. She's not hurting anyone by having kids young and cooking for her family. Let's get it together.
See, she said she wasn't all about choice feminism, and yet, you're never going to get me on board with supporting teen pregnancy. I'm not about it. Teen pregnancy, never worth it. It might be worth it after the fact because your baby's here and you love your baby, but you will never see me excited that a teenager had a baby. Okay? And the fact that Anna is just acting like, oh, but some teen pregnancies work out. Girl, you sound like those people that are like, slave owners really love their slaves. It worked out for them. I'm going to slap you. Just because, you know what I mean? Don't twist it, bro. You're still a slave. She's still a teenager. I'm sick of it.
Together. So developmental neuroscience acknowledges that the brain matures not just through the passing of time, but also because of life experiences, environment, and culture. Both human and animal studies have demonstrated that stimulating environments lead to neural development. For example, I don't like talking about this study. I hate that it is the only thing associated with Romania in the field of psychology. But in the 20th century, there was a big Romanian orphanage study, which looked at all these orphans in Romania who were created by the lack of contraception during the communist dictatorship. They were deeply understimulated in these orphanages. There was a lack of cognitive, social, sensory stimulation, and those children ended up having smaller brain volume, lower IQ, language deficits, issues with executive functioning, emotional issues like depression and anxiety, even things like having a colorful environment, interacting with humans, hearing different sounds.
And by the way, do I think Nara Smith is an evil person? No. Do I think she's a bad person? No. Do I think Nara Smith and Lucky don't love each other? No, I think they feel very in love. Like, do I think she's a bad parent? She's certainly not an evil parent. Do I think... I don't know her parenting. I don't know how she parents, actually. So I don't have any opinions on whether or not she's a bad parent. I don't know how they parent. But I would say I can make guesses that would make me think it's not like the greatest. But it is what it is, right? So I feel like there's something to be said about like what we think we're criticizing, you know? Chaz says, can you explain choice feminism? I'm not really fully understanding. So there's this narrative amongst, I think, like mostly white feminists in which they feel like as long as the women are choosing of their own volition to be subjugated under patriarchy or in toxic or abusive marriages or in religious patriarchal like systems, that it's their choice and that's what feminism is. Feminism is your ability to make a choice, but intersectional feminism is about deconstructing those established systems that prey on the marginalized to uphold a white supremacist system, that prey on women to uphold the patriarchy to maintain the system. And so when you practice intersectional feminism in any capacity, even especially from a philosophical standpoint, you realize like, okay, you making a choice to stay in a bad relationship is less feminism, but It is certainly a choice. Like, I want you to make healthy choices. Yes, having a baby at 19 worked out for Nara Smith, but I hardly want to encourage people to make babies at 19. I don't even want to encourage Nara Smith to do it. There would have been nothing wrong for Nara waiting until 21, 22, 23, 24. Even if Nara had just waited till she was 20. But like 22 is I think if you're in an established relationship and you're good and but like why 19? Right? Like, why was 19 so important to you? And would you want your daughter to have a teen pregnancy or your child to have a teen pregnancy? You know? And look, not all forms of feminism are about liberation for all, right? That's why we call it white feminism, first wave feminism, second wave feminism, TERF feminism. Like, just because it's feminism doesn't mean it's liberated. Just because it's called feminism doesn't mean it's about liberation for all. And remember that the suffragettes and the original women who fought for the right to vote only really pushed further to do that because they found out Black men were going to get the right to vote. So remember that racism is playing a huge role in white feminism, and it maintains and it continues forward. Because when white women have babies when they're teenagers or 19 or 20 or 21, it's cute. But when people of color do it, it's often not, right? The fact that Nara Smith is Black is a big deal. The fact that she's a Black woman married to a Mormon who's white, don't tell me it's not playing a role. Don't tell me that Nara Smith's relationship with race is not playing a role in this Mormon bubble that only recently modernized the acceptance of Black people in their church. And we haven't even talked about that. That's why when Anna featured a Black woman criticizing Nara Smith, I looked at Anna a little sideways because the Black women that are criticizing Nara Smith are also criticizing the fact that Nara Smith gets to get away with existing in a white bubble that only embraces her because of the way she appears and the way she acts and the way she sounds and the way she fits into this traditionally racist bubble.
Impact how well a child is going to develop. And this happens in young adulthood too. If you don't have some of those challenging experiences that kind of kick you in the butt, then you're never fully going to develop your brain if you're just kind of like avoiding them indefinitely. Another really important concept in developmental neuroscience is the concept of neuroplasticity.
You know what's so funny is like, in one way they'll say like, oh, Gen Z, they're always like dating and socializing and traveling and vacationing and doing job after job after job, but they're just not growing up. Well, what's that? They're dating, they're experiencing stuff, they're going to do stuff. Is that not enough? Oh, well, they're staying home and they're lonely and they're not experiencing things. Okay, well, is that maybe because they don't have the money to go out? Because like, I don't know what do you want from them? You're like, hey, I want you to go out and live your life. Okay, well, they're on dating apps. Well, not that way. Okay, I want you to go out and get a job. Well, the only jobs I have are 9-to-5s that are like minimum wage. Well, not that. I want you to have a career. Okay, but like I've applied to 800 jobs. It's not working. Like as if that itself isn't an experience in struggle. Like guys, I've never in my life had to apply to 800 jobs. When I was a millennial and I was young, the rule was apply to 100 jobs to get one. That's what I grew up with. From my understanding of Gen Z, they're applying to 800 jobs. 800. That is a completely different game at play, right? And also, Gen Z isn't a monolithic experience. All Gen Zers are having different relationships. So when I talk about Gen Z, I'm probably talking about more of a liberal, progressive Gen Z because I don't care what conservative Gen Zers are doing. Their life's in the shitter. They hate women. What do you want me to do with you? Go away. Right? Like if you're a conservative Gen Zer, you're fucked because you've decided to stay fucked because you refuse to even engage in any deconstruction. So good luck sucking Andrew Tate's dick, okay? If you're a Gen Z and progressive, you're probably doing some shit. You're probably doing some shit, especially if you're AFAB. It has shown time and time again, women touch grass, feminine people touch grass, people are touching grass, okay? Chat says Anna defended Anna Kasparian against the crazy leftists. I just said exactly. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Anna's a centrist.
which is the discovery that the brain is pretty elastic. It forms certain pathways in response to environmental stimuli across the lifespan, even well past age 25. People of any age can and do recover cognitive, motor, linguistic function after a stroke. Other parts of the brain compensate for the damaged parts. There was another really interesting study out of London looking at taxi drivers. Taxi drivers had larger hippocampi. Hippocampi are associated with memory and also with spatial awareness. And because they were constantly practicing spatial awareness and remembering where things were in the city on a map, their hippocampi got stronger. We also know that there's increased activity in the language areas of the brain for people learning a new language even well into adulthood, and that meditation impacts brain activity even after just a few weeks, that it impacts the limbic system, which is responsible for the more emotional centers of life, to be less reactive. When adults learn a new instrument, not just children, their corpus callosum gets bigger. So this notion that the brain is ever fully mature or complete or cooked is an incorrect one.
It is incorrect. And that's why people become stagnant. They become stagnant thinking your brain stops developing at 25, and they become stagnant thinking conservatism is a sign of wisdom. You have to deconstruct. You have to deconstruct. You have to remain introspective. You have to dig deeper. Most people won't. So, in some ways you won't be the exception, like being born into $1 million family, but in some ways be exceptional by being introspective and being kind and compassionate, and understanding that though Dr. Anna is trying to stand up for women, I think she's doing it at the disservice of most people in very difficult and abusive situations, because most people who are getting pregnant at 19 are certainly not Nara Smith. Be careful uplifting the exception as an assumption of the generalization, because they're the general, because like, even with myself, I would never ask you to do what I've done, because I know in which ways I'm exceptional only because of the circumstance I was born into. Like, I think about like sibling dynamics. Like when I watch things, I can be like, your ability to sibling dynamic is interesting. Like I grew up in very specific sibling dynamics, emotional labor for people, growing up in a household, loving people unconditionally, having good memories with people, going on road trips with my siblings, camping trips, hanging out. I get messages from my siblings all the time saying, bro, I miss you, bro. I wish you would come over. I miss you. I miss our time together. Like, just think about that. Think about how lucky I am. My parents made so many kids so I would have a bunch of friends, and understand I still would have been okay if my parents hadn't, because there was neglect because they had so many kids. There was no way two people could give 10 kids the attention they needed. And yet I am grateful for every single one of my siblings. I am grateful that I had a house full of laughter, and I've got a bunch of fucking cousins. My grandma had 17 fucking babies, and she started at 16. And am I grateful for all my aunties and uncles? Sure. Am I grateful all of them gave me first and second cousins? Sure. Would I also have preferred my grandma not to have 17 fucking births? Yes. So y'all do this game, bro. Y'all do this game where it's like, yeah, but Brittany, if your grandma didn't have 17 babies, you wouldn't have been here. Okay. And great. I hope Nara Smith's kids one day grow up and go, even though my mom did it, I definitely don't want to be 19 and having a baby. Like, just because our moms did it doesn't mean we have to.
Might be mainly matured by mid-20s, but ideally we keep growing and changing and strengthening neurologically throughout our lives. And when we don't do that, that's when things like neurodegenerative disorders like dementia pop up. And I think that's actually why a lot of neurodegenerative disorders pop up, and why a lot of people get sort of cognitive decline with age, is because they're not exposing themselves anymore when they're in retirement. They think that retirement is just the time to kind of get complacent, just relax, do nothing, and they're no longer stimulating their brain. Other ways that the brain continues to develop and mature across the lifespan: myelination continues into our 30s and 40s. Myelin is the fatty sheath around neurons that's—
Oh yeah, chat said Lucky also had a kid when he was 18 or 19, by the way. Are they not the same age? You're right. Lucky did have a kid before, and now they have a wider family. Wait, you're right. So they have 5 kids total? I guess Lucky has 5 kids total.
Speed up signal transmission. Well into the 30s and 40s, people tend to deepen their empathy and their emotion regulation and their insight. White matter tends to increase in mid-adulthood. There's more sophisticated moral reasoning and abstract thinking as you get deeper into your life. So how do we balance the two halves of this paradox? How should we talk about young adults knowing that they're not yet fully mature from a neurological standpoint, but they need life experiences in order to get that maturity? I think the main thing we need to remember is that development is gradual. There's no magical age at which someone is suddenly an adult and has the right to do whatever they want. or suddenly goes from being 0% responsible for themselves to being 100% responsible for themselves. When I think about my own development, I definitely think that like around age 25, I experienced a lot of growth, but I also experienced a lot of growth at age 21. I also experienced a lot of growth the years after age 25. And actually, when I really sit down and think about what preceded those biggest developments, it was usually a very big change and stressor in my life. It was usually something environmental that triggered me stepping into a deeper stage of development. So when people say things to kids or minors like, oh, you can make blank decision about your life, like you can decide how to decorate your house or whether you want to dye your hair when you're 18, it doesn't quite make sense. Nothing is going to magically change when that person turns 18. They don't go from being 0% responsible to 100% responsible. And in fact, it's important to encourage children taking age-appropriate responsibilities and risks on, like letting a 2-year-old maybe go down a slide on their own if they've proven capable of it, or letting an 8-year-old take responsibility of.
So it looks like Nara got pregnant 3 months after their wedding. 21-year-old revealed he's expecting his second child with his first wife, Nara Pellman. So he was 21 and she was 19. So she was 18 and he was 20 when they got married. And he had a baby with somebody else. Back in October, Lucky posted a statement on Instagram discussing his daughter and revealing he shares legal and physical custody with his ex. Just because I don't blast my daughter on social media to the world does not mean I'm not with her. I think they're pretty good at protecting their kids from social media, I think. He's been modeling. Wait, the fashion star began modeling at the age of 12. Is that him or her? And Lucky began dating his wife. So he's been modeling since he was 12 and she's been modeling since she was 14. So they were married. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to rewind this a bit.
Children taking age-appropriate responsibilities and risks on, like letting a 2-year-old maybe go down a slide on their own if they've proven capable of it, or letting an 8-year-old take responsibility of running a lemonade stand, or letting a 10-year-old learn sex education in school. What counts as age-appropriate is somewhat subjective and culture-bound. So I'm not going to pretend I have the answer, but let me just ask you then. At what age do you think we should allow the age of consent? At what age should we allow people to drink alcohol, people to vote, people to enlist in the army? After recording this video, I was talking with my husband about these questions, and while talking about it, I realized these ages should be kind of like a minimum threshold, right? It doesn't mean that everyone is necessarily ready to do all these things at those ages, but it is the age at which if people are ready, they should be able to. I think these benchmarks should be minimums and not necessarily that we should see them as like, oh, everyone at this age must be ready to do these things. At what age do you think it should be acceptable to get a job, move out of your parents' house?
Well, Anna, that's a great question. We have been debating that forever, which is why the age of consent came into society, I think around the 1800s, if I'm not mistaken, because my partner and I just looked it up. So I'm kind of forgetting when it got introduced. But the age of consent came into play, in society kind of recently, not so recently. And it's always over the idea of protecting the women, the girls, right? And the property attached to them or whatever else. So we are discussing what the age of consent should be. And I think in Romania, it's like 16 or something, right? In Europe, the age of consent is too low. It's too low here. It's too low, period. Okay. And so again, we have to, I think, we are having those conversations and we are asking to raise the age of consent. I think 18 is probably fine, but 18 doesn't indicate much. I don't think you should be able to join the military at 18. I think you should have to wait till you're 21. I think you should be able to drink at 18, and I think you should be able to smoke, and I don't think you should be able to join the military. So that's the thing. Like, I don't think the age of consent should be, you know what I mean? Something we stop discussing. I don't think it should be 25, but I think you shouldn't be able to take on intense burdens too young, like life-changing decisions like the military. And I understand some people are like, the military is the best thing that ever happened to me. But why was that the best thing that ever happened to you? Was it because of the position you were born into? I think we forget that a lot of people go to the military to escape poverty or to have a direction in life. And that's how they get you. That's how they get you, girls. They come for you when you're young and marginalized and they say, hey, is your life tough? 4 years and I'll give you a degree to school. Give us your life. Let me use your body as cannon fodder. And I promise you I'll give you a degree unless you die before that. It's like, look, I think you should be able to, and I've had 4 brothers in the military. Okay, let me tell you, and all of them got stories that, does not paint the military in the greatest light. Even if some of them, one of them in particular, got a college degree through it. Okay. So again, I think we should have conversations about it, right? But I think that's a problem. We are already having it. Anna's acting like we're not already having that convo. We are having that convo. Like, even if you're, okay, I'll give you this example. Even if you're the exception, I want you to be wise enough to know that then we literally can't base it off your life. But we can have conversations about how to make everyone else get into a position where being the exception is a little bit more common. So some people would say that, like, well, Brittany, don't you think like just because being gay works for some people, doesn't that make them the exception? No, because being gay and in a relationship works just about as well as being straight and every other like metric, depending on what metric you're using, right? So you have to think about that, right? Chat says, what about porn? What about to do porn? Porn's a good example. I think you... I think you shouldn't be able to work for a porn studio at 18, but I think you should be able to be naked at 18. Like if you're 18, you're an adult, you're allowed to be naked. It's not my business. But I think that I would encourage people to wait a second before working with institutions and businesses that are predatory on 18-year-olds. If your business is predicated on being a predator towards teenagers, then I think teenagers shouldn't be able to work with you and you shouldn't be able to make business with them. And but that's the problem is like, I think the dilemma is like, we're talking about the freedom versus I would rather have it against the law and have the exception being kids who can advocate for themselves. So you know how some teenagers, what's it called, guys, when you can separate from your parents legally and you can advocate for yourself in court and you'll be treated like an adult? I would rather that be the standard. So the standard emancipation, thank you. I would rather the standard being like, you don't get to do this work unless you can prove and advocate for yourself that you're prepared to do it. Because otherwise, I don't really like the idea that like, you're 18, you know what you're doing. No, you're 18, you probably don't know what you're doing. So make sure you have informed consent. So here, let's talk about consent again in this context. So what happens is boom. Let's make that bigger. Boom. So you have informed consent, consent, and no consent. So this no consent is we need child marriages because the village is dying and we need more babies. Okay. This is, they were just in love and got married. And even though she was 14 and he was 24, like they made it work. Okay. This is, hey, just FYI, if you get married at 14 to a 24-year-old, you're probably going to be extremely stunted. And by the time you hit 24 yourself, you're probably going to start to question everything you've ever done. And you'll probably be 6 babies in. So let's have a conversation about how this is going to impact us in the long term, right? So it's kind of one of those things where there needs to be a conversation about like how society has moved in a direction. But this is why this bubble is so scary. This bubble of you ought to make babies, you have an obligation to make babies. That bubble is scary because it doesn't care about the long-term effects. It only cares about the short-term effect of making offspring. It's dangerous to everybody involved, including the offspring. Okay? Women die in childbirth to this day. People die in childbirth. Chat says, does this include child actors? Yeah, I'm not a fan of child Hollywood stars. Have you seen JoJo Siwa? Have you seen Amanda Bynes? Have you seen how these celebrity kids get fucked over time and time again? Is it worth it to you for your children to end up this fucked? Is it worth it to you? Apparently it is. You know? Chet says informed consent doesn't matter when your brain cannot make mature decisions. I disagree with you because you have to put a line in the sand because 50-year-olds don't make mature decisions. You can have kids can make informed consent. I'll give you an example. I nannied for children, and I would give kids choices. I'd be like, okay, you can have the carrot, or you can have the Brussels sprout. And they'll say, what's the difference? And I tell them what the difference is, what the experience might be. They can pick and choose which one to have. You can go to sleep or you can play games. They can make informed consent, just not about all things. Do you know what I'm saying? You can allow children to be given opportunity to make choices so they learn how to make choices as adults. But you have to tell them the details of what the choice is. We don't do that in the world. We let kids sign school loans without reading the final print. We let people join the military without informed consent. We let people have sex without informed consent. Informed means you understand the information and you have the information, right? Chet says, so did Lucky take advantage of her? No, I doubt it. No, I think they're 2 years apart. They come from the same bubbles, absolutely have so much in common. They're probably super high compatibility partners, both child models, similar family structures, same goals, values, same outlook on life. No, they are adhering to the script they were raised in. And the only people who took advantage of them, well, I don't know if anyone took advantage of them, really. Right? But no, I don't think he took advantage of her. I think more or less it was like just an exception. It's just an exception, you know? And just because you're the exception doesn't mean you're the rule. So you have to be considerate of that, you know? Chet says kids aren't as dumb as we think they are. To an extent, yeah, kids aren't stupid. It's like, hey, I'm autistic, I'm not stupid. I need, because people do that to me. They're like, well, you're autistic, so you must not understand. Hey, I'm autistic, I'm not stupid. That's a kid, they're not stupid. They're just a kid. And that's the problem. You can't treat people like they're stupid. You have to treat people accordingly by meeting them where they are. Right? Chet says, I mean, I've been both, but no, but seriously, that's funny. But like, seriously, what stupid is, guys, stupid is an ableism term. It means your R word. It means you're so declined, you're basically disabled mentally. That's what stupid means. That's why it was considered rude at some point. That's why it's ableistic, because you're saying you're stupid. You're saying you're too stupid. And you're not stupid. And even if people are in that position, that doesn't mean you get to be objectified. It doesn't mean, like, I know we all do dumb things, and even dumb is also a word that comes from ableism, right? We all make mistakes. We all make the wrong decisions. We're not wise. We all make unwise decisions. But we're allowed to consent to unwise decisions. We're allowed to say, oh yeah, I made this decision with informed consent, but I didn't have the wisdom to understand the situation, but that still was a lesson I had to learn, and nobody took advantage of me. It's called living life and making mistakes. But now that I'm older, I make better decisions, right? And I feel like that's the part of the conversation that's missing. Okay, let's finish out this video.
Get married, have kids if you want to. I don't know that there's a right or wrong age. What I do know, though, is that if we keep pushing back these norms and sort of pathologizing people doing things early on in their lives, we're going to get generations that are just further and further delayed in their development. Like, there's actually a theory running right now that now the brain matures at age 25, but back in older times when people were, married with kids by 22, that their brains might have been fully developed earlier, and we just didn't have the science to really test it. And if we keep infantilizing young adults, are their brains just going to continue maturing slower and slower, later and later? And I think it's not just about age either, but also about the individual.
I just hate this narrative because our grandmas and fathers and grandpas were pushed into adult situations they were not even prepared for and didn't even want to do against their consent in so many situations because people wanted them to grow up faster, and that didn't work. So yes, are we probably overcorrecting in many ways? Yes, but I don't think we should go back to what we already know failed. It failed generations of people for thousands of years. I don't know why you're making an argument that sounds like we should go back to teen pregnancy.
Has this individual mastered their previous levels of development, and are they ready to move on?
Chat said, is maturing slower a bad thing? First of all, we already mature slow. And yes, it is a bad thing, but we already do it now. We've always done it. Who's mature? Give me a person in fucking politics, in the news, in media, who y'all think is mature. Who? It's not a thing we focus on. We do not have the wisdom. We've never had it. We've never had it. So why are we acting like these 50-year-olds, 80-year-olds who are in charge of us are fucking mature? I don't know, Elon. Elon doesn't like me anymore. I don't know why. I feel like Elon and I were friends, and now we're not friends. I don't get why we're not friends. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, please. Even I know I am immature in so many ways. Of course I am. I'm a 36-year-old autistic woman who slowly developed over time because I didn't have the tools until recently. And I'm getting the tools every day, but girl, of course. That's why I say by 50, I hope I have it under control. Tress says, why is maturity so rare then? Does anyone have it? Yes, people have it. Usually in conjunction with wisdom. Wisdom! Even Uncle Iroh in Avatar The Last Airbender was a pretty immature guy. Until he was evoking wisdom. Then his maturity appeared. Uncle Iroh is a great balance of immature and mature, but the maturity came out when the wisdom was evoked. We must seek wisdom over time, earned through experience by making good decisions. There's no wisdom in promoting teen pregnancy. There's no wisdom in fucking praising teen pregnancy. So in my mind, Anna comes off very immature here because Anna thinks maturity is praising Nara Smith who had a baby at 19. No, there's no wisdom in having a teen pregnancy, even if it turned out okay. Okay? Chad says, what do you think about religions written scripts for their offspring? I don't know what that means. What do you mean writing scripts for their offspring? I don't know what that means. What does that mean? Like having them head in a direction, like telling them, what does that mean? I don't know what that means. Chad says maturity is a concept we came up with. Let's not forget. Well, that too, it is a construct of expectation, right? Of behavior. And it reminds me of one of those kids who regurgitate what they hear their parents say during dinner, or as if they have an originally formed opinion. Well, she's a mom now, so, you know. And that's why we say about the Mormon wives, like, that's someone's parents. Like, these people are raising babies, you know? And that's why I say people are always so sensitive around kids and parenting. But that's why I'm trying to say, like, the best decision I ever made as a parent is not to become one. And I don't think that's for everybody. I don't think everyone needs to not have kids, but I think it's the best decision I ever made as a parent. And for every person who's like, but you're not a parent, you don't get it. Because you forgot that you were also a kid. And I was a kid. And even if I had a baby, I would have had it at a time when I thought either if I ever had a baby, I would have had it when a time I wasn't prepared and I did my best, and that's valid. But if I had a baby, know that I would have been prepared for it in a lot of ways, right? So again, maturity and wisdom have to go together. And I think sometimes we don't know the difference because we don't see it. We don't see it. And that's why, like, all these male gurus that get pushed into positions of power because they're so wise are out here, like, assaulting people. Because that's not wisdom. That's just branding. It's not wisdom. It's branding.
On to the next one. You know, like the example I gave of like a 2-year-old is ready to go down the slide on their own. Well, okay, like that depends on the 2-year-old. Like, have they shown that they're able to balance themselves when you do it with them? Or are they still very much in need of some scaffolding there? Like, it's individual dependent as well, but development has to be gradual. It's not a 0 to 100 thing, and it has to be tailored to the person's specific skills and capabilities. And one last thought, remember how I was talking earlier about how Gen Z was overprotected by their parents and made to very strongly prioritize safety? I feel like this may be part of what we're seeing here. It can be scary to move out of your parents' house, to start dating, to get a job, to get married, to have kids, to move to a new city, to switch careers, or whatever other life goal you have for yourself that feels new and unfamiliar. But I think my generation needs to remember that we grow as a result of scary life experiences. Without those life experiences, we stagnate. We remain static. We fall behind compared to what we had envisioned for ourselves.
Jordan Peterson has this this comment about this idea that, like, you always want to know where the line is and cross just over it, right? And that's to learn your boundaries, to learn your strengths and weaknesses. And I agree with that, right? You want to, when you're testing yourself, you want to go just past the boundary to see like where is safe, but then you want to learn where the real line is. We think the line is somewhere that it might not be until we test ourselves, right? Good, test yourself, right? Like test yourself. But at the same time, I think there is something to be said about the romanticization of young, mature people. We are romanticizing toxic relationships in the same way we're romanticizing you're so mature for your age. My parents go, you were so much more mature at your age at 10. What happened? You think I was more mature at 10 years old because I was religious? That's what they think maturity is. They think maturity is coming to Christ. I think maturity is adhering to a standard of reliability and responsibility to yourself and your community. I think maturity is a combination of a state of mind which allows you in that moment to exhibit behavior that is reliable and responsible and is able to discern. So sure, was I mature for my age? In moments. Absolutely. Was I mature for my age in moments? Absolutely. But it was moments. Am I mature now? In moments. Not all the time, not every day, not every minute. But I have moments. But I might die an unwise person, right? Because I am seeking out the right to earn that wisdom in the first place. But I openly say, like, I am actively, a majority of my life, pretty immature. But that's why I know I'm earning the right to say that I feel like mature. I make mature decisions. I make a lot of mature observations. I make a lot of wise observations, but not every second of every day, girls. You watch my streams, you know that. You know? Chet says, was it mature or was it masking? Both, but I think I did have absolutely a lot of maturity. I know because I could compare myself to my peers. But a big part of it was that I was autistic and I was really well read. Look, when you're a kid who's read like 500 books, you have a leg up in different ways, but not in others, right? So it was both. Like I was mature in many ways, but I wasn't in many other ways. In some ways, I was so immature. So I'll give myself some credit, right? Chess says, Brittany, would you have children if you were a millionaire? Imagine yourself in our shoes. No. Maybe you're new to my audience. No. It's not just about money. No. I did not have kids because I don't have money, y'all. Money was one of the many factors, but I make enough money that I should have been able to have kids in America 20 years ago. No. It wouldn't matter if I was rich. Why would I have babies? Just because I have money. Rich people have babies all the time and they're horrible parents. Having a baby because you're rich is not a reason to have a baby. Okay? Discord said is another way of putting that a mature person is one who's obtained the tools to make wise decisions. Well, maybe wise decisions more than non-wise decisions. Like, do you make wise decisions, act wisely and maturely most of the time, or only when it's called for? Is this a part of you growing up and being an adult in the room? And then do you allow yourself moments to be a kid? Like, I think there is such an appropriateness to being immature into your adulthood. But I think sometimes adults in their 50s and 60s will be like, I'm very mature for my age. And I'm like, didn't you have an affair? Aren't you sleeping with a 20-year-old? Do you know what I'm saying? Why are you coming to me and saying I'm mature for my age? And I'm like, did you cheat on your wife? Aren't you sleeping with a 19-year-old? Sure, everybody thinks they're mature, but I want to know what your life is. I want to know what you're doing. Chad says, literally my dad. Shout out to your dad. Just kidding. You know, so that's what I mean, right? Okay, and then Chad says, I've wondered how ethical it is to indoctrinate kids. That's what I meant by writing scripts off for offspring. All parents give their children scripts. And if you don't, you're probably bad at parenting. You must give your child a script, but give them the freedom to edit it. You must give your children direction, but also give them the right to edit it. If you give a child no script, you are setting that child up for failure. The religious people give a child a script with no option to edit, and that's the problem. You must give your child a direction. You must give yourself a direction, but give them the right to edit it. And that's where religious parents fail, because there's no right to edit it. And that's the problem, right? Yeah, I think that's how I think about it. And adapt the script, exactly, chat, and change it and morph it, you know? But scripts, you know, it's like I follow scripts all the time. That's why I say small talk is so important, right? Like, small talk is so important. You have to follow the script of small talk in public to signal to your community you're safe, because that's how we know, right? I'm not saying it's always important at every turn. I get annoyed with small talk too. But if the woman at the register says, or the man at the register says, "Hi, how are you?" You better say, "I'm great, how are you?" You better not say, "Fuck off, bitch," because that is the wrong script, okay? Chat says, Brittany, I remember that you said you wanted 6 kids. What exactly changed your mind? Ooh, girl, you've been away for 2 years. How long has it been, girls? Has it been 2 years yet? It's been about a year. I think a year and a half, right? I did want 6 kids, but wanting them is not the same thing as making the decision to have them. Yeah, I did want 6 kids because I think it was a perfect number of kids to have. So the kids all have friends and we all have a village. But wanting it and making it a reality are two different things in my mind, right? And things changed. Life changed. I changed. But, you know, if I had 6 kids at the time when I had them, I would have made it work. But wanting them and doing it is different. Okay? And yeah, I want a lot of things, but I'm very realistic about what I pursue in life. Having 6 kids, Chet says, do you still fantasize about having kids? No, I don't. I mean it when I say it, guys. It went away. I literally changed as a person. I never think about it anymore. I never want them. I love kids, but I never think about it anymore. It's completely gone. Versus prior to it, I was always thinking about having kids. I was so excited about having kids. But the thing is, and the thing was always true for me, not only did I never get married, I never had kids. I never got pregnant. Do you know what I'm saying? I never do anything big, really big like that, unless I absolutely know it's for the best. And I'm pretty consistent in that matter. You know, Chet says having a dog is like having a kid. Bro, we won't even have a dog. Like, our standard of owning a dog or adopting a dog or welcoming a dog into the family is so high. Like, I have judgments about people who have dogs. You know what I'm saying? You want to know if I'm judging you for having kids? I'm judging all of you for everything. But I also am not here to condemn you, so you figure it out, you know? I think I would have been a great mom if I had had a kid. But I didn't become a mom because it wasn't in alignment with my joy. Period. But if my partner and I had decided it was in alignment with our joy to have children, then we would have started the process of getting to the point in which making those babies made sense. And we could have gotten there. We could have gotten there if both of us sat together and said, okay, we're going to have babies. We would have then set the standard of getting there, just like with the house. We sat together and said, okay, we're going to get a house. And now we're on a pathway of doing everything possible to get that house in the same way we would have done had we wanted kids. Period. That's how we plan. That's how we work as brains. We make a deal. We agree on the outcome and the goal and the plan, and we set the plan into motion. I'm going to become a full-time streamer and YouTuber, and I'm going to maintain this as my job forever, content creation. Okay, every resource goes into making that a reality. Because that's how we work as people. Set the plan into motion and follow it through. And that's how we do things. So you can do it your way, but I'm not winging marriage, kids, or a house. If I winged having a house, I'll never have one. If I winged marriage, I would have married the wrong person. If I winged getting pregnant, I wouldn't have been on birth control. I'm not winging things like this, including adopting animals. I'm not winging it. This is very serious. Yes, chat, sounds very Taurus. Yes, girls, it is. It's the Taurus in me. It's a Taurus in me, girl. Okay, let's finish out this video.
So when we see someone like Nara Smith having her 4th child at age 23 and we think, oh my God, there are so many things that could go wrong. Yes, and that is okay. Maybe her marriage won't last. Maybe having 4 kids will be extremely hard. But you know what? Even if that is the case, it will only make her grow even stronger. It will only help her develop as a person. Stop letting fear of what could go wrong stop you from doing the things you wanted for yourself.
Oh, then stop worrying about Gen Z. I guess they're fine. Maybe you're worrying too much about Gen Z, Anna. Let it go. So what if they're at home? What if they're not? So what if they're not adventuring? Maybe you just think about it too much, Anna. Maybe don't be concerned. Because you know what? Even if they end up stagnant and not moving out of their parents' house, like, that's life. It's okay. Sometimes people don't move out of their parents' house. We should all desire wisdom and growth to the best of our abilities that coincides with our joy. It is right to be concerned. It is also right to give people a path to growth.
Stop letting the allure of emotional safety trap you into never getting out of your comfort zone. Stop worrying that you'll get hurt. Yes, you will get hurt. It's not a matter of if, but when. And when you do, you will grow immensely as a person. Anyway, I thought this was an interesting nuance because we often hear about this notion that, the brain's not fully cooked till age.
Okay, I'll be nicer to her. Because Discord said, like, hello, divorce is traumatic for children. Broken homes are traumatic. Yes. Okay, I'll be nice to Anna. Let me be nice. In Anna's defense, some of y'all are so trapped by your anxiety, you won't even wipe your own butts. So you need to figure that out. Some of y'all are so trapped by your own bullshit that you won't actually get off the couch and go get a job. Some of y'all are so trapped by your own life, you won't even ask a person out because God forbid you get rejected. Some of y'all are so trapped by your life, you identify as incels on the internet instead of fucking getting out there and living your life. Some of y'all are so trapped by your toxic masculinity that you are deciding that feminism is the reason your life sucks instead of actually just getting a personality. So sure, some of y'all are fucking up. I just think it's interesting that she's picking on, you know what I'm saying? It sounds like she's picking on progressives instead of the conservatives that are making up the loneliness epidemic, these men that are adhering to patriarchal standards and fucking women over, right? It's interesting that she's not criticizing the number one group who's experiencing loneliness, which is men. And instead of using men as the example, it's all women, people of color, and she's protecting who? A person upholding the patriarchy.
25, and it's just important to remember that part of the reason for that is you need certain experiences in order to fully develop. So if you're a young adult, don't be afraid to experience life early on because that's going to help you mature. No one is born mature. They become mature through experiences and time. Let me know what you thought of this topic. See you soon.
True, we become mature through, but you have to learn the lessons too, right? And look, I want to be good faith. Maybe that's what she means. Chat saying maybe that's what she means by the whole thing. Yeah, maybe that is what she means. But I think she should be careful about the examples she uses then. Because yeah, the number one group of Gen Z people that are suffering the most are the people complaining about a loneliness epidemic that they created themselves by thinking they needed to be married in the first place, which is men. So they do need help and a lot of support. But we should stop telling women to be married before 25, and we should stop telling men that they have to be fulfilled by being married in the first place. Okay? I think as parents, a lot of us fail our kids by not socializing them correctly, not making sure our kids have friends, not making sure they're able to, socialize in a way that puts them at an advantage in different ways. Like, so many of y'all didn't have friends and don't have friends as adults, and your parents did not socialize you correctly. If you genuinely do not know how to make a superficial friend or even a casual friend by 40, your parents failed socializing you. If you are literally on the internet saying like, I'm 42 years old and I've never had a real friend, you're either lying, you were abused, or something went severely wrong because it is so easy to have a friend. Because friend is a casual way to say connection with other person who I'm not related to. That's it. You don't have a casual connection with anybody. You don't have a church friend, a skating friend, a hobby friend. Okay? That's how we should look at this. Like, hey, what's wrong? What went wrong? Because something went wrong. During my autism assessment, he was like, do you have friends? I have a ton of friends, bro. Do I have close friends? I have like a handful of close friends. That's true. I have a very small group of individual people I'm very, very close to, but I have a ton of fucking friends. My parents heavily socialized us as kids. My parents made a great effort to heavily socialize us. 3-4 times a week, we were doing social events, and they were often free neighborhood events, right? So the dilemma is like, I see in which ways my parents failed and in which ways they succeeded. And I see in which ways other parents seem to have succeeded with their kids, but failed in other ways, like socializing their kids. I know so many adults with houses and good jobs and no friends. So yeah, you might have gotten a house, you might have this thing, but you don't have any friends. And if you're looking for close friends, then you got to treat close friends the same way you treat the high compatibility like lover and partner, like as a rarity, right? Chad says, do you think media has manipulated how we expect friendships to look? Yes. Yeah. 100%. I think media is convincing a lot of us that we need groups of friends. Groups of friends are not like the ones you see on TV shows. And even if they are, if you look at those friendships, they fight. They go months without talking. Some of them move on and don't have lives together. In Will and Grace, their season goes in two directions. One where they don't stay friends in the end, and one where they do. In Friends, they have moments where they don't talk to each other, and there's feuds in the friendship, right? In How I Met Your Mother, Lily and Marshall almost have a divorce, and they grow apart and come back together. Like, if you pay attention to the media does in some ways criticize this idea of a perfect friendship, right? Or Sex in the City friends. There's moments where the girls are mad at each other. They have spats, they have fights, right? But if you want a Sex in the City friendship, you have to build it off things you have in common. And how do those girls meet? What is the thing they have in common? A dysfunctional relationship with dating. All 4 of those girls are completely different personalities. And the thing that keeps them together is their place in New York. And remember when Samantha lived in LA for a while with Smith? That was a whole thing. Okay, the girls come together to trauma dump about men. And they have connections through work, but they make it happen over time. So again, like, I think people don't know what they want because they don't know what they want it to look like, right? Like, what do you want it to look like? You know? Chad says, Brittany, do you think parents should have to answer for their child's existence? You're the antinatalist, right? Are you asking me from that perspective? Is that what you're asking? I don't know what that means. I'm not a pessimistic person about making babies. Like, I'm not pessimistic about it. So do I think parents should have to answer for their children's existence? I don't know what you're asking me, right? You know? Chad says Miranda and Samantha both feel insecure in their gender expression. Miranda for how she performs femininity, and Samantha her age and avoidance issues. Oh, and don't even get me started on the reboot. What were they thinking with this reboot? The reboot was so bad, you know? All right, give me a second to take a little bit of a break, and I'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. We'll watch the video essay by Rowan Ellis about is it ethical to have kids, and then we'll have this conversation. But remember, I am pro-children. I'm just not, I don't think you should have children as a prescription. You know? I don't think you should have children as a prescription. Okay, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Music pause. 1, 2, 3. All right. I'm back. I'm back. Oops, sorry. That was rude. I shouldn't have done that. My bad. I thought of something when I was peeing. Hold on. What was it? Damn it. I had a good pee thought and then I forgot it. Sign of immaturity, talking about urination. In this particular fashion, urination, a more mature word to explain peeing. Peeing, a less mature word to explain urination. It was about babies, having babies. Oh, and the bubble I was raised in, that's what it is. In the bubble I was raised in, when you get married, it is very common for right away, people to say like, oh my God, are you pregnant yet? It's like, I've been married a month. Oh my God, are you pregnant yet? I remember my mom, pro-life, really wants us to have a baby. Okay. I explained to her, like, I'm on birth control. We're not having a baby. And then she was like, Betsy, you should be natural. Take out your birth control. And I was like, if I take out my birth control, I'm not going to have sex. And she goes, just take it out. Be natural. Now, here's the problem. Okay. I'm at the stage in my marriage, in my life, where my partner and I both understand the responsibility and weight of having a child to such a degree that we would rather be celibate for 5 years than risk having a baby. So God forbid they took away all the birth control and we couldn't get our tubes tied or a vasectomy or something done. We would literally probably not have penetrative sex. Because that is how serious we are about not making a baby. And it would not come at the expense of the marriage because, you know, we know other ways to be intimate, but like, that's the problem. The problem is like other people, and I get it. In my 20s, I was a lot more sex-brained. I get it. Okay, yes, chat says pegging is still on the table. Yes, it is, girl. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are ways around it. There is just a stage in life you hit, for me at least, in which it is so serious to me having a baby. Just so serious that I would rather, and it would not impact our marriage because we're on the same page. Because we would agree. You know, we would agree that having a baby is not an option. Okay? So that's, yeah, chat says anyone can use a strap. Hey, you know, those double straps, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I think that's the difference in mindset. A lot of people, most babies are unplanned. So if we know most babies are unplanned, then when I sit here and say, yeah, it's very serious, people go, oh yeah, it's serious for me too. No, it's not. If you had an unplanned pregnancy, you are not serious about making a baby. Jen and Zach and Mormon Wives are in the middle of possibly getting a divorce, and they literally risked having sex unprotected, and now they're pregnant with number 3. They just had her, actually. A girl. I think Penelope's her name. That's what I'm saying. Like, you are not as serious as I am when I say, like, I am not making a baby. I'm not making a baby. And other people are like, yeah, like, making a baby is so serious. I think we're defining serious different. Okay. Now, in my family, none of the babies were unplanned in the traditional sense, because when you don't believe in birth control and you just have sex, they're all planned. I think the Mormon girls, actually, wait, I think Macy said that in the Mormon episode I watched today. I'm going to have a new episode out for you guys. She said not taking birth control is planning for pregnancy. I agree. You are planning to have a baby, you know? Right? So that's the thing. Now, chat, I don't know if you're an anti-natalist in the sense that you're saying because kids can't consent to being born, you shouldn't have them. Sure, but I think that's something to consider when having a baby. Totally. They don't consent to being here, but you should take that into consideration. Now, I also assume you're vegan, since you care so much about consent, right? Which is great. I'm plant-based myself, right? So let's make sure that we understand why we think babies, since they can't consent, shouldn't be born, and why we think animals can consent to dying to feed us, right? So like, it's one of those things where I hold similar standards of it's better to harm reduce instead of be perfect. I think you can have a baby and harm reduce. I think you can exist in a world that is imperfect. And I would never ask my audience to be perfect. But I am curious on people's like where they draw the line. Right? Discourse said people often have kids to as an excuse to avoid inner work. Absolutely. Especially since when you have kids and you're busy, you don't have time to meditate, which is why I recommend, if I was a parent, I would be the kind of parent that had my kid meditate with me. I would be the kind of parent that was like, mommy's going to go to work. You can make a decision if you want to go to work and do a project, but mommy has to go to work. So let's talk about what we do. Right? Like, let's talk about sort of, if mommy's meditating, you should meditate with me. Okay, let's go meditate together. Let's go exercise together. Let's go do stuff together. Like, I would want my kid to be a part of my life. And then if I was like, hey, mommy needs 10 minutes of quiet time. Let's do quiet out. Let's do our 15 minutes of quiet. It'd be a group activity. Or, hey, mommy needs some alone time. You know, when you need alone time, mommy needs some alone time. So you can hang out, you know, and I can go do that. But the idea is like, there are ways to involve your kids in your decisions. I know a lot of parents, a lot of mothers who are very overrun right now, very tired, and they're not socializing their kids. They're not giving themselves a reprieve. They don't know how to have friends and have babies. They don't know how to have a community. They had a baby because they thought it was like fun or a good idea or something to do, but they don't think about their life with the baby. The baby should add to your life. Hear me when I say this. A baby should make your life better, not worse. So if you're the kind of parent who has a baby and talks about how much your life got worse, okay, that's not the baby's fault. That's your planning. But like, let's talk about it. Your baby should make your life a better thing, just like your partner should be better. Okay, we got to choose better partners and choose better times to have babies. Okay? But that's the thing. We're not thinking about those things. We're only thinking about like, oh, having a baby is so hard. I'm so tired. Of course you're tired. You just birthed a thing out of your body. Of course you're tired. Nobody's sleeping. Of course you're tired. Like the baby needs, you know, attention when you should be. Of course you're tired. Okay? But like at the same time, the responsibility falls on us. And that's why I hate the idea that people are like, I'm so mature, I'm so smart, I'm so wise. But also I don't understand how I had a baby, right? And didn't think about socializing that baby. Like, we need help. We need to help people. People need support, right? Chad says, did you ever make a video about the ballerina farm lady? Nah, I didn't. I didn't. I wasn't that interested in at the time, honestly. Okay, now let's watch this video by Rowan Ellis. Is it ethical to have kids? I'm excited. Let's see what we think.
Ooh. Hi, I'm the girl with the list, and this is reason 315. I am not having selfish parents out there.
6 questions to ask yourself if you are trying to decide whether to have kids.
All parents, and I want to start
having all kids.
People that can't decide.
a lot of discourse about this disabled
Where parents shouldn't be having kids.
Best thing you could do in the
Their form of ethical adoption. No.
You're selfish.
I'm not the only one who thinks that this is like a lot, right? And when something is a lot, that's when I know that a video essay idea is about to slap me around the face. Once you reach a certain age, your FYP becomes all about parenthood. Should you have kids? Was having kids a mistake? Why don't you have kids? How dare you want kids? Look, this isn't going to be one of those videos where a YouTuber reacts to TikToks and calls it commentary. But these online spaces of self-expression and community seeking and like even anonymous honesty like TikTok or Reddit, dare I suggest, can actually tell us a lot about the modern state of parenting. I mean, as soon as you start scrolling, it becomes apparent that the stakes could not be higher. Morality, purpose, happiness, wealth, an actual human life. So in this video, I want to dive into the questions that we ask ourselves when we decide whether to have kids and interrogate some of our assumptions about what the answers might look like. TikTok loves a hot take, but what happens when that take is about, you know, creating an entire new person? Let's talk about the ethics of parenting, how we even start to make the choice to have a child in today's world, and whether the internet is the best place to help work it out, or maybe the worst. Part 1. Do you even want kids? The first question, I guess, to decide whether to have kids or not is ask if you actually, you know, want to have them. And on the surface, this seems pretty simple, but the answer might not be as easy to pin down as it seems.
Actually, that's a great point. So Chad asked me before about my own journey. I wanted kids, and then I had a transformation. And after the transformation, I no longer wanted kids. So present day Brittany does not want kids, nor is she having kids. So I'm not making it. So the decision for me was really easy. I am not a person who wants kids who's not having them. I'm a person who no longer wants kids after wanting them my whole life. I wanted babies when I was a baby. I remember being 9 years old and passing by maternity stores and being like, I can't wait to be pregnant. I can't wait to have a baby. Like, I loved playing with dolls. I loved playing with, I loved the idea of being a mother, right? And then I had a transformation. And after the transformation, my desire for children went away. My desire to be a mother went away. And so I am not having children, but I don't also want them now, which I think is different than wanting kids and then making the decision not to have them.
Our wants often shaped by the society that we live in, and the society that we live in, for the most part, really wants us to have kids. For much of our history, there's been an assumption that everyone who can will have children. Not just that.
Wait, Chad says, I don't know what that means, but if you still were the person, I don't know what this means, but if you were still the person who wanted 6 kids, I probably wouldn't watch. I don't know what that says about me or what it means about me. I don't know. That kind of sounds mean. Like, what? I don't know. That kind of sounds mean to me. Like, what's wrong with somebody wanting kids or wanting to be a parent? You know what I mean? Right? Like, what is that? Isn't that? I don't know what that means. You know? Unless you're so anti-children or anti-people wanting to be a family. Like, are you anti-family? My desire to be a parent was my desire to create, like, family memories and be a grandma who baked her grandkids pie and had great get-togethers and, like, raised a whole generation of great people. But I guess
you will have them, but you will want them. You will try for them. You'll plan your life around having them. It will affect who you are in a romantic relationship with, where you live, the timings of your career, what you spend your money on, what your very future looks like. This is what I'm going to call compulsory parenthood. I mean, think about the generations of girls given dolls to play with as a default. Think about the image of American sex-ed classrooms full of bags of flour or eggs as stand-ins for babies, teaching the basics of child rearing for an inevitable point in the future. Think about the doctors refusing treatment that might affect fertility or damage the womb or ovaries because, you might change your mind about wanting to have a baby in the future. Think about the often unspoken path of romantic relationships, from dating to moving in to marriage to children. The questions from family asking, when can we expect to hear the pitter-patter of tiny feet? It is an omnipresent social pressure that is so assumed to be part of our life's path that, to many people, I don't think it feels like a pressure at all. It's just what you do. It's not about if you'll have children, but when and how. To the point where I think that a lot of people, if they were asked why they wanted to have children, wouldn't necessarily...
P.S. Hold on. Where am I? Why am I blocked? Hello? Okay. In your own life, is this true? Because there is only one group of adults that is encouraging us to have kids, and that's my parents. My best friend's parents aren't. My in-laws are not. No adult in my life has asked me about a baby. Not one single person in my life has asked us when we're having babies. The only person who's asked us is my parents. Are people still asking you when you're having babies? Because in my progressive liberal bubbles, no one is asking that question. Nobody is having this conversation. So ask yourself that. Who are you hanging around? And is this still true? Or is it just true for, like, certain bubbles? Obviously, it's true for certain bubbles. But yeah, Chet says I was asked at the OBGYN. Well, you have to be asked there. Wait, pause. Your doctor has to... You mean your doctor asked you if you were planning to have a baby? Because that's kind of, like, important. That's just a medical question. Like, that's a medical question, guys. Your doctor doesn't care if you have a baby. They want to know if you're going to have a baby because that's kind of their job. Of course, my doctor asks us if we're having a baby because I kind of have to know if they're going to help me with that. But is that what you mean? Or are you talking about literally your doctor was like, when are you having a baby? And, like, you know what I mean? But I don't know what you mean. I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood.
Reflected on the question before, beyond picking reasons why they are doing something that they were always going to do. The alternative is wanting kids for a different reason and not wanting them at all. This idea of becoming a parent as a factual part of life has clear consequences for our attitudes to child-free people and gives a reason why people might enter parenthood without considering the alternatives in a meaningful way. For those for whom having a child is not innate, there is a degree to which this pathologizes people who do not have children. All people who do not have children, but particularly women, may be viewed as not adults and is immature, deficient, deviant, selfish, and or abnormal. Having children...
Oh, wait, pause. Chatter who said that maybe you wouldn't watch me if I still wanted 6 kids. Did you think I was a conservative who wanted 6 kids? And maybe that put you off? Because I was a progressive who wanted 6 kids. And I wanted them all to be gay and trans and black. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's a joke towards conservatives. Is that why it put you off? Like you thought I was a person who wanted 6 like kids because I was religious? Do you know what I mean? Is that... Because that would make sense. But I was a progressive who wanted kids. I'm sorry, chat. It was too easy of a joke. My bad. Is that immature of me? I'm sorry. Come on. It was funny, though. See how I like to poke at the conservatives? I just know what makes them mad.
Is seen as more than a neutral decision. It's the gateway to ultimate fulfillment. It unlocks lifelong access to the nuclear family, the socially acceptable form of family. It gives purpose and shields against loneliness. But for many people, their parents, especially their mothers, friendships and social life were tied into other parents.
Exactly. Chet says a progressive who wants 6 kids. I honestly have never heard that. And Chet said, yes, in my head, 6 kids would mean family content, and I don't like family content. Listen, I was looking at adoption. Right before my transformation, I was looking at disabled children stuck in the system who needed homes. That's who I was looking at. And adoption is already controversial as it is, but I was looking at children who were abandoned for medical reasons, and I was trying to make an income that could support those kids. That was my dream. My dream was to make a family and to give homes to people who really needed them, right? And to find, to do it solo, either as a well-off single person or to find a partner that would help me curate that. And by the way, my partner and I, sponsoring children is still on the table. So not necessarily adoption because we're very cynical about ethical adoption, but sponsoring people that are in the systems and about to leave. That's our goal. My goal is to be, in 10 to 20 years, is to be well off enough to have money set aside to sponsor people in the system, because statistically those kids end up back in the system. And I would just love to put our money towards, you know, getting people education, sponsoring individuals, like doing our best with our income because we're not having kids to still support children in a way. Like just because I'm not having kids doesn't mean I'm not going to support kids. You know what I'm saying?
Their model for adult friendship is tied to access to parenthood in many ways. Familial pressure can be explicit too, not just something learned passively through observation. Last month I made a video about wanting this channel to become more community funded and to sort of expand my Patreon community because of that. And oh boy, did you all show up. But I think one of the most exciting things about it for me is that it gives me a better chance to get you all involved in the creative process. And so for this video in particular, I was really interested in hearing from patrons around their thoughts about parenthood, their experiences as children or as adults, and they really pulled through. So throughout the video, there are going to be a number of anonymized clips from these patrons' testimonials, as well as the more traditional like interviews that I've done in the past in my videos. So I wanted to introduce that before we get into this first one, to give you a little bit of context. And I guess if you want to join the Patreon community, the link will be in the description. Normally I talk about Patreon at the end of the videos, but it has been pointed out to me in the last month, a lot of people didn't know I had one because I didn't talk about them early enough. So that's for you guys.
I also had a very Catholic upbringing, so I ended up arguing with fellow kids at school and teachers and even strangers at work about the fact that I was not going to have kids. Everyone was convinced that I would somehow make a different decision, and now that I'm in my mid-30s, I have never regretted it for a single day.
The phrase compulsory parenthood came to me as I was writing down ideas for this video. But when I went to Google it, assuming that someone had already come up with this phrase, what appeared over and over instead was specifically compulsory motherhood. Articles and blog posts and academic papers use that phrase to talk about reproductive rights or character tropes in movies or religious extremism, but all primarily focused on the assumption that women would be the ones bearing the burden of this. Through much of Western history, the image of a successful woman, a good woman, was a wife and a mother. The ability to produce children was paramount, to provide heirs, to pass on a family legacy, to exhibit a natural inclination for nurturing and care. And I think that marker of success for womanhood is not a relic of history. Many women today feel...
By the way, fun fact, a lot of the reasons why I might not have even been able to adopt is that in some places, if you have BPD or autism, you can't adopt children. Do you know that? Do you know that I would probably be denied adoption? Something to think about.
feel like their womanhood is tied to their ability to carry a child. If we look at characters in fiction,
not in all places, but in some, yeah,
which reflect this kind of social attitude, especially in long-running TV shows, there's this tendency for women who might originally have expressed not wanting children to end up having them by the end of the run anyway. This kind of inevitability that it's only realistic for her to get.
Chad said, why can't you adopt but have your own? For a really important reason. The government is never allowed to have the right over your agency of having your own baby. Remember that these are very important reasons why you might not be able to adopt, but you can have your own. Because the government should never have a say in whether or not you can have a baby. Ever. But since often adopted kids are part of private agencies or government agencies, they have a different standard. Much like you can, breed your own animals, but if you go to an adoption shelter, they might want to do a home visit before adopting out to you, right? So definitely keep in mind that just because you can make your own doesn't mean you should, and just because you want to adopt doesn't mean you should, but that adoption agencies should have better standards about where those kids come from. Because remember, the problem with adoption agencies is like they're selling children. They're often children whose parents want to be with them but can't. So when I was looking up disabled children in adoption registries, I learned that a lot of the kids were given up to the state because the parents couldn't afford them, not because they didn't want them. So then another part of my dream became, okay, if I ever make enough money, I want to sponsor those families. Not personally, I don't want them to know who I am, but I'd like to create a nonprofit to sponsor those families who wanted their children, but had to sign them over to the government just to give their kids medical care. And that's happening in America, y'all. That's happening in America. So when I say like I have dreams, I'm still a mother in my core. I still want to help kids. This is what I mean. This is what I want to do with my money. So yeah, I'm kind of pissed when I see Ethan Klein and all these rich motherfuckers doing anything but helping with their money. Like there are so many people that would have a life-changing experience if you gave away 1% of your income, even directly to families. You don't have to have your name on it. Nobody has to know it's you. But yeah, I get a little annoyed, So yeah, when I dream about being in any way stable financially, I think of all the ways I want to eventually be able to give back to people, because I think that's the difference between sort of like life under capitalism and life in sort of a village mindset is like, I don't want to raise your kids, but I wouldn't mind funding it. But I also want to live in a world where eventually we're so healed that we can afford to fund children and their families, because people also aren't having them irresponsibly. But they're only having them irresponsibly because they're all traumatized. Everybody's traumatized. All of our parents are traumatized and no one's going to therapy and everyone is doing their best, but everyone's messy. So in the meantime, the best we can do is support each other and give each other tools. I talk a lot about preventative care for this reason, because preventative care comes at the benefit of you, me, and everybody else. But that's the thing, is like we have to acknowledge like one rich person giving to families is not going to save anything if the system doesn't change. Me wanting to be okay enough to give X amount of my percentage of money to people has nothing to do with the system at fault. I am never going to be rich enough to help the world. The world has to come together as a collective to help. And the fact that we're even arguing about doing that is crazy. The fact that we are so casually allowing a genocide to happen to Palestinian children because better their kids than our kids, like what are we doing,
Given, or, maybe because the writers couldn't think of a more interesting storyline for a woman to be given. Gabby from Desperate Housewives is a classic example that's often brought up. And I think the idea of the show itself betrays how baked into normality parent.
Oh, wait, pause. Discord said, I remember Cat Williams saying he was a celebrity and didn't go to church anymore, but he still felt like he should give 10% of his income. And more than that, he actually has housed, I think, like 8 kids. I think he has like 8 kids that he sponsored, housed, or adopted, if I'm not mistaken. Cat Williams. I think he actually did put his money where his mouth is. Yeah. Chad, that's so beautiful, says, off topic, Britt, went to just talk to my therapist about staying true to my values and boundaries. You're an inspiration. Thanks for all your knowledge and letting us introspect with you. I love that. That's beautiful. Thank you. I'm so happy for you. That's great.
It is. I mean, it's literally about housewives, the quintessential image of the most normal of the normal, after all. Other characters that people have spoken about who fall into this trap include Bernadette from Big Bang Theory, April from Parks and Rec, Brennan from Bones, Miranda from Sex and the City, Katniss from The Hunger Games. And
they fucked Miranda with that storyline. To this day, she should have had that abortion. To this day, Miranda should have had that abortion. Steve, Miranda, Steve. Miranda wasn't perfect. She had so many flaws, deep insecurity, needed therapy, but she should have aborted that baby. And why did she have that baby? Because she figured she had a bad ovary and it might be her last chance to have a baby. Worst decision to have a baby.
So many more. People complaining about these characters and plot decisions online ultimately felt frustrated because the decisions seemed to come out of nowhere. I think that in itself reflects the idea that parenthood is the default state that adults should be driving towards. These characters didn't need to go through a long on-screen decision making.
And by the way, Steve had a lot of redeeming qualities. Okay? But not him and Miranda. You want to talk about high compatibility partnership? Low compatibility. Steve and Miranda are so low compatibility, they're exactly what settling is. Which is why in the reboot, they had to have Miranda have a whole ass affair because she wants to be non-binary now. Or whatever she's doing. I'm so pissed at this storyline, bro. How stupid. But that's low compatibility. Don't do that to yourselves. Both Steve and Miranda had problems. Both of them have redeeming qualities. But together, train wreck.
Process necessarily because their decision to have children is the natural one. They were always going to come to it one way or another. This pervasive social expectation that not just wanting but being able to have children is paramount has been highlighted at length by critics of the Marvel movie Age of Ultron, in which Natasha Romanoff admits that she was sterilized as part of her assassin training as a child. It's efficient, one less thing to worry about, the one thing that might matter more than a mission. It makes everything easier, even killing. You still think you're the only monster on the team? Wild. A wild scene. And speaking of wild, that segue was a joke. If you're about to see the ad read for Wild right now, know that it's Tasman the editor's fault. I wanted to say thank you to today's sponsor, refillable toiletries company Wild, which I've actually been using for years, so I'm going to give these to friends who want to try reducing their single-use plastic consumption. Wild, I know, are mostly known for their deodorant, but they also have body wash, hand wash, and lip balm, all of which are vegan and Leaping Bunny certified. They are reusable cases, so you replace like the balm or wash with these little packs like this. They have a range of colours and designs for their cases, including engraved options, which is what I have, and refills can come in over 14 different scents with many specially for sensitive skin. At the moment, they have a limited edition Paddington case with a marmalade-inspired scent deodorant, which I think is adorable. Their deodorant doesn't have any aluminum salts or parabens in it, so they don't work like antiperspirants that block sweat from forming in the glands, instead focusing on moisturizing shea butter and sort of nature-inspired scents to help you feel fresh. And over the years, they've saved an equivalent of £1.6 million.
Wait, Chad says, my brother is set on getting me into the Sex and the City. Do it, bros. Also, I love siblings in my chat. Fun fact, I've had a few sibling pairs over the years. I even had a sibling pair that both watched me separately and had no idea until they both found out that they both watched me on YouTube, and I was gagged. So I love me some sibling pairs who watch me.
Of single-use plastic from entering landfill. So if you want to give Wild a try, then you can click the link in my description to learn more about.
Everyone should watch Sex and the City. I watched it with my community. It was such a great experience. You guys should watch Sex and the City because it is an exactly millennial dating. It gets you into Gen X and other understanding, and it lets you know what toxic relationships are.
Them and use my code HeyRowan to get 20% off all products for a limited time only. Available worldwide. Okay? Back to the video. We see child-free people, or those initially who don't want children, associated with a mix of tropes that reflect wide ideas about parenthood. Sometimes they're immature and selfish. Look at Brooklyn Nine-Nine, for example. They use not wanting children as kind of the ultimate climax in main character Jake's character arc of like gaining maturity. And this is especially true for populations who...
See, going back to that conversation about what is maturity, in society, they tell you having kids is a sign of maturity. Boo!
Access to proper adulthood is traditionally connected to parenthood. White middle-class people who do not have children are often seen as missing out on a significant aspect of adult development, where parenthood is linked to psychological growth and change. There's also the smug or superior and disconnected child-free woman, described by Camilla Swartz as the shallow narcissist trope. We meet her in 21st century films such as Gone Girl, Amy Dunn, Young Adult, Mavis Gray, and Blue Jasmine, but also in earlier films such as Fatal Attraction, Alex Forrest, and Basic Instinct, Catherine Trammell. She also features prominently in recent series such as The White Lotus, Tanya McCoy Hunt, House of Cards, Claire Underwood, and Succession, Siobhan Shiv Roy. I think it's inevitable that our associations with the type of person who is child-free will affect our feelings about parenthood. You don't want to be a...
Discourse said my PDA says no. About watching Sex and the City, you're missing out, but it is what it is. Honestly, it's a very white show, so just keep that in mind. Like they feature... it's like basically like the Black episode because there's like they go into the Black bubble and it's like a big deal. Like these women do not date people of color. And when it happens, it becomes a whole episode. So let me just tell you, you know, it's a very white show. But Jet says, are there any healthy relationships in Sex and the City? Kind of. There's healthy short-term relationships, but no healthy long-term ones, basically. Actually, no. Yes, there's one healthy relationship that's long-term and a bunch of short-term healthy ones and mostly unhealthy, but mostly unhealthy, you know?
Childless person because you don't want to be like them. You don't want to be selfish or embarrassingly immature or a callous, lonely spinster. This underlying idea that having a child is either a sign of being a good and happy person or can help you become one. So what might happen when we disrupt that image? Let's talk about the child-free movement. Welcome to the rise of the dink influencer.
Woo-hoo!
Double income, no kids. These couples...
Double income, no kids. I'm a single income, no kids. Chaz is just another weirdo. Membership for 3 months. Oh, thank you. Welcome. I thought you were saying just another weirdo. I was like, me too. That's your username. I love that. P.S. Double income, no kids is a script of capitalism that convinces you your only job as a non-child person is to labor for capitalism. I learned that in my marriage. I couldn't figure out why people were so mad that my partner didn't work, even though they had worked prior. They just don't work in this relationship. And I was trying to figure it out. And I was like, oh, because you guys are capitalists. Dinks is a capitalist wet dream. That's why people love Dinks. Because you both work and you all make income, which is fine. Like, I love a Dink. You know? Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's great. Okay? But, you know, again, I never cared if my partner had worked. I cared about the stability of our quality of life. That's all I care about. Just as by the way, Brittany, you said I'm a vegan because I support the idea behind antinatalism, but I'm not vegan. I support veganism, but it was a bit shady to assume I was a vegan, to be honest, because why? I was being sarcastic, my bro. You didn't get it. I was calling you a hypocrite. I was saying antinatalists are coping. You're coping. You do not give a fuck about kids. You don't care that the kid didn't consent to being here. You're traumatized. Deconstruct it and realize it was never about the kid existing. It's all about your desire to think that it matters. I don't think antinatalism is good. I think it's cope. It's cope. It's you're traumatized, your life, your parents, you're something, bro. Something went wrong. Because in a healthy, perfect situation, ain't nothing wrong with life. Ain't nothing wrong with life. And a kid who doesn't even care, a kid who comes into a healthy existence doesn't mind being here. They might be indifferent. I'm pretty indifferent to existing. I don't care that I exist. But a healthy, happy kid raised in the right family isn't mad at their parents for making them. We only really regret existing because of how hard life is, our relationship to existence, the standard in which we have to exist. Antinatalists saying they care about the quality of life for that kid and that kid should have the right to consent to existing. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. So I don't like it, and I think it's silly.
Build their brand on living happy, fulfilled lives without children. Far from the pitiful image of the unfulfilled, these people are having the time of their goddamn lives. Dinks both work, neither of them needing to take time off for childbearing or raising. As such, they often maintain a clear trajectory of career progression. They don't have to spend any of that money on small humans under their care. They have the financial, but also the social and practical freedom to travel, to pursue their passions, to never change a dirty diaper in their own home. These creators are doing more than just giving us a traditional image of aspirational luxury or lifestyle that we might think of when it comes to influence.
Sorry, I just cleared my throat into the mic, my bad.
They are pushing against the false mythology around child-free people that people might well have heard about from family and society their whole lives. And it isn't just dinks, there are also sinks too, single people, especially women.
Oh my God, Discord just says sinks are just as valid as dinks, and I thought you were making a joke. I thought you were making a joke about sinks, and I put a gif of a sink. But sinks are a real I've never heard of a sink.
Who don't have children either and don't plan to and are happy. The gendered nature of the sink creator is very much because it is women who are most often the target of obligatory parenthood pressure. To see a single woman happy and fulfilled without having to be a mother to get there, without having to be a wife even, I think that's more radical than many of us would want to admit. These conversations around what relationships, families, and futures have to look like have been happening long before dinks came along as a hashtagable niche. In fact, in the UK, less than half of younger millennials, 25 to 34 years old, said they definitely or probably intend to have a child, meaning, by the laws of maths, the majority of us are planning to not have children. It's a decision that those of us in our 30s have had to commit to up until now. So for over a decade of being able to have kids and not, it's not a new decision that we're coming to, right? I think if we're arguing that some people innately or naturally want children, we also have to allow for people to innately and naturally want the opposite. More and more people are admitting that they like the life that they've created without children, that they feel fulfilled as they are, that they aren't interested in changing it to fit parenthood into it. I spoke to my friend Maz, who used to want children, but now has decided to be child-free.
I like my life, and I don't really want it to change. You know, I like being able to set my own schedule. You know, I like being able to go at my own pace basically all the time. And I'm a professional freelance artist, and that is an industry that requires me to have a lot of flexibility and be able to like pivot and change on a dime.
So we've looked at the pressure that might force someone's hand in this decision. We've looked at the rise of people stepping out from under that pressure. But we also obviously need to talk about people who are aware of all of this and still want kids. They're what I'm going to call purposeful parents. People who actively want children, who plan for it or dream of it or dive in with gusto when it happens unexpectedly.
Pause. Chad said when I was young, my mom had a live-in boyfriend who didn't work and treated her poorly. So when I grew up, I always avoided partners who didn't work in fear of being mistreated and taken advantage of. You should have just avoided men. Just kidding. That was a joke. I would also be worried if a person didn't work. One of the things I loved and was attracted to in my partner is that they lived on their own, had their own apartment, and had their own job. So I agree with you, right? Like one of the things that was attractive about my partner is they did have a job. One of the requirements of being married to me was not keeping that job. So I agree with you. I wouldn't date somebody who didn't have a job necessarily, depending on their circumstance, but probably. Because I do need my partner to be a certain level of independent. I need to rely on my partner to be independent. Because I also need to know that when I die, they're going to be okay. Because if you're not going to work, then you have to prepare for the reality that I die. And then what do? We talk about this all the time as a person, as a couple. And I want I want your character to show. So like, yeah, I would also be cautious around a person who didn't work. I would really have to know why. Like, hey, why aren't you working? Why don't you have a job? Who do you live with? Who's taking care of you? Who's paying your bills? And it would be very, depending on the circumstance. There are so many circumstances in which somebody might not work and I would still marry them. But we'd really have to have that conversation, you know?
In terms of social norms, yes, this is kind of the ideal. But people can fit social norms in their own, okay? That is allowed. And one of them is my friend Connie, who I spoke to a couple of weeks ago about this topic. Connie hasn't always wanted children, but is now in the early stages of planning what life as a parent looks like for her and her boyfriend.
I always had this sense of like, oh, the people who want to have kids, they already know. And they're the people who like played with baby dolls when they were children. They would like have their little plastic dolls in a pram. And I've always been in that mindset that like, oh, those are people that have children. They're the people they know from day one, I'm someone who wants to have a baby. And it wasn't until I would probably say about 3 years ago, because I was approaching 30 and everyone suddenly tells you, oh, your body clock is running out and you need to know like right now if you want to have a baby. And I started thinking about it more and more. And at first I was very much like, I'm not sure I want to because I don't know if I do. And it was probably before I met my boyfriend, I started to have this thought like, oh, fuck, I think I'm somebody who wants to have a baby. I'm actually really interested in this. And for me, it came from like looking at my life, looking at the things I found fun, the things that excited me. So like movies, TV shows have always been really exciting to me, like books. And I suddenly imagined introducing them to a baby or like rewatching one of my favorite movies with like my grown-up kid. And suddenly it was like the world was in color again. I was like, oh, fuck. I think I suddenly have been bonked on the head with like the desire to have a family, to like do Christmases, to like love something, raise it, see it grow up.
Connie's moment of realization and the reasons that she wants children stemming from that, they're not unusual, right? When you ask people why they want children, those who do often have...
Okay, wait, pause. Chad said, I'm not vegan because of medical problems and I support it, tried it. I don't understand why you're so angry when I said I support the idea for myself. You always say live by your morals. First, I'm not angry with you. But you must understand that you're in a chat making a prescription about people having babies and then bring up consent as the reasoning. Right? You're saying... you don't think you're an antinatalist, right? You don't think people should morally have babies. You think it's immoral for people to have babies because the babies didn't consent to be here, right? Did I misunderstand your argument? And I'm saying, I don't believe you that you care about the kid's consent. But not just because you're not vegan, right? Because that was me being mostly cheeky. But though I think it overlaps genuinely. But it's the question is like, why do you believe that? And it cannot just be because the kids can't consent. Because most kids don't care about consenting to existing. But I also believe in a suicide or assisted death. So I also believe you should be able to die if you want to die, as long as you do it because you want to, and not because you feel pressured by the world. So like, why don't you just create a world where people have the right to live and die how they want, and people have the right to make a baby under a good circumstance, and realize most people won't mind being here, right? They won't mind being alive if they're in a good environment. Most people are antinatalists because they're traumatized. And that's okay. We're all traumatized. But I'm saying it's not a good argument to say people shouldn't have children in general, like period. Do you know what I mean? I don't believe in it. And that's it. If you can prove to me that you came to that conclusion, not out of like some sort of traumatized viewpoint, that's fine. Then let's talk about it. I've just never seen it. I've never seen an antinatalist argumentation that didn't come out of trauma. And reasoning informed by trauma can be educational, but if the only reason you come to a conclusion is because of trauma, it's probably not right. That's what I think, you know? Wait, chat, you said I'm not against other people having babies. How can I suggest that even? Wait, so you're not an antinatalist? Didn't you say am I wrong? Did I misunderstand you? If I did, I'm sorry. But didn't you say you were an antinatalist? Am I wrong? You're saying, how can I suggest that even people have children? I am saying that they don't have consent. Other people don't have to live by my morals. So you're not an antinatalist. Are you identifying with the wrong terminology, bro? I think you might be in the wrong category. You're not an antinatalist unless you're making a prescription. If you're not making a prescription, you can't be an antinatalist for yourself. Because antinatalism requires a prescription, right? From my understanding. Yeah, that's just child-free. You're just child-free. Just say like, I don't think bringing a baby into the universe is good. Yeah, just be child-free by choice. It's like calling yourself an incel because you're not having sex. You're not an incel because you're not having sex. You're not an antinatalist because you don't think you should have kids. So you might need to change your terminology around, right? This is why labels can be helpful, but also very harmful because they don't encompass the nuance of a person's lived experience. If it's within your values not to make a baby because they can't consent, that's valid and I support you. But if you're saying you don't want to have a baby because you're an antinatalist, I don't support that. So I think we're probably on the same page, as long as you don't identify as an antinatalist, because I can't get on board with that.
Have reasons that they can give beyond just, oh, it's just what you do. For some, it's like a bodily, almost biological drive. It comes from an internal feeling. Parents who experience this, often I think the ones who claim that people who don't want children will definitely change their minds. Their experiences of a natural feeling inside often appeared when they got older. And so to them, it does often feel like something as inevitable as like the feeling of hunger or a sudden onset of a sex drive in puberty. Like, oh, it will come and then you'll understand and you'll want it too. For others, it's tied to the idea of wanting a child as kind of the ultimate form of love or the ultimate fulfillment or a sense of purpose, or it's an outlet for their drive to nurture or teach or raise. Even their talent for it, that they can't see other obvious ways to enact. And of course, there's the half-joking, oh, so someone will look after me when I'm older comment too, which I think is only half-joking for some people. I want to point something out here that it's maybe going to upset some people. But look, I know the party line is that these child-free hedonists who only care about themselves are the selfish ones, only thinking about themselves. In fact, some people who decide not to have children are ultimately coming to that based on a deep amount of care and understanding of their capabilities and their own life experiences, maybe even more so than some people who want to have kids.
I decided that I would make sure no other kid had to go through what I did. I even lost a long-term partner for the issue. He was determined to have biological kids, and even though I was very straightforward from the beginning that was not going to be an option, and that I was totally open to raising non-biological kids, adoption or fostering, but according to him, it wouldn't be the same. My current fiance is absolutely on my same page as far as no kids. I've since been able to be sterilized, which was such a massive relief, let me tell you. And I'd still be fine raising kids, but I don't think I could bear it if I watched a kid struggling, my kid struggling, and I knew that some part of it was my fault from passing down those genetics.
Let's be real. Okay. they said passing down those genetics. So I don't know if that's a disability concern, but let me tell you this. One of the hardest parts about being a parent is having the wisdom to allow your kids to struggle. Naturally, not unnecessarily. And I will just tell you this right now. You have got to let your kids struggle in the right way. In the same way that as an older sister, I have got to learn that my siblings will struggle in ways that I wish they really wouldn't. You know all those older sister memes? Like when you're the firstborn daughter and you give your siblings advice they don't take and you're just like stressed. I send those to all my siblings all the time. And I'm like, yeah, you stress me out, but I love you. Good luck, figuring it out. The idea is that it's okay to know that's where you are. I think that's so important to say, I honestly am not going to be able to handle it. How valid is that, bro? How valid is that to say, I'm not going to have a kid because if that kid has cancer, I'm not going to make it through. Hey, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for being so honest, because I think people forget how much medical care and tears people down. Not because the child is bad for being sick, but because it's hard to watch your kids suffer. Like with all the medical care in the world, that doesn't take away your kid's cancer. I want you to account for the fact that your kid, even if you were a billionaire, wouldn't be cured and would still be in pain. And that's hard. It's hard. So I think that's so valid to say, a hard conversation my partner had before we decided not to have kids was, what if our kid was ever kidnapped? What if our kid was hit by a car and killed? How do we imagine we would handle that? And nobody has almost no one has that conversation. Because everyone says it's not going to be them, right? And most likely it probably won't be you, and I hope it is never you. But we had that conversation because we did not want to have that conversation, right? It was really heavy. It was like a really heavy conversation. And I won't go into it, but it was really important for us to be honest about how that could impact us and how that would make us feel. And I'm not saying you shouldn't have a kid because you're worried they'll get kidnapped. I'm saying you should have a kid realizing it could happen and realizing anything could happen and that is a part of life. A YouTuber, their TikTok family, their kid just drowned. Someone's kid just got kidnapped. I just saw a horrible video of a little boy getting snatched in front of his fucking house, riding his bicycle. Little boy just got snatched. He screamed and the neighbor's webcam caught it. Thank goodness. And my only hope is that he's found. How devastating is that? You might have even gotten an Amber Alert on your phone for it. How devastating is that, bro? Chet says, I saw that he was returned. Wait, was he found? He was found? No way. He was a little boy on his bike, a little black boy. That boy? Was he really found? Because honestly, that video had me dying. I was crying. He's safe? Beautiful. 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 Okay, beautiful. Oh, his poor screams, bro. Oh, the way my heart just stopped. He was screaming for his dad. Oh. Oh. Okay, I'm so glad he's safe. Oh. Girls, it was stress. Talk about stress. Talk about stress the way, So anyways, having a kid is a huge responsibility. But also you need to think about yourself. You need to be kind and compassionate to yourself, because even a parent who does everything correctly, who just wants to have a kid who can safely ride their bike in their neighborhood, you know what I mean? Tragedy can strike. How sad is that, bro? Really glad he's safe, though. That makes me so happy.
Here. People's reasons to have children are almost always just as about themselves too. They want a sense of purpose. They want a cute mini version of themselves to play with. They want to stuff their womb to get the baby fever to abate. They want to spread the number of good Christian children in the world. I don't know, there's lots of reasons. But more than this, maybe secondary hot take here, I don't actually think that it's a bad or an ethical thing to be making this decision selfishly. Having children, I think, has to be a selfish decision to some degree. Like having a selfless martyr as a parent who had you despite not seeing anything in it for themselves feels maybe like it would breed a fucked up kid just as much as someone who was seeking their own selfish happiness as part of the bargain. Selfish doesn't automatically mean immoral. It doesn't stop it from being a right action, but equally all evidence shows that just the fact of having kids doesn't guarantee to automatically make you happy.
Yep.
And sometimes it's the experience of parenthood which is the cause of that unhappiness. There is a final group who are the most taboo of all that I want to talk about in this section, because even those that consider themselves purposeful parents might not stay that way forever. Regretful parents are a group deemed by many as so immoral, so
okay, regretful parents are exactly what I'm trying to prevent. Because I do have a judgment of regretful parents. What did you think was going to happen, Habibi? Like, a part of me is judging you. Because, like, what did you think was going to happen? But also, can we please bring down the number of regretful parents? The last thing I want you to do is regret having a baby. And I think we should make sure that doesn't happen. But also, I'm a little bit holding you accountable, because what did you think was going to happen? You brought a whole human into the universe. You didn't think about it. So yeah, I'm judging a bit. But also, I think that's why I'm so big on preventative work, because I know a lot of you are going to regret it. And a lot of you are not going to be prepared. And a lot of you think it's going to be so fun and so great, and you're not going to think about any of the consequences to having that baby. But that breaks my heart, because you know those kids are impacted. You know that, you know what I mean? Regretful parents, it is very rare for people to regret parenthood and it not traumatize the child. Fuck. I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed that it hurts 2 generations and probably 3. So regretful parents are probably people who are coerced or believed that they should have kids, and then now they're fucked and the kid is fucked. And it kills me, bro.
Grateful, so unnatural even, that they shouldn't admit to it at all. But I think they are vital to talk about when looking at the question of having children. You have to be prepared for every eventuality after all. And being regretful as a parent is one of them. If parenthood is meant to be focused on your pride and joy, their birth is the happiest day of your life, if it's meant to be natural and a source of boundless unconditional love, then how can someone ever regret it? And not just regret it, but like admit to that. What kind of monster looks at their child and doesn't think anything but positive thoughts? Actually, look, it's not as uncommon as you might think. Data is comparatively limited, with researchers in 2021 explaining, although a situation in which a parent regrets having a child can have serious social, emotional, and health-related consequences, researchers, not only psychologists, but also researchers from other branches of the social sciences, have so far failed to explore this issue. As a result, our knowledge about the frequency of regretting parenthood can be derived mainly from the small number of survey studies conducted by non-governmental institutions, which provide only limited information. One survey in 2016 in Germany, for example, asked parents to reflect on if they could have their time over again if they would choose not to have children. It turned out that 8% of the German parents in the investigation said that they fully agree with this, and another 11% claimed that they rather agree with this. What distinguished the group of parents who either fully or somewhat agreed with this statement was a belief that being a parent had limited their ability to develop further personally and professionally, and that they had had to sacrifice too much for their families. And I think even responses to like anonymous...
They had to sacrifice too much for their families is like an interesting way to phrase that, actually. Because again, I think what happens is people don't know their values and why they do anything. And so I say, learn to know why you're doing something before you do it, so we can have a larger conversation about these things. Hold on, I found a video. Come on, baby. Come on, Brittany. Come on, please tell me I saved it. I saved too many videos for you guys. No, come on, tell me I saved it. Oh, come on, bro. No way. These are not all my saved videos. Is TikTok taking off my... Did I save too many videos and TikTok's like, I'm gonna... No, here it is. Here it is. Okay. This girl is interviewing her mom and her auntie. Her mom's the one with the glasses, I believe, and her auntie's the other one. And this is a really interesting perspective about women who didn't want to have kids, but had them anyways. And I learned... What just happened? I learned so much from watching this video, and I think this is a really fuck, what's happening? Wait. What's happening? Oh, there it is. No. Hold on, something's going on with... Hold on, I think I fucked up my OBS. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I think I did it. Yes? No. Why? What's happening? Okay, we're just gonna have to do this and do this. Give me a second. Give me a second. Because something happened and it didn't want to work and I boomered too close to the sun and I don't know what I did. No, it's right here. No, I did it. Okay, never mind. No. I boomered, but I succeeded, baby. I succeeded, baby. Okay, hold on. Why is this the most stressful thing I've ever done in my life? I pressed one button and it changed my whole text setting. Okay, hold on. For the love of God, why is nothing working? If I cry on camera, just know it's because I get stressed about paperwork, but it's gonna work. Hold on. Okay. It got fucked, but this is the best I can do for now. Just watch this video and I'll figure out the tech stuff. Okay. Are you ready? Hold on. Okay.
Did you, either of you want 3 children?
Never. I didn't even want to.
What's your favorite part of being a mother?
When they left for college.
You?
It was perfect, actually.
Because she was never home with them. She was at work.
No, what I'm saying is, life became easier when they left home.
Your favorite part of motherhood for both of you is when all of us left your house?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm not fully...
No, Roma and I are not children people. We love our children, our family children. But not randomly, okay? We say, oh, my children are home. None of that bull.
So when we were home, was there a moment that was your favorite?
When you all were sleeping?
Okay, when we were home and awake, was there a favorite moment where you were like, oh, I actually like being a mom?
I don't think it ever occurred to me.
You have not liked one part of being mothers?
Absolutely. We love our children.
Okay,
but we never enjoyed motherhood. I especially didn't.
Did you enjoy being pregnant?
Oh God, no. I was so sick.
Sick the whole time.
I could only have Coke and French bread. That's why I gained 40 pounds during my pregnancies.
Yeah, Coca-Cola will kill you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so literally you can't think of anything about being mothers that you've enjoyed?
No.
Mom?
No.
We are in unity.
You are. Okay. Well, happy Mother's Day.
Okay. To be honest, I love them. I think Chad said it best. If you didn't know, then they raised you right. I also think they're allowed to have this opinion, but I believe that they love their kids. I believe them because it's a separate question. Did you like the job of being a mother? So hear me when I say this. When my partner and I decided not to have children, it was predicated heavily, but not fully, on us not desiring to do the job of parent because it is a fucking job. And a lot of y'all become parents and you don't want to do the job. A lot of y'all become parents and you don't want to do the job. And you fail that job. One of the things I learned about my mother is she loved being a mother. But fun fact, my mother is an amazing cook. My mom is such an amazing cook. And one time I asked my mom, like, did you always love cooking for the family? She goes, I don't like cooking for the family. And I said, what? She goes, I've never liked cooking for the family. And I was like, what? She goes, no, I prefer gardening, or I prefer hanging out with the kids, or I like doing arts and crafts, but like I cook because it's a part of my job as a mother. And I'm like, oh. I was like, but you are an amazing cook. She goes, yeah, but I don't do it for me. Versus Brittany, or my dad, we love to cook. My dad thought about becoming a chef. That's how much he likes to cook. I love to cook. That's my turn off my brain time. That's my me time. That's not my mother's me time. My mother's me time is gardening, crafting, praying, walking. And I had a bubble pop where I was like, oh, there are some things you do that are part of you and some parts you do out of an obligation for what you signed up for. They love their kids, but they didn't like the job of being a mother. And I think that's really valid, but they did it, and they did it so well that their kids didn't know. They did it so well that their kids didn't even know. I never knew my mother didn't like to cook. I thought she really liked it. I think that makes my mother an exceptional mother in that sense, because we didn't bear the burden of her disdain for her job. This daughter didn't bear the burden of her mother's lack of desire for the job. And that's how good her mom did her job. When you're a kid and you know your parents don't like being parents and you're traumatized by it, your parents failed their job as a parent, right? Okay. No, chat says, was the head rubbing emotes about my comment or something else? It was about the tech. It was about tech stressing me out. It wasn't about you, chat. My tech was stressing me out, and so I put the stressed emoji in chat. And I think that's beautiful. I think if your parents take their trauma out on you as a kid, that's bad. Do you know what I mean? If your parents traumatize you because they're upset about their decisions, that's fucked up. But if your parents are adults and they're like, yeah, we love you. But also, you know what I wonder is if these women even had a choice. Did these women even have a choice in getting married or having kids? If they could do it over again, would they not have done it? Because, you know, sometimes my mom says to me, what if I did my life over and I had an abortion and you were never born? I'd say, oh, that's okay. That's okay. And my mom's like, how is that okay though? And I was like, well, because you would have made the choice and I would have supported you. And my mom's like, are you happy you exist? I was like, I'm indifferent to whether or not I exist, but I think I respect your agency as a person before my creation. I respect your agency much more than me existing. And plus I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. So it doesn't matter. But if my mom said if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have children, it's different than saying I wouldn't have you. And I know how to separate. I am attached, securely attached at this point in my life. I know the difference between a person saying, if I could do it again, I wouldn't have had kids, versus if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have had you. And there is a difference. And I want parents to feel safe enough to say, if I could do it all over again, I wouldn't have had kids, but I'm glad that I had you. Because that's that same thing. And that's okay. It is okay that people realize that they regret becoming parents, but maybe they don't regret having their kids. Now, if you're a parent who regrets having the consciousness that is your child, what's that about? You regret the consciousness that is your child? What's that about? And why don't we ever look at mothers, you know, and distinguish the difference between them saying, I didn't love being a mother, but I love my kids, and a father who says, I love my kids, but I'm never home for their birthdays. That's the thing. You know, in divorce court, there's a sentiment I've heard from that lawyer on YouTube who said, women fight for custody of their kids, not because they necessarily want them, but because they feel socially obligated to have them. But more than that, how do we not see that that's all fucked up either way? Right? It's all kind of fucked up. We're so damaged as people. We're not even setting ourselves up for success in any way. Look at this. Look at this video I found. Okay. This video got some flack. What do you guys think about this?
It's going to sound crazy, but I don't want my children back. It's not because I don't love them. I love them so much. I love them wholeheartedly. I love them beyond comprehension. But I don't want my children back. And I feel like I had to come over here because you guys are so sweet. And my DMs and my comments giving me reassurance that, oh, they're going to come back. They're going to, everything's going to work out and stuff like that. And I believe you. Like, everything is going to work out. However, I don't want them children back. And it's not because I don't want to take care of them or anything like that. I love taking care of them. I love raising them, but I don't want them back for another set of reasons. One, I don't have a support system. I have been raising these children with no support system. And when I say no support system, I'm not even joking. I don't have an emergency contact. When I take them to the doctor, I don't have an emergency contact. I don't have friends. I don't have family. I don't have, like, I take care of everything by myself. I don't have that. Okay? So that's one. Imagine me, one person, taking care of 3 children by myself. with no support system, not even for an emergency contact. That's one. Second, I was manipulated into having my children. I was 9 months pregnant on my 21st birthday, and their dad was 33. Granted, I knew he was 32. I knew he was 12 years older than me when I met him. Or at least like in getting to know him, I knew he was 12 years older than me. But at 19 years old, I did not have the mental capacity and understanding to assess and realize that I was being manipulated into having children prior than I wanted to. So it was never my plan to have children at the age of 21. My plan was to finish college and go to law school. And by the time I got my bachelor's degree, my son was 6 months old. And I found myself like putting off law school because I didn't want anybody else to raise him. I was manipulated into having those children. Third, which kind of goes with the second one, is one of the ways that this man manipulated me into having these children was using the whole line that, oh my gosh, she's the only person with his last name, and if he dies, the last name's going to go with him. I don't know why that was enough. But then again, I was extremely naive at the time. I was coming from so much abuse, so much trauma. I didn't know up from down, sky to ground, like whatever. So he was able to use that. And with that being said, I feel like if you want to continue your legacy, if you want to prolong your legacy, then take care of the children. Because over the last however long, this man have not contributed an increment of energy towards the well-being of the boys. Like no financial support, no physical support, no nothing. But he wanted those children to be able to prolong his legacy. Why would I continue the legacy of a deadbeat? The only I don't even want to deal with this man, because right now he is on my phone. He's playing on my phone. I don't even know why he's playing on my phone, because you have the children. You wanted the children. I took them to you. You have their birth certificate. You have their social. You have them physically. There is no reason why you should be playing on my phone, but you're playing on my phone. Because at the end of the day, it was never about you having the children. It was about you having access to me. It was about you being able to get in contact with me. And I don't have time for that. Because this man is abusive. He's not physically abusive because I beat his ass. I fight back. But he realized early on in the relationship that I had been through a lot, but I wasn't one of those people that went through a lot of stuff and became cold. I went through a lot of stuff and then grew in empathy. So because of that, my ability to empathize have been used as a weapon against me since the time that I met this man. Because one of the ways that he used it in the beginning was to use his mother's death as a way to connect. So I went as far as to even ask, because when I say I don't want to deal with this man anymore, I've been trying to erase any type of connection that we may have. Of course, I can't erase the children, but anything else I've been trying to erase. I set boundaries. I block him. He find ways to get on my stuff. I, at some point, thought about signing my rights over just so I never had to communicate with this man ever again. And I told the judge that. Because I am not going to change who I am for anybody. I am not going to harden my heart because someone like this want to try to weaponize my empathy or want to try to weaponize the fact that I have compassion. So I'm not going to change who I am. I'm not going to harden. So I will just remove your access. So yeah, no, I don't want them children back. I love my children. They will never need for anything. But the only way that I will go back to raising my children and in a way that makes sense to me is if one, I never have to interact with this man again. 2, I changed the children's last name. This is going to sound crazy.
What are our thoughts? The comment sections of her video say, go live your best single dad life. Normalize dads having full custody and moms being the fun parent. Let him have the kids. Live your life, queen. Go accomplish goals. Normalize talking about this, ladies, because no support system is so hard and manipulation is so real. She said in response, no, because if we talked about it, then we are not taking accountability. Normalize women reinvesting into themselves once they realize their partner manipulated them into motherhood. Her chat says, as long as they are fine and have everything they need, I don't see the problem. Men can take care of their kids full time. You wanted a legacy, so raise your legacy, bruh. This generation of women is waking up. Law school, here she comes. Men leave their kids every day. By the way, I admire your self-awareness. It was never about the children for him. It was about controlling you. He lost access. Now he's mad. It says, imagine the torment this woman had to endure to feel this way. People who don't understand are the lucky ones. If he fought for custody, let this man win. Damn. Chat says, I hope you go to law school and succeed. Her chat says, normalize saying this out loud. We were never supposed to do this all alone. Chat says, she's saying what most of you wish you all could say. What do we think? What are our thoughts? Chat said, either way, those kids are going to suffer. My chat. It's a shame a man has made her resent her own children. She played a role in creating those kids, even if she was manipulated. Chat says, complicated. Feel bad for the whole situation. It's good that she's trying to find her joy, but the kids are screwed, I feel. Fuck that man. Literally, she said the man is abusive. Why the fuck are the comments celebrating the children being with him? That's so strange. I saw some people in her chat saying, you know, my dad was really abusive to my mom, but he was a great dad. So they're hoping for that. Chat says, I feel bad for these kids, but I think she's right to go her own way. Okay, I'll tell you my opinion. And when I say I don't think most people, I think most people are traumatized and dysfunctional. And I think most people are bad at being parents. I think they're both bad parents. And I think they're both dysfunctional. And I think both of them continue to choose themselves, and both of them are selfish. I think he was abusive and manipulative based off her story. And I do believe she is a victim, and now her kids will be one too. So, you know, talk about breaking generational curses and repeating cycles. I'm worried about the kids. So I don't respect her decision. I don't think she did the right thing. I think the only people who will truly suffer in a way that I care about is those kids. And at that point, I don't care about her either. I cannot care about an adult that puts a child suffering after her own in this context. But I will say that I think had she kept her children and then said she was suffering, I would have been in full support of her. Then I would have said she's doing the right thing. She's trying to be there for her kids. She's prioritizing her children that she made, manipulated or not. But it feels like she's punishing the kids in order to punish the man. And you know how I feel about that? Absolutely not. Punishing your children in order to punish a man is never it. Punishing your children in order to punish your ex is never the answer. You know? So I don't like it. I wish she could have fought for custody and gotten away and built a community. But I also understand that she's doing the best she can do. And sometimes your best isn't good enough. And I think this is one of those situations. I do believe this is the best she can do. It's just not good enough. But it's what it is. It's what it is. You know? So for all the people that are like, make a baby, get married, have kids. Oh, and she was 19, same age as Nara Smith. I guess the only difference is that this partner was way older. You know? Chet says, what is someone in her position supposed to do? Sacrifice themselves and raise them? I think there was ways for her to raise those, better to raise those kids with a loving parent than to abandon them and think you're better. Neither of those people love those children. Neither of those adults love those children in a way that matters. So, yeah, like plenty of people have babies. Not everyone's meant to be a parent. This is just an example of like, you shouldn't have had babies, but we first have to create a society that allows people to make the choice to not have them. Right? Like, I think when you care for our consciousness and you understand the gravity of bringing a baby into the universe, you don't have to sacrifice at the expense of yourself for your children. There is a way, once you're at the position to give your children what they need, which is a loving, consistent, and warm parent, a kind parent. So for her to say, I have empathy, I have compassion. Well, not for your kids. That's not empathy or compassion, right? Not for the kids. So again, for her to use those words makes me not doubt her abuse towards herself, but makes me doubt her ability to really understand the suffering those children are going to have to go through, you know? So again, I think you can be a parent without it becoming at the expense of yourself. I think parents who say you give up everything to raise your kids, I think you're doing parenting wrong. I think if you have to give up everything that you are to become a parent, you're doing it wrong. And it's not your fault. You don't have the tools. But there is a difference between someone saying, I love my kids and I really need them and I need a support system. I need to do everything it takes to never lose my kids. And a person who feels like, I'm going to be honest, I don't want my kids. In the same way people regret having kids. She is saying, I regret having you as a consciousness. That's what I'm hearing. Versus I regret making a baby I wasn't prepared for, or I regret maybe even meeting this man, but like she can't regret abuse. It happened to her, right? So you can't regret being abused. That wasn't your choice, right? So yeah, there's something to be said about preventative care and why I promote it so heavily. Because I want people like her to have the choice, and I want people like her to not have to live with the regret that involves actual children. Because at the end of the day, like real kids are being impacted. You know? So she can say she loves her kids all she wants, but if she's willing and prefers them to be with an abuser, I don't know about that. I don't know what that means. I just can't imagine a situation where I say, I love my kids, go be with your abusive dad. You know? Chess says, I think she does see them as his legacy, as an extension of him. She hates him, but now she hates her sons. Maybe not, but resents. Yeah, maybe she hates her partner so much she can't look at her kids because they look like him. Maybe because they're boys, all she sees is their father. So maybe in that way, the kids are better off with somebody else. I just wish it wasn't their abusive dad. You know? But that sucks. That sucks. And that's what I want to prevent. I really want to prevent that for people. So Rowan's video is about to talk about the Reddit page of parents who regret becoming parents. This is why I say, do you really care about kids? Because kids are the ones suffering because adults suck. So please can we like pay attention to that? Right? Chet says, was this a case of reproductive coercion? Yeah, she said she was manipulated into having the babies, which I totally believe. I think she is a victim. Right? I'm not saying she's not, but I wonder if she had different tools, what she would do, but she doesn't. So, okay, this is the introspection thing. So she's probably like a 2C is what I'm thinking on my introspection scale. My theory is like she's like a 2C, right? Oh, my mouse isn't. Oh, my mouse is breaking. Oh my God. Am I running out of battery? My theory is like she's a 2C. And he's probably he could be a 1, honestly. He sounds like a 1, maybe. Maybe he's a 2, but he sounds like trash. And she's trying to probably get to a 2B, maybe, but can't figure out how to do it with her kids. But I'd rather stay a 2C with my children than a 2B without them. Unless her goal is to become a 2, be more introspective, but to get her kids back. But she said she doesn't want those kids back. She said, I don't want those kids back. She didn't say one day I'm going to get them back. She didn't say, I have a goal of getting them back. She didn't say, once I'm on my feet, you know what I mean? She said, I don't want it back. Now, also, she could just be a fake TikToker who's making up a story to go viral. Maybe it's not even a real story. I don't know. I just thought it was like a perfect conversation to have within this one. But yeah, I feel bad for the kids, bro. I always feel bad for the kids. I always feel bad for the kids. Kids really are the ones out here suffering. Anyways, okay, let's go back to Rowan.
Anonymous surveys are most likely going to be underreporting this issue. So strong is the social taboo and accompanying feelings of shame and guilt that I think there may well be a lot of people who do feel regret, who don't want to admit to it, even anonymously, even to themselves. So yeah, regretful parents, not some wild outlier group. But for reference, the rate of regret of, say, I don't know, trans people having gone through transition, a problem that many would have you believe is proof of the legitimacy of trans people themselves, that rate is around 1%. There are generally two types of regret when it comes to parents. The first is regretting the experience itself and the effects that it had on the parent's life, whether that was on the marriage, the sense of self, their health, whether physical or mental, their social life, or their career. The second regret is how their children turned out. Now, this includes like genuinely immoral actions of adult children, but it might also include prejudiced parents learning that they have queer or trans kids, or even the experience of viewing like intergenerational trauma or genetic mental health issues plaguing their child. Because of the taboo nature of the subject, the main place to find honest discussion of this experience, I think, is on Reddit. I've talked before about how I think the anecdotal examples on the site are some of the richest in terms of reliable testimonials of these kinds of experiences, even in comparison to many like official studies, and the subreddit Regretful Parents is no exception. They show the range of regretful experiences. One user, for example, posted just this week, "The last 2 years have been the worst of my life. I absolutely love my son, but he's been a hard baby/toddler. Super needy, allergies, eczema, bad sleeper. Has anyone had a really hard start into motherhood/parenthood, but eventually enjoyed it, or at least got out of survival mode? This is not the image of a callous, unloving parent, but a burnt-out mother who loves her son, but is ground down by the inability to enjoy the practicalities of parenting." Other posts and comments include ones like these. "I, male 23, becoming a father, wasn't exactly on my radar. Now, with a 5-year-old son, I'm navigating uncharted territory. He's a typical kid, energetic, curious, but there's a distance between us that I can't quite bridge. I go through the motions, playing games, tucking him in at night, but the connection I see in other fathers eludes me. Every day I hope that maybe I'll wake up feeling that bond I hear other parents talk about. Until then, I keep trying, hoping that one day it'll click." A lot of people don't like their own parents or family. It's the same thing. Yes, you can dislike someone for their personality. Some people also regret having kids because they find they're not as good at it as they'd hoped to be, and they wish they themselves had the emotional tools to give their children a happier life. It's the internal conflict of loving something and feeling the responsibility of something that has negatively impacted your life in a deep way. It is the love combined with resentment that presents significant mental hardship. It's not the lack of love that defines a regretful parent, but mourning of a freedom lost, weighed down with additional responsibility that publicly is not talked about. We saw the reactions spill out into public discourse with everyone's favourite unwitting viral controversy starter, Chapel Roan, making comments about not knowing any happy parents her age, going so far as to say they were in hell. The response was immediate and fierce. Some people were disbelieving. How does she know her friends weren't happy? She's just a miserable, childless woman who can't see the magic of parenthood. But others didn't question the validity of her observation, instead criticising that she had acknowledged it publicly. Comments like, "I'd hate to be her friends," and "she betrayed them." Even though she hadn't named them, she didn't give out details, and these people didn't know if the friends had, explicitly told Roan that she shouldn't talk about it. There was this conclusion reached anyway, that she shouldn't talk about this. We don't talk about this. The very idea of parental regret for many is steeped in so much shame and guilt that you're meant to find this the most wonderful thing in the world, and so regretting it is a source of failure. Failure to be a good parent, a good person, a real woman. It's so intense that it feels like it really is a difference between regretful parents and non-regretful parents, because there isn't room for any kind of sliding scale there, for any kind of nuance, because to feel even a little bit of regret and admit to it makes you that bad category. And beyond the idea of it being a personal failing, it's also a negative feeling about another person. And not just—
Okay, pause here. I was fooling around with my tech stuff. Chat said, does anyone else get triggered by the "I love my kids but" statements? I think what happens, because I agree with Rowan here, that we have to give people tools to have informed consent about pregnancy. Like the older I get and the more, this is so stupid, but like it makes so much sense to me where I'm at right now because I never would have understood it. The older I get, the more like a cow I feel. Meaning, I've watched so many videos of cows giving birth and their babies being ripped away from them and chasing after their babies, or just like giving birth and being like, the more, like, I want to say this without equating all pregnancy to this, but the more the closer of a relationship I have to like animals, non-human animals, the more I feel like an animal. Where I'm like, why are we doing this to our bodies unless we're 100% ready for it? You know, like 100% prepared. Because I think I've seen so many people have babies. I've watched my mom give birth, right? I was in the delivery room. I think there's so many beautiful things about having a baby, but I think there's something so dishonest about the hardship it has on our bodies. Like, some women lose their teeth. Some women get mentally so fucked up they never recover. Some people die during childbirth. Like, there are so many things that happen when you have a baby that is positive and negative, but we're not even talking about it. You know, yeah, loss of hair. Or I just recorded an episode about the Mormon wives, and like Jen's mental health is in crisis. And then she's like, I'm going to have a baby. And I'm like, Jesus, fuck. I'm like exhausted at people just like not thinking about how much that's impacting her hormone levels or whatever else, right? Though, I mean, they're taking steps, I suppose. But like, it's one of those things where like people aren't thinking about it. And then on top of that, like we put all the responsibility of the baby and the outcome of that baby on the mother, when like sperm is 100% a big part of it. Like, fathers are 100% responsible for the quality of the sperm and for the baby's outcome in terms of health. And we don't talk about it enough because the patriarchy won't let you, right? So it's like, I want there to be a conversation about the fact that there is something icky about the idea of saying I love my children, but, and there's something icky about this idea of telling people that having a baby will fulfill you or that you can guarantee an outcome. You know what I say in my marriage? We don't overpromise. Stop overpromising to people, right? Stop overpromising to people that this one thing will make their whole life better. You don't know that. And we should have more honest and kind conversations about having a baby. So when people come into my life and they say like, oh, hey, I think I want to become a parent. I'm like, but like, do you? And they're like, why are you doing that, Brittany? Just like, let me want to be a parent. I'm like, but do you? And people might say, you're convincing people not to have babies. Look, if I can convince you not to have a baby, you didn't want a baby. Okay. Yeah. Do you want kids or are you bored? Do you want to have kids or are you bored? And this is a preventative privileged question. Versus if somebody came to me and said like, hey, I'm pregnant. Okay, actually this happened to me. A friend messaged me and she said, I'm pregnant. And I was like, and I hesitated because I didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing. And I said, just checking, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Because I don't know what my reaction should be. And she said, no, this is a good thing. And I said, congratulations. I just wasn't sure because I wasn't prepared. But okay, congratulations. Because I had some details about my understanding of the situation to think that maybe that might be bad news. But I was like, congratulations. And like, I am happy for my friend and I hope that they just have the greatest time and their baby's a sweet angel from heaven and cutest, you know what I mean? But like, it's one of those things where people just aren't planning pregnancies and it was not a planned pregnancy. So it's one of those things where like, we're not planning the pregnancies. It just happened and we're like, oh, and I was like, oh. But for people who grew up religious, I always know to celebrate it because they're planning to have kids, right? Tess says, do y'all think it makes sense for people's views on pregnancy to change when they're in a relationship? It kind of worries me, but I don't know if I'm judging. Well, I think any circumstance that allows you to have a perception change will change your perception of an opinion you had previously. So sometimes before we're in relationships, we have an opinion, and then after we have a bubble pop, and so we have a different relationship, to it. But I think the dilemma is like everyone is in such a different circumstance that it's hard to have black and white answers. And I don't think we should. I take every single situation as its own category because every single person having a relationship with parenting or having a baby is having a completely different experience. And that's why we judge. And that's why I don't make prescriptions. Like, I'm not going to tell you to have a baby or not have a baby. But if we're planning to have a baby, let's have a conversation. And I think a lot of people have children because it's what they think they should do. I think a lot of people have kids because they think it's like fun. Like, I think if you have kids and you post them on social media, that's so fucking weird. Like, I was scrolling on TikTok and I see this baby on TikTok and I'm like, wait a second. I know this. Who is this? And I realized it was somebody in my private life that I'm like, why are you on TikTok? Somebody in my private life who is not a content creator is posting their children online. I'm like, what are you doing? Why is your baby coming across my public TikTok feed? TikTok, where I'm supposed to be viewing strangers I have nothing to do with. Why is your child the star of your TikTok? Make it private if it's for family and friends. But they think it's cute. And I just kept thinking to myself, if I married somebody that put our child on a public TikTok, I don't think so. You know? Chad said, what if it's their private account for family and friends? Well, then it's fine because it's private. But if strangers on an app can come across your child, what are we doing? You know, using social media to stay in touch with family and friends and having a private account is fine. Like, what do I care? Having a public account, you know, that's crazy to me. But people do it. You know, people do it. It's just so strange. I don't get it. I don't get your desire to have complete strangers on the internet have any access to your life in general. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and I say this as a public figure. The worst part of this job is that the internet has any idea who I am. Like, not really, but kinda. Like, the worst part of this job is that it doesn't exist in a vacuum and it impacts your real life. Why would you want your real life on the internet and you're not even getting paid? Girl, you might as well get paid. You might as well get paid, you know? I don't know. Chad says, I worry that people think I'm a bad mom who's not sharing pictures though, but the feeling passes quickly, but it's there. Well, you mean like send a picture of your baby. Like, I think there's like I think there is probably a bubble that thinks you're weird for not sharing photos. Right? But I feel like it's time for us to not do that. Chat says, I also struggle taking pictures. Listen to me when I say this. The greatest gift my parents ever gave me were videos and photos of my life because I do not remember it. Guys, I don't remember my life. We don't remember. As we get older, our memory fades. Give your kids a time capsule. Please take photos of them without filters. Please document your very boring lives because I cry watching these videos. My dad sent me a hard drive. He sent me a hard drive of all of my childhood, all of our family photos, all of our laughter together, all of us just sitting around watching Christmas movies, and I cry to them. They are the most beautiful gift my family could have given me, and I'm so grateful. And the biggest regret I have is not letting my mom take more pictures of me as a teenager. The biggest regret I have, I almost have no photos of me as a teenager because I never wanted to be in the photos. And I hate that. I hate that because I really, really love the videos and photos of me. It really is a time capsule, a real person's life captured in a moment. So please take as many photos. Actually, even in my marriage, my partner has a really hard time with photos being taken. And like, I'm like, let's take photos. And it sounds stupid because we're just sitting around. So it feels unnatural to be like, selfie. Like, it does feel stupid. But I love the photos we take. I love the photos we've taken. I love looking back and be like, look how beautiful we look. Look at our relationship. Look at the growth of our relationship. So it is stupid to be like, hey, we're cooking dinner. I guess, you know what I mean? You know? I get it. Like, I totally get how uncomfortable it is. But man, it really matters to 10 years in the future you. And that's what I tell my partner. You don't care now, but in 20 years, I'm going to care. And that you might care, you know? So let's do it. You know? But yeah. My mom used to do it. My mom used to be the picture taker, and she's not in as many photos as she should be. but I think she did it for us because she knew. And then when we moved out of our parents' house, my mom gave each of her kids an album with their name on it with photos from their childhood. So my mom was preparing. My mom, like 30 years in advance, 40 years in advance, was like, I'm going to give these to my kids. And she did. And I have it with me in Croatia. I have a big ass album, like big, of all of my life. And my mom gifted it to each of her kids who moved out. That was my mom's like gift to her kids. And I just love them. All right, going back to Rowan.
Just a random person either, but someone that you're meant to have an innate bond with. This isn't like regretting other interpersonal relationships.
And by the way, sorry, that mom who said she doesn't want custody of those kids, she not only doesn't want custody, she doesn't want to see them grow or ask them questions about the universe or ask them what their favorite fruit is or be there for birthdays or ask them what their favorite anime is. My parents watched anime with us. They used to ask us what are our thoughts on politics. They used to say, what's your favorite thing? What's your favorite color? What do you like about life? And then proceeded to remember those things and then give us gifts that are according to those things. My dad to this day goes, I've never felt a power level quite this strong. And I was like, yes. Nothing like a dad quoting DBZ. You know what I mean? And to actively reject those people that you created that are a part of you, to not even be curious, like, what's your thoughts about the universe? Damn.
Even, regretting getting married or being friends with someone. Parental regret is on some level a wish that your child or children had never existed. And that is a lot for the parent to deal with, but also for the child. I think a large part of the taboo of regretful parents is this idea that admitting to it, being open and honest, would irreparably harm the child in question emotionally and psychologically, even as an adult. And so the better alternative is to push those feelings down or live with them secretly and never admit to them. But I would question if actually opening up about it as a surprisingly common way of feeling with a range of experiences and degrees of intensity might be exactly what people need. People who are deciding whether to have children, parents who already have them, and yes, if handled well, even children of regretful parents. There's almost no readily available advice on how to navigate this element of a parent-child relationship. No wealth of studies to base it off of, but I think it might depend too much on the individuals involved for there to be a good blanket advice on the topic anyway. One article on the topic entitled, Yes, Tell Your Kids You Regret Having Them, features the key subtitle, Chances Are They Already Know. The final person that I did a full-on interview with for this video is my friend Stevie, who has direct personal experience with the US adoption and fostering system as a kid. And Stevie spoke to me about wishing her mother had been more open about her feelings around motherhood and regret.
I mean, I would
27 years old. So 27.
Whoa, Dr. Anna, relax. It's not about you. Okay. I struggle with this deeply because I've been in this woman's house. Okay. And we did not get along. I found her to be deeply unethical. But it's been many years and maybe she's changed. But if she was a man, a part of me would out her. And a part of me feels a need to protect her because maybe she's gotten better, especially knowing that she's about to tell a story about her traumatized childhood. So as a content creator, I do struggle to like feel excited to hear her story. But I found her to be deeply unethical when I knew her. And I didn't know her for very long. So hopefully she's changed. But I don't know, like it feels weird not to talk about it because like she's being featured. And I knew Rowan was friends with her, which I found disappointing, but maybe she's changed, right? Let me see what she says in this video. And if I see no growth, maybe I'll say something, but yeah.
I wish my mom was.
Stevie Bobby is one of the most infamous lesbians on YouTube. She did sex education for a long time. We had really heavy disagreements about consent. And I deeply believed in more informed consent than she does, but maybe she's changed on that. She also said some really horrific things in private that I was very confused by. Again, all these progressives who are never as progressive as they seem, but hopefully she's changed. Let's see.
Told me I regretted having you. I don't really like you. You know what I mean? Because fuck, it took me 25 fucking years to figure out that's what was going on. You know? It would have been so much easier.
Yeah, like that. Honestly, even if it's difficult.
Yeah, because like at least maybe I could have had some kind of connection. You know, I could have had some kind of understanding.
We can extrapolate out the feelings that many children of regretful parents might have, but not understand why, from studies focusing on the parent.
And actually hearing that Stevie was abandoned by her mother puts into context some of the things she said to me all those years ago. It was a long time ago. Maybe things are better. I don't remember how long ago. I had 5, 6, 7 years. I don't remember. But
since it's been demonstrated by East, Shen, and Barber that regretting parenthood is associated with harsh parenting, in future studies, a deep analysis of how regretting parenthood influences the development of a child should be conducted. Unwanted childbearing has been found to predict mothers' postpartum depression and parenting stress, mothers' harsh and negligent parenting, and children's behavioural and socio-emotional problems. And for many, especially those on the fence about parenthood, that risk of regretting their decision is enough to decide to not have children. After all, even if levels and frequency of regret amongst non-parents wishing that they had children is the same as parents wishing the opposite, non-parents' regrets don't, affect anyone else directly. And for a lot of people, that is less of a risk. So I guess at this point in the video, this question of if you should have children, of if it is right, looks like, I guess just decide. But in between the child-free movement as a personal choice and purposeful parenthood as, well, another very personal choice, there's a lot of this messy in between. Nuance, if you will. My favourite word. The label of childless has waned in usage as the more affirmative child-free label has been embraced by non-parents who have chosen to not start a family. But it's also allowed for a separation between those who don't have children as a choice and those who might have been forced to wait to have children or who want children but have struggled to make that a reality. Part 2.
I think children are one of those things where people feel like because you want them, you're entitled to them. You're always legally entitled to having children. But I think it's something you have to break your attachment to, is this idea that like, wanting them is enough. Like, I think people go to great lengths to have a child in a way that I think is not good. Not because I think they're bad, but because I think they have a connection to having a child, like an attachment to having a child in a way that is like, okay, like, relax. Like, you worked way too hard to have this baby for reasons that I feel like if you deconstructed, you would probably not have this baby. But I think it's about, people are traumatized and dysfunctional, and they think that, having this baby is just what I've wanted more than anything. So I'll do all of these things. Like, I don't know.
You have kids. The sad truth is that not everyone who wants children, is ready for them, has really thought about it, can have them. At least not, I guess, what we need to refer to as like biological children. If you've ever known anyone who's struggling with infertility, then the reproduction can feel pretty unpredictable and unfair. According to the World Health Organization, research published in 2023, 17.5% of the adult population experience infertility. Fertility can be affected by a myriad of conditions, such as endometriosis, PCOS, fibroids, being in your 40s, being in your 30s, having had an eating disorder, currently having an eating disorder, pelvic inflammatory disease, surgical scarring, cervical mucus problems, premature ovarian syndrome, overactive thyroid, underactive thyroid, having a thyroid, ovulatory disorders, cancer, asthma, just bad luck, side effects from previous cancer treatments, smoking, obesity, previous or ongoing addictions, lupus, arthritis, diabetes, malformation of the uterus, hypertension, low sperm count, mumps, exposure to lead, abnormal sperm, hypergonadism, diminished small.
You know what's funny is that in one part of the conversation, everyone's having babies and no one can everyone's like, slow down. And then the other part, it's like, I can't have a baby here, my medical problems. You know what I mean? Right? It's kind of funny. And I do think there is a time, by the way, in which you as a parent, because, okay, here's the problem. Here's what healed me in therapy. Do you want to know what absolutely healed me in therapy? My therapist healed my childhood brain. Okay. So while I was going through my journey, okay, she helped me to realize so were my parents. And these, okay, are 3 separate journeys that overlap. They are not one journey. My parents aren't on one journey. I am not on one journey with them. Our journeys are separate and overlap. Okay? And this healed my brain. She's like, your parents are you on a different timeline. And I was like, oh yeah. My parents at 36 had 3 kids. No, 8 kids. What am I talking about? Wait. My parents stopped having kids at 40. So they probably had 8 or 9 kids by the time they were my age. I don't even have one. And when I realized, imagine me at 24 raising kids. Imagine me at 30 raising kids. It's like, oh, yeah. My parents had so many kids. And they're all going through their own journey. And so I started to judge my parents the way I would judge myself, instead of judging my parents the way I would judge a person I put on a pedestal. Because I put my parents on a pedestal. You're the parent. You're the adult. You should know better. And I realized, well, I don't know better. You know? So I look at my parents now and I judge them the way I judge myself. Meaning not literally 1-to-1, but I judge them the way I would judge anybody else. I judge my parents the way I would judge basically anybody else, with kindness and compassion, meeting them where they are and being open with boundaries. So I think sometimes we forget to do that. So it's okay if your parents in their journey realize damn, I kind of regret making a baby, but I love my kid. But damn, I kind of wish my body changed, my mental health changed. I knew a couple growing up, wonderful couple, successful, were in their 30s, very smart. I knew them later in their life, but they were telling me this story. Great couple, and people around them are like, have a baby, you would make a great parents. They had a baby and the wife's bipolar got triggered, or at least that's what they diagnosed her with. Perfectly fine beforehand, had a baby, completely became disabled, could no longer work, gained 500 pounds, I'm not exaggerating, super struggled. Her kids basically had to help raise her. Her partner had to divorce her because she could no longer stand being around him. And he went on, they have a good co-parenting relationship. They have a really good relationship, but they literally, she became a different person. Her brain chemistry was so changed forever that she became a different human being. Just think about that, a different human being. And I just think about that every day. But everyone is interesting, right? Yeah, women can also go blind. I know I just recently learned that too, that women can also go blind. So what I say is whoever's having the baby, whatever you're going through, it's not a joke. It's not a joke, but we take it for granted because we don't really talk about it going badly. But it's not great, you know? And not to mention if you're a woman of color, the chances of medical care decreasing and the quality decreasing is so high. So just pay attention to the details, guys, and be kind and compassionate to people, even people who made babies without, quote, thinking about it, because that's most people. That's why, again, we're working on preventative care.
Okay, so in the size, it's diminished function of the gonads, so diminished function of the testicles, or diminished, because otherwise it'd be hyper if it was too much. Anyway, so irrelevant to what I'm doing. And even if you can conceive, pregnancy, it might be ill-advised for you, right? It puts a huge strain on the body. So if you have a pre-existing condition like arthritis or diabetes, for example, pregnancy has the potential to do some serious and lasting damage. It can also force people to make a choice regarding whether they should continue with medication or treatment that they need that has a potential risk of damaging a fetus, for example. I never want to be pregnant, but I'm also very aware that I'm currently on medication that if I was someone who wanted to be pregnant, I would have to stop taking that medication. But infertility for what?
Ding, ding, ding. Wait, that's a great point. What if you're on life-saving medication for your mental health, but in order to have a baby, you have to get off of it because it will impact the fetus? That's why conservatives want you to be drug-free, by the way. That's why conservatives are like, get off all your medication, get off your pills, get off your birth control, just have babies and nature will cure yourself. Oh, boo.
Whatever reason, it's not the automatic end of someone's dreams of parenthood. Fertility treatment does exist. Sperm donation, egg donation, IVF, hormonal treatment, or surrogacy have created
too much work. No judgment, but too much work. Do you know what I mean? You're working so hard to have a bio baby that bad. Why? See how they don't want to become mothers or fathers? They want to breed. If you want to become a parent, you don't have to do IVF or in vitro or surrogacy. You don't have to do any of those things. But that's why I say I always wanted to be a mother. More than anything. You know? But I never needed to be pregnant. I mean, I would have loved to have been pregnant because cool, but like also I never needed to be pregnant. So that's why I say like you can have a baby. But do you really want a baby or do you want a part of you? And if a part of you needs to be biological, what does that mean? You know, Chet saying your body is saying no. I think to some extent, there is something about your body saying no. And maybe also your life is giving you a different opportunity. But I also think people are having a biological experience in which they definitely could not raise offspring that weren't theirs biologically because they would always feel a way about it. And I think that's super valid. See? I knew a guy, the same guy I knew who desperately like wanted to be a father, but I think was irresponsible, but like a good person, but like irresponsible. Okay. Like, I think like a little, not my standard, but you do you. Also couldn't adopt because if they wanted to adopt, they would always look at that kid like I did you a favor. See, you can't have those people adopt. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't blame you for having a biological experience in which you want to have offspring. That makes sense. That's written into your DNA. That's evolution. I'm saying let's introspect, extrospect, deeper relationship with our evolutionary process to have a better and healthier way of looking at offspring, right? That's okay. I think it's better for people to have biological children than to adopt if they can't give the love and care to that adopted child that they need to. I think it's better for you to adopt than have a bio child if the bio child is somehow going to risk your physical life. I think it is better to actually do things for the right reason than to worry about doing things for the wrong reason because it shows up better in society. Right? That's the problem. So we need to make sure we're doing things for the right reasons, for healthy, adjusted reasons, for reasons that make sense. And we need to be okay with the fact that we might never be the person we wanted to be in our fantasy and instead be the best version of the person we really can be in reality. We're just so obsessed with being the fantasy version of ourselves that it comes at the expense of ourselves and the people around us. Instead of just being the best version of you can be, the healthiest, most joyful. And then that's a benefit to you and your community.
New ways to create life. Some people will require fertility assistance for non-medical reasons too, if they want to have children in that way. So think about, queer couples or single people who want to be parents who can't do so in the old-fashioned way, I guess. Fertility assistance, however, is rarely fully accessible. It's expensive and in some places even illegal.
I think even saying that I emphatically don't want kids is a little bit wrong, but the fact that for me having children will be an active decision that I would have to proactively make and put a lot of money behind, like never mind even just like finding a donor. Like I have PCOS. It is likely that fertility will be complex for me. Also I'm a fat Black person, like navigating prenatal care becomes infinitely more complex. The risks for me are higher. I have like gender dysphoria to think about. So it's all the stuff that's more complex where I'm like, you know what? Going down that road with...
Ooh, pause. Chet said, especially learning about the adoptee community online. I don't know what that means, but if your whole personality is your kid's autism or the fact that you adopted a person, I'm out. You know how people say that about gay people? Like, if your whole personality is being gay, I'm out. Well, if your whole personality is I adopted a child, I'm out. Also, your whole personality should not be being gay, but if that's the main character in your life, I'm here for it. You know what? But like, okay, I feel like you should be a well-rounded person, and a well-rounded person, their primary identity isn't like some savior complex, and isn't some like, even adoption is so funny, like, because you have to make sure you're not just like kidnapping children. So you have to be very careful, you know?
The thousands of pounds would probably cost, the emotional toll that it would take, and then it would throw my entire life up into the air. And I would have to, reshape who I am as a person. Like, you're not the same person before or after you have a kid. And so with all of that, and no, I'd rather be child-free.
Many of these treatments are pretty new, and we as a society haven't come to a consensus on how to ensure that it's all practiced ethically. Surrogacy, for example, can be, a wonderful choice for some people, but is also ripe for exploitation. Sperm and egg donation can create new families, but donor-conceived children might feel a sense of loss around the anonymity of their biological parent. Tyler Levi Sniff, a man who didn't learn he was donor-conceived until he was in his 30s, told The Atlantic that it was so important to me to know my biofather's life story, his personality and talents and struggles. In the UK, it was only this year, for example, that we recognised donor-conceived children's right to know and abolished donor anonymity. There are economic and political restrictions over who can access which treatments and how easily. In the UK, until very recently, lesbian couples needed to pay out of pocket for fertility assistance that heterosexual couples got for free on the NHS.
Whoa.
A 2018 article from the BBC reported that the NHS denied IVF treatments to women over the age of 34, despite the recommended age cutoff for treatment being 42. And if you're incarcerated, you have very little chance of conceiving or raising a child. Very few prisons allow conjugal visits, and assisted reproduction is not allowed. I can only find one example in Australia of an incarcerated woman requesting IVF and having it approved. The tabloids obviously had a field day. It's one of those stories that right-wing trashy magazines love. A bad poor person wants government assistance to be a bad parent kind of headline. But does the government have the right to deny incarcerated people the right to a family? Does anyone truly have the...
That's the thing. Legally, we can have our discussions, but morally, we shouldn't even be making the decisions. But I feel that way about a lot of people. That's the problem. It's not just that you're incarcerated, that you shouldn't be having a baby. It's so many other reasons as well. That's why I say you're not serious about having a baby. I remember that story. Yeah, that person's unethical. That's a bad person. But so are so many other people that a lot of people would say are good people. You're not having babies for the right reasons, girls. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, people are bad. We're giving humanity way too much credit. Because I remember that story and I remember being so annoyed. We give people way too much credit, but it's not just incarcerated people, it's rich people and privileged people and all these people that everyone's like, you should have a baby. No. Okay. Discord said, I think you just named why I hate when people make their whole brand being a white person marrying a black woman or a black person. It feels like a savior complex. Look, married a black woman or black woman. You know what it is? Two, I feel this way about anyone who makes their whole brand a stereotype or a thing that's like defeating the stereotype. You objectify the union as something specific. You make it racist. Like, you kind of make it about being gay. Even though I love watching gay couples, I don't really like watching gay couples. I will like watching people who are gay be happy, but I do not watch gay people content. Like, gay couple content, I don't watch it. And look at, you want to talk about Stevie Bobby? Her content was fucking toxic. Do you remember her breakup online? Do you remember some of these gay people break up online? Yeah. All it proved to me was that gay people have the same problems straight people do. Y'all are marrying and settling for the wrong people, and your breakups are on the online, and I don't need to see it. Keep your relationships private. If you turn your whole relationship into content, And I know some people do that and they're in love, but like, it makes me question everything. You know what I mean? It makes me question, but you do you, right? It feels objectifying. It feels weird. But people love it. People love that shit. They just love it. Ooh, interracial couples. Ooh, like, they just love that shit. And also it's because in some ways it's like proof that interracial marriages work. And then in other ways it's like, are you even happy? Who was it? Who did we just watch the other day who said people were more shocked that they were interracial than they were something else? What was it? Like, people just are obsessed with these narratives, God, I don't remember what it was. Cat Black. Oh, Cat Black. It was Cat Black. She said people are more critical or have opinions about the fact that I'm with I think she's with a white guy, I guess. I don't know. He looks white versus that she's trans. And I'm like, yeah, people are weird. But people are curious also because we're kind of animals that are curious about each other, and we're curious about mating and socialization, and we're curious about offspring, and we're curious about so much. I just want you guys from a philosophical perspective to make every decision that's towards your joy, and not because you feel pressured by society to go in a direction, or you feel like you're saying fuck you to the man. You're like, I'm going to have a baby. I'm going to do this. Fuck you. It feels like I nannied for this woman who was nice enough, but she was pretty dysfunctional. Successful, a doctor, made $250,000 a year, got a custom baby, chose a sperm donor with the hair color and the eye color, wanted a boy. She used to say I couldn't have a man, so I made a man. Okay, I have opinions about that. She was a nice lady, but troubled. You know, she had problems. And she went through pregnancy alone, had 5 miscarriages, really struggled through her pregnancy. Like you could tell she was well-intentioned, but she needed a lot of therapy, not a baby. She needed a ton of therapy, not a baby. You know, but she made a baby instead. And I loved her. Her baby was so sweet. She was a nice lady. Her baby was so sweet. I can't even tell. She was a great employer. I'll tell you that much. She was a good employer, but because she was so emotionally entangled and a little codependent, she's also the same employer I had to lie to about why I was quitting my job because I thought she could hold it over my head. Because she was well-intentioned, but I could tell she was like codependent. And codependency is scary because you get punished for leaving, even though they don't mean to do it. That's why I said if you have a family unit where your kids stay home with you until they get married, make sure you're not creating codependent children. So when they leave to be independent, you don't punish them. Because that's what I see from a lot of in my own bubble of immigrant bubble, like they do this thing where they raise their kids. No, don't leave home until you're married. Stay home with me. But then my concern is that kid allowed to leave? The same bubbles that say, oh, my kids can pay the mortgage. They can help me out with the bills. Your kid is 25. Why are they helping you out with bills? Or like they'll say, we're all a family. We're together in this. But like, you should have been responsible enough as parents so your kids don't pay your bills. And that sucks. Like, does your kid even have a choice? And they're also in the bubble where they feel like their kids have to marry an Assyrian. They can't marry anyone else or they're not going to the wedding. Y'all get your shit together, please. Like, well-intentioned, good people, but like, kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Saying you won't go to your child's wedding unless they marry an Assyrian. Like, what are we talking about? Gross. But that's the thing. So that's what you know what I mean? I just want my kids to have the right to say, Mom, I want to do something else with my life, and I hope that's okay. All right. Just don't be a Nazi. Just don't be a Nazi. God, don't be fucking, you know what I mean? Shit, bro. Go fall in love. I don't care. But yeah, like I don't like that. I don't like people having kids to pay their bills or secure their retirement or keep them at home, you know?
The right to reproduce is fertility treatment healthcare or a luxury? When we consider how Black people are disproportionately incarcerated, especially in the United States.
In a society that encourages you to have baby, it's healthcare. In a society that is not concerned with people making babies but having healthy homes, it's a privilege. If your government says and wants you to have babies, it better be a part of healthcare. It better be free, motherfuckers. If your government is so secular and concerned with quality of life rather than having babies, it's a privilege. But if I hear one more propaganda piece from America, have babies, well, then you better make it goddamn free. You better give me an incentive to have a baby that supports me as a system. That's why I'm pissed at America for saying we're pro-baby, but you don't want to take care of those babies the moment they hit the God's green earth.
Denying prisoners the ability to have children, to raise them, to care for a family, it all starts to feel significant in some ways, shall we say. Diana Block of the California Coalition for Women Prisoners has said, when you take many thousands upon thousands of women of color, Black women of reproductive age, and you put them in prison during that period of their reproductive age, and then you slowly kill them due to the problems of inadequate healthcare, then that's also a eugenics program. And despite what many people might assume, your nationality, race, and income still heavily affect your likelihood of both you and your fetus surviving pregnancy, childbirth, and the postpartum period. A 2021 report from the National Vital Statistics System reported that in the US, Black women face a maternity mortality of 69.9 deaths for every 100,000 births. For white women, that number is 26.6, meaning that Black women were more than twice as likely to die as white women were. Reproductive health is public health.
You hear that? You hear that?
It's shaped by policy, perhaps in many cases, even more than it's shaped by biology. Now,
wait, let's hear it again.
Meaning that Black women were more than twice as likely to die as white women were.
So when you end up with a partner who doesn't know that, and they go, I want you to have a baby, having a baby is important to me, make sure they're aware of that. And make sure you're aware of it. And then make sure you really think about the fact that having a baby could be the end of your life.
Reproductive health is public health. It's shaped by policy, perhaps in many cases, even more than it's shaped by biology. Now, at some point in this talk of infertility and dangerous pregnancies, some of you might have said to yourselves, well, why not just foster or adopt? There are so many kids that need homes. Why not take care of them? This, I think, is the automatic response. If I can have my own kids, I just adopt. And I think it's said with the intention of validating that parenting decision, right? Like, oh, I'd love a child either way. But I also think it can betray a sort of every child is the same in my eyes kind of rose-tinted view that can leave people who foster or adopt unprepared with the specific experience of parenting a fostered or adopted child. To begin with, just the process of adoption and fostering is very different from the process of having a biological child. Like, it seems obvious, but it is true. In the UK, for example, you have to go through an approval process that includes background checks and training courses in order to foster, something that biological parents don't have to do. There's also the basic fact that you're taking in a child with a pre-existing relationship with another parent, even if a child is separated from their biological.
That's very true. It's very difficult to integrate a child into your life and knowing they had another one before you. So you have to keep that in mind. You have to be very kind and compassionate. But that's why I say, like, I know why people make their own babies. It's easier. Just because it's easier doesn't mean it's the right decision. Just because it's harder doesn't mean it's for you. Just because it's harder doesn't mean it's not the right decision. Like, discourse at all parents should have to take those classes. Honestly, though, maybe all of us should be taking classes. Maybe all of us, not mandated by the government, but encouraged by culture. The culture should be preparedness. What about CPR? You know, as a nanny, I had to get my CPR certificate or license or whatever renewed every year, I think it was, or every 2 years, I don't remember. Like, how many parents aren't even doing that? We should be encouraging a society, all of us, not even non-parents should have their CPR. We should know CPR as a society. We should feel confident in helping people, right? We should do it. Do you know that you have to give CPR differently to babies, children, and adults? Do you know the method of giving it to an infant child is different? Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be so powerful if we as a society encouraged all of us to be well-informed, but we don't have that. And I understand why. The economy and capitalism and the way the system is structured, bro, if you're working 2 jobs and you can't even be home with your kids, like, we're not pro-family in America, bro. And that's proven by this economy. If you were pro-family, you would have it so families can spend time with their kids and go on vacation once a year and not come at the expense of feminism or women's rights. See how they're saying, well, we could have that again if women didn't work. No, we can't because we never did. No. Women always worked. You just didn't like the way the labor looked.
Parents at birth, those parents don't just disappear. You're going to have to reconcile a shared parenthood with 2 people who you don't necessarily know. With foster care, most of the time, reunification is the goal, and it's not uncommon for adoptees to attempt to reconnect with their birth parents. Even if these child's biological parents have died, that is still an existing relationship, an existing trauma that might well go against your pre-existing mantra.
Wait, chat says, I think counseling should be like doctor checkups, to be honest. Like, everyone is encouraged to go see a counselor maybe once or twice a year. Girl, most people don't see their doctor once or twice a year. I don't know if most people see a doctor once or twice a year. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe some of y'all are doing that, but a lot of people are not doing that. A year goes by really fast. For a neurodivergent like me, it goes by so fast that I'm like, has it been a year already? I'm so annoyed I have to go again. Do you know what I mean? Like, a lot of people are not doing that because it's hard and it's not encouraged by society. And so it's just another fucking thing I gotta get done. that feels not important. But yes, I would love if all of us were encouraged by culture to do yearly checkups and that they were paid for by the government.
Of like, this is my child, and your vision of what that.
Oh, and by the way, even though they're paid for by the government and I barely pay anything for my universal health care, I still struggle to get out of the house because I never have the spoons. So even somebody in my position who has so much privilege to go to the doctor, do you guys know I deeply struggle to get out of the house? I just would rather be doing my life. So I have to give myself incentives to go to the doctor because I'm like, even though it's not going to cost me anything, even though it's literally convenient, I'm like, I don't want to leave the house. And I don't feel that sick, so I'm fine. Even though I know for a fact I need to go. It's like I really need to go. And once it becomes like once it gets to the point where, and my partner and I openly talk about this, I'm like, hey, we got to go to the doctor. Is it coming at the expense of our marriage yet? And the goal is to go when, before it becomes at the expense of anything healthy, and when I feel a sense of urgency. I'm waiting for the sense of urgency. I think it will happen. Like that essay that's due before midnight, I'm waiting for that sense of urgency. And then I'm going to go. But I have to take off a day from streaming. I don't want to, but I do have to. You know, I have to literally decide what day on streaming I give up and I go to the doctor. And I'm waiting for the sense of urgency. But it's not coming at the expense of my marriage. And that's, or my life or my job. So I'm pretty good right now. But it's going to come soon. I think it's going to happen in the next 4 weeks. That's my theory. I can feel it. But, so I'm just saying, I empathize. I'm there with you. We also have to contend for those nuances. That for a lot of us, it's like, my sense of urgency isn't there. I'm not doing it. I am more concerned with Indiana. We are more concerned with taking her to the vet. We've taken Indiana to the vet more than we've taken ourselves to the doctor. So that should tell you where our priorities are.
That relationship will look like. It's something that I talked to Stevie about at length during our interview, not just because of her experiences within the American system, but also as someone who's investigated the UK alternative with her wife as a potential carer or parent herself.
Because I was in the foster system in the US and I am like a survivor of child abuse and all of that.
Stevie Bobby's trauma is making more sense to me now. I don't think I knew this about her when I met her. So all of the things she said to me make a lot of sense, but that's why I say to you, traumatized people who do not become healed repeat cycles. They're both victims and toxic, right? Not all victims of abuse are toxic, but I think we're all kind of toxic. All of us, everyone's born. And even healthy people have moments of toxicity.
Stuff. That has radicalized me in one direction. But since moving to the UK, and I had a period of time where me and my wife were going through like the adoption process where you are trained to be good enough to become an adopter, it just completely broke my brain and radicalized me in a completely different way. But at the same time, I don't really want to speak over the voices of people in the UK who have been harmed by how the system is set up or how it used to be set up or whatever. But oh my God, it's night and day as far as just rights. Just adoptees have rights in most countries except for the US. A big part of the breaking my brain thing isn't necessarily that it that part is radicalization as much as holy shit, they're putting adoptive parents, like intended adoptive parents, through a 6-month training course where they have organized everything that I think and believe and made it mandatory for them to believe it before they're allowed to adopt a child. What? Like what? You have to agree that adoption is trauma before you adopt a child in the UK. That would be so incredibly mind-blowing to most people in the US, I would say, to think that that is just taken as a fact here. It's not like saving a child. It's not, I am doing a duty of loving them and helping them because I don't know.
It's a savior complex stuff.
The parents suck or whatever. It's literally like, no, adoption itself is the trauma. Like, what? So cool.
Foster care, while currently sort of necessary in some cases, often ends up doing more harm than good in the current system. Not every child placed in foster care needs to be separated from their parents, and not every child placed in foster care is provided with a safe family. In an article for USA Today, Kayla McKinnon writes of the foster care experience in New York. Many of these children are put in what are known as congregate facilities. Children, myself included, who are housed in congregate facilities face isolating prison-like conditions that include severe limitations on privacy and bathroom use, poor food quality, and inadequate medical care, particularly mental health care, all while feeling lonely, unsafe, and unloved. Foster children are disproportionately less likely to graduate from high school, which is unsurprising.
And in the US, more likely to end up in the system, like in a criminal sense. So that's why I say, like, one of the goals we have as a couple is not necessarily to be parents, but to maybe get to the position where we could sponsor kids or something, because that's missing in society. Like, that's what I'm saying. All these fucking rich people, and none of them are actually trying to help the next generation. I see rich people all the time. And look, I'm not rich, so maybe that's a big part of why I'm dreaming about it, right? But if we know that's a fact, that in America, as an example, people end up in the system, and that could be, the probability of that could decrease if we just give them intervention. Why are we intervening? Why are we intervening? You know?
And considering how foster care disrupts schooling, they're also more likely to experience poverty. They're significantly more likely to be incarcerated at some point in their lives as well. In fact, the likelihood of foster children to become convicted of a crime is so high that there is a term for it, the foster care to prison pipeline. And it's tempting to think like, oh, these kids, they're probably screwed anyway, right? Their biological parents were neglectful, and even though the system failed, it's better than nothing, right? Well, not necessarily. One 2006 study, for example, the impact of foster care and development, compared 3 groups of children. Children who experienced foster care, those who were maltreated but remained in the home, and children who had not experienced foster care or maltreatment despite their similarly at-risk demographic characteristics. The children who went through foster care had higher levels of internalizing problems than the children who stayed with their families, despite experiencing similar levels of maltreatment. A 2007 study, Child Protection and Child Outcomes, measuring the effects of foster care, reached a similar conclusion. Children on the margin of placement tend to have better outcomes when they remain at home, especially older children. For people considering parenthood, becoming foster carers is often seen as a universally positive, generous, morally pure way of getting to care for a child.
True.
But the understanding of these children as traumatized, not necessarily from their own families, but
I knew a homeschool mom, dysfunctional, bro. Homeschool mom with her kids, multiple marriages, just dysfunctional, okay? And she was trying to adopt kids. She was Hawaiian, and her husband was white and a cop, I think. No. He was a UPS driver. He looked like a cop, though. And she had 2 bio kids from a previous marriage. And I remember she was going through kids, like kids that she might adopt, and new kids were showing up at the homeschool events. And I was like always wondering about that. Like, why are these new kids coming in? I remember there was this little girl once, a little black girl. She's so cute, like 3 or 4 or 5, 3 years old, maybe. She was funny. She was a little troublemaker, but like in a way that makes sense because she's a kid. But also, you know, she's been abandoned. And I remember liking her and being like, we should adopt her. And my mom was like, well, we have a lot of kids, but they're going to adopt her. And I was like, oh, that's nice. And I thought it'd be really cool. I was young. I was like in middle school. I remember thinking she was a funny kid. Like I could see her face still. I still remember what she looked like. And I remember thinking like, oh, how fun. She's going to get adopted. And like, I remember thinking so positively about adoption. Like, this is great. And then I remember coming into an event and she wasn't there. And I was like, where is this kid's name? Where is she? And they were like, we had to give her back. And I was like, why? And they said she was difficult. And I said, oh, she's a kid. And I was so mad, but I was a kid and I was difficult. I was a difficult kid. So I was like, but I'm a difficult kid and I was difficult. Okay. And they said, yeah, but we weren't prepared for how difficult she would be. And I was like, oh. And that's when it set into motion that even a kid so young could be seen by the adults in the room as too much. And I think I internalized in many ways, because I must have been about 11 or 12. I internalized in a sense, like, if this little girl is too much, then what am I? She's a kid, bro, like a little kid. Like 3, 4, 5, that's a baby compared to my whole 11, 12. And I realized, like, there's something so fundamentally wrong with how we look at troubled children or children that are difficult or rebellious kids, or there's something so fundamentally wrong about how adults handle a whole life, you know? And I think it gave me an understanding. And by the way, this family broke up. They're divorced. Apparently their marriage was very difficult. The whole thing was a mess, very dysfunctional family. But I think they were trying to adopt kids as a way to fix the family, to be like holier than thou. So I'm kind of glad she didn't get adopted into their family in a way, because she would have adopted into another family that got broken. But I hope that little girl was adopted into a family, a good family, you know? But sad, bro. It's just, all of it's just so sad. We're all so traumatized, huh? We're all so traumatized.
Foster system itself is often not part of that idealized picture, and it absolutely should be. Are you prepared to deal with the realities of that trauma? Are you entering into ethical forms of fostering and adoption? Are you putting the child first, even if it means admitting that you aren't good enough to do this?
Exactly.
And if you can't do that for this hypothetical child, how can you say that you'd be able to do it for your own biological children if they needed you in the same way? Especially when we look at the many factors that might cause young people to experience hardship. Part 3. Should you have kids? The Office of National Statistics reported last year that the number of babies born in England and Wales is now the lowest since the 1970s. A lot of headlines have been written about this. A lot of older journalists wringing their hands. What is happening to these youths? Are they not horny enough? They have so much porn at their fingertips nowadays, goddammit. For many people, the question of why fewer young adults are having kids becomes somewhat laughable. As you know, you gesture around the empty bank accounts, unstable rental arrangements, climate crisis, World War III news cycle dumpster fire outside the window. Like, hello, this is why. But for the purposes of a thorough investigation, let's break it down a little, shall we? After all, it might seem like common sense, but do the studies agree? Does the evidence back up the obvious? To begin, there's the economy. The old cosy lives, as we say in the UK. The cost of living crisis. The stats are not great, everyone. Sometimes those stats are official government findings, and sometimes it's companies with a real vested interest in understanding the financial situation of the general public. Like Royal London, the UK's largest mutual pensions, protections and investment provider, which published a financial resilience report in 2024 looking at changes in average household bills in the UK. And they found 1 in 10% people suggested that cost of living concerns had directly impacted their family planning, with people suggesting they will either delay having children, have fewer children than they planned, or even abandon their plans for children altogether. This figure rises to more than 1 in 5, 22% of those aged 18 to 34. So yeah, that's pretty damning. It's not just that potential parents are feeling the squeeze in their own lives. They may well be seeing the impact on their peers around them who are already having children, adding that potential future image to their own decision-making. More than a quarter, 27% of parents with young children under 3, are finding themselves overdrawn regularly or occasionally, with 1 in 10, 9% needing to borrow money to cover monthly expenses. This was part of Maz's considerations too.
I was working part-time for a charity, which gave me a fairly steady, reliable income that I just don't have anymore. And so now, if I have a lean month, or I'm stupid with my money, as I frequently am, I can adapt. But the stakes get a lot higher when that comes with responsibility for another human being.
100%. My partner and I always say, like, we can handle $0 in a bank account if it ever came to like a really bad financial situation, but we don't want to handle with children. And even though we understand that it could happen to anybody, that happened to my parents. My parents were financially stable, and then they had a bad few years in the business, and they were on credit card debt, and they made it work, and now they're good again. But we're not even there. Like, we make good, stable money for us as adults. We don't make good enough stable money to have kids. And it goes back to the Dave Ramsey versus Chelsea Fagan conversation. Dave Ramsey and conservatives will say, have a baby now, but oh my God, have a baby now because you'll find a way, but don't buy Starbucks because you don't own a house yet. Chelsea Fagan will say, don't have a baby, but buy that Starbucks because houses are too expensive. It's about the priority of what is realistic for your lifestyle and your goals. It's not just about money, though. We didn't solely make the decision not to be parents because of income. If that was the decision, my partner would have gone to work and I would have upped my income. If money was the only reason we didn't have kids, we would have, say it with me, and no offense to everyone else, made more money. If that was literally the only thing stopping me from having a kid, you know, you can just make more money. And it's not easy, but it would be worth the effort to increase your income to have a child. Just like it is worth the investment of saving up for a house. When you decide to make something a hard goal, it means you do whatever it takes to get it within your values. But if something is a soft goal, you just, if it happens, it happens. But kids and a house are not something I think if it happens, it happens. I'm never going to have any of those things. If it happens, it happens. Well, with kids, it's just irresponsible. You know? It's just like...
For themselves.
To me, this feels like a clear example of people who decide not to have children being far from the selfish, egotistical figures that they're often painted as. Mads' decision is about what's best for them, but it's also with a real and considered understanding of the impact that their personal situation would have on a child, as well as themselves. That's not to say that this is a black and white issue. I think a road where we start to assign worthiness to parents based on their income is a dark one. Even if you subscribe to that point of view, from a practical sense, it just doesn't work. When now more than ever we know that for all but the wealthiest of inherited income trust fund havers, your income can disappear in a flash. Redundancies seem ever more common, and people who felt secure a couple of years ago now fear AI making their work obsolete. Just because someone passes the finance test when they fall pregnant doesn't mean that they still will by the time the baby is born even. If we see people...
Well, the finance test is also a part of having the village. So your finance test is not about the income you make alone. It's also about the village being there when your income dwindles. Do you have a village enough to help you when that happens? That's what the village is as well. It's not just there for babysitting. It's there for income. Income you pay back, or you give like, hey, I can't afford childcare anymore. Can we do group meetings at your house every day with all of our kids? And we'll make a way to make a daycare for the moms in the neighborhood or dads in the neighborhood, the parents in the neighborhoods, right? So it's not just like when my partner and I were making a list of reasons not to have kids, we don't have a village. That was a huge part of it. And we didn't like anybody enough to make a village. Because I don't like anybody enough in my life to make a village that also doesn't include us needing to live in the same state and therefore have our jobs in the same state. Because your village also needs to be physical. This is a very difficult thing to create. You have to like the people. You have to trust their values are similar. You have to trust their kids are going to treat your kids with the same dignity. You have to trust that you can keep your kids with these people and see that they're safe. There's so many layers that go into raising children that I feel like it's interesting, you know, like when you send your kid to school, you have to trust that no teacher's going to take advantage of them, or other kids aren't going to bully them and get away with it, or there's not going to be a school shooting. You know, there's so many things that go into this, but when you have a village, you have to trust that when you drop your kids off at your sister's house, they're not going to turn on some homophobic television show. You know, it's like there are so many things that go into this, and we just didn't have the village to justify bringing a kid into the universe. That was a big part of it, you know?
Struggling to afford to have children, the question seems like it should be, how do we financially support these families and ensure that all children are provided for, rather than to turn the power of policy onto removing the ability or even the legal rights of people from having or keeping these children. Even those with a steady, magical, future-proof income which can pay for anything their baby could possibly want might still look at the state of the world and give pause. Yes, it's time to talk about the climate crisis, everyone. Oh God. Now, this does seem to already be having an impact. 39% of the 10,000 young people aged 16 to 25 who were surveyed around the world by researchers at the University of Bath in 2021 said that they were hesitant to have children in light of the climate crisis, and what they saw as a failure to combat this issue by leaders. Environmentalism as a consideration seems to be growing. In 2021, that same year, a Pew Research Center survey found that of Americans aged 18 to 49 who didn't plan to have kids, only around 5% cited climate or the environment as a major factor in their decision, whereas by 2024, just 3 years later, that had risen to 26%. When it comes to the decision to have children, I think there are 2 reasons why parents might be hesitant around the environment. One is the worry of the type of world that their child will be living in, and the other is that their child might worsen the crisis itself. Now, for people my age especially, that second one is probably fueled, at least in part, by the spectre of the overpopulation problem. We had it a lot growing up. This boogeyman of a booming global population that would destroy the earth and consume its resources like a black and brown swarm of locusts. It was fucking racism the whole time. It is no coincidence that conversations around overpopulation were often focused on non-Western countries.
True! Okay, wait, Discourse said, were you not including the circumstances where making more money comes at the expense of the kids? Because for a lot of people these days, in order to make enough money, it will come directly at the expense of the kids. Or were you saying there are other factors that contribute to like the lack of a village? I was saying in that circumstance, because Rowan was saying, even if you think you have a secure job, you could lose it at any day. But the point of having a village is to account for the days in which you lose your job. So the village comes together and says a tragedy has happened. That's why when you're a person in a village that's always out of work, that's always losing their job, you become a burden. Because now what should have been an emergency is a lifestyle. So I was replying to Rowan, who was making the point that some people think, oh, I'm financially secure, I can finally have a kid, assuming they'll always have that income. But no job is a guarantee, right? Like no job is a guarantee. But when you are a good village participant, when you're a good neighbor, then nobody cares if you lose your job on occasion, because the reality is like that's a tragedy. But you pick up yourself and you get back to it. The dilemma is like when you're the person who's always out of work, or it's always the boss's fault, or man, I'm out of luck, you know, blah, 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 blah. So that's what I was referring to, Discord.
By racist stereotypes and Orientalist fear-mongering. White people too often blame black and brown women for having children when the issue isn't population, it is consumption. Consumption is what's linked to environmental destruction. The conversation should be about capitalism and climate change, not about controlling the bodies of people who give birth. I could do a whole video on this, but I guess Google ecofascism if you're interested.
Harder opinion to deal with was that there was an inherent wrongness for someone to have so many children, and that must mean that at least some of us were neglected. And in more recent years, I've had to hear the conversation around large families being about the increased carbon footprint. While there's some truth to that, it still does not compare to the major factors contributing to climate change, and my little sibling's existence is not the problem here.
Okay, but here's where looking at the stats can get interesting. The UK's First Generations and Gender Survey in 2022 found that although millennials with strong environmental concerns were less likely to intend to have kids, the reverse was actually true for Gen Z. This may be because some younger people do not intend to have children for other reasons, or it could be that Gen Zers who would like—
I'm sorry, was that person on the call saying that having too many kids wasn't neglect? Because I'll say, like, as a person with a big family, like, neglect is going to happen even with the village, even with aunties and uncles. Like with peace and love, I still want my parents' attention. Like a village is great, but my parents' attention will not be replaced by my aunties. Maybe in a situation where I don't have any parents, your auntie's attention is good. But like, I loved my aunties and uncles, but like, I didn't get BPD because they abandoned me. I got BPD because my parents abandoned me as a gay kid. I think we forget how important parents are. Parents, not gendered parents or biological parents, but primary caregivers. I think some people are like, oh, my grandparents raised me. Cool. And I'm glad that worked out for you. Most of the people I talk to who feel like their grandparents raised them feel abandoned by their parents. So if you're the exception, that's great, right? But it's one of those things where, like, for me, my grandparents aren't my parents. Nobody's my parents, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're the ones who are my primary person. So be my primary, you know? But yeah, there is something to be said with this whole thing, huh? I love an extended family. I loved growing up with all my cousins and people around me. But at some time too, I grew up with a big family. I grew up with get-togethers every Sunday with so many cousins. And then what happened? The parents fought. My parents and their parents all got into it, and that tore up our relationships. Dad side of the family. You know how it is with dad sides of the family. If you're part of that trend on TikTok, it's always the dad side of the family. Mom side of the family, love them. Dad side of the family, ugh, drama. Never have problems with my mom's side of the family. The dad side of the family, though, to be fair, they are the more conservative, homophobic ones. And they do struggle, but you know what I mean? Everyone's different. I'm in that category. I'm definitely in that bubble, you know? And I love them though, but it sucks. And the parents fight. So we lost our get-togethers. We lost our village because the villagers weren't getting along. So what do you do then? What do you do when the village you thought you had isn't going to get along together? And then what if you build a village with people, but then they want to go and have a life? See, going back to the codependent. When is your village a village and when are you just codependent? Because what if you have kids and friends, you all grew up together, you all live next door to each other, but what if the economy shifts? What if they want to do something else? What if they actually decide they want to live somewhere else? Well, then your village is gone. And then what are you going to do? It's very hard to even guarantee a village without stagnation being a possible part of the village building. So then they think, okay, let's build a village with society. Let society be the village. I don't know. I don't know about that. Chad says tying your boats together, as you once said, Brit. Well, I said cutting off the rope from the boats. Wait, my analogy with the boats is that you cut the rope off and you keep going because I'm not going to be pulled behind by the other boats. Is that what you mean? Because I ain't pulling nobody's weight. I'm happy to help, but my boat ain't doing all the work. You know, but also, what if they want to go in a different direction? What if they want to sail east and I want to go west? What do we do? What do we do?
To have children are more worried about the planet that their children will inherit. And yes, both good theories. But while reading another piece on the environmental impact on potential parents, I also found this quote from Jade Sasser, the author of Climate Anxiety and the Kid Question. What Gen Z tends to know, more so than other generations, is that population growth doesn't cause climate change. The consumption of resources, production of oil and gas, cutting down of forests, these things cause climate change, and they are not necessarily driven by human numbers. They're driven by politics, policies, and inequitable consumption patterns in the world. So maybe we move on to the final bit of like all of this hellfire that might kind of feed into trends on child rearing, and that is the global political situation, the descent into fascism, as it were. For many people, they are questioning if they even want to bring a child into the world as it is right now. Now, some people would counter that argument by saying, you know, there have been many people across history who have been in much worse political situations than you, and they still had children. Yes, this is true.
Well,
like, you've heard of baby boomers, right? Political conditions and the general public's experience of them have always had some kind of effect on the decision to have children, including the rise in political and economic optimism in the post-war period that gave rise to boomers. The everyday political and practical like reality of men being home for good rather than just for shore leave, the relative certainty that your child will grow up with both their parents, like that is all part of that booming generation. So is that surprised that a pessimistic political climate might have the opposite effect, especially when many people around the world have greater access to contraceptives, abortion, and other methods of autonomy over their reproductive capabilities? Because I don't doubt that many women through history whose entire worth was in their ability to bear healthy sons, who didn't have any access to reliable methods to stop pregnancy, who were told that sex with their husband was their duty, like many of them, given the choice, would have chosen not to have children either. Indeed, for many Americans at the moment, part of their hesitation to have children is the fear of bringing a child into a country that might have rolled back their reproductive rights by the time that those children are able to have children themselves. And part of the political climate of the US right now in particular is in fact directly tied to reproduction beyond the sort of ever-present abortion debate. And that is in the rise of pronatalism. A loose definition of
pronatalism
this would describe it as the belief that like having children is good. But the current iteration of it is specifically tied to the idea that it is good for the state, for the nation, for sometimes a particular race. In this way, pronatalism is tying together explicitly the personal choice of parenthood and public policy, lawmaking, or governmental incentives. Historically in the US, it's been linked to sort of right-wing Christian fundamentalism, growing the family, being fruitful, like an edict from God. But in the last 100 years, we'd seen it as a political tool outside of religious.
So it's the ought. You ought to have babies. You're ethically, I implore you to make babies, like making the right babies with the right people, you know?
Tradition as well, as women gained increasing rights to vote and to work. There was this anxiety that white, native-born, middle-class women were having smaller families. Now, this made these women less controllable, but it also heralded the boogeyman of the fertile woman of color, particularly Black or Mexican women in the US, who might contribute to a displacing of the white race of America. And then more and more, we see the Musks of the world, far from a sort of religious traditionalist, support these ideas too, with him boldly proclaiming on the Hell Site X, instead of teaching fear of pregnancy, we should teach fear of childlessness. And from before this most recent election, Vance, the now Vice President of the United States, was clear about his own views on the subject. He said, "We want more babies because children are good, and we believe children are good because we are not sociopaths," alongside other claims that people without children have no direct stake in the country's future, and therefore their votes should count less. He said childless leaders disturb him, and concurred with a podcast host who said postmenopausal women's only role in society is to be grandmothers. He's also a strong supporter of the oil and gas industry and has been dismissive of concerns about climate change. This investment in citizens having more children, but also directly working to make life worse for those citizens, is indicative of the same...
Listen. Chat says, with the system set up how it is currently, it is population growth does contribute to climate change, though. I believe in building a system where it doesn't, and we just aren't there yet. Okay. Hank said, did you guys see Hank Green say this? Because Hank was like, we do have to tackle the baby crisis. Like, we need to have babies. And I was like, he's like, but we should create systems that make it better to have babies. But I don't think enough. I think this is the problem. I think a lot more of us are not having babies because we don't want them than not having babies because it's not convenient. And I do think that because I am concerned about climate change, I am, that's a part of my plant-based journey, is look, going vegan or plant-based. I'm trying to use vegan more according to the philosophical system, but to go plant-based is to benefit future generations of kids, the planet, and our economy, like, and the animals, of course. But like, I am literally confused how all these leftists or all these people aren't actually more plant-based. I've been wondering, why aren't more leftists plant-based? I know there's a stereotype that liberals are plant-based, but no, they're not. No, they're not. Like, these climate scientists are not plant-based. Some of them are, but not all of them. And I'm like deeply confused by it. But maybe it's because like they figure if we tackle climate change, we won't have to give up killing animals. But also, like, I'm kind of surprised. You know? Chet says, so let's see, it was never allowed to self-select out of the system until now for women, so we haven't evolved to want kids. Well, that's the thing, is like, I think that some people are really, listen, like I said, if I had had kids when I wanted them, I would have made the best and loved my kids. But because I didn't have kids, by the time I got to the different biological experience where my body shifted and I lost the desire, well, now I don't even know why I would have kids. But do you know what I mean? Like, if I had, there was a real biological, deep desire to have kids. I would say it was more biological than logical. Literally, it was more biological than logical. It was a deep drive within myself to be like, I need to have kids. But not even biologically, like just to raise children. And then when I had the shift, I was like, oh, damn, like, I don't think I want that anymore. But that's so interesting to me, right? Now it came very specific, but it felt like it feels like people don't know which one they're having, and they also don't know that it's okay to like change. So there's a lot of shaming. I think we got to stop shaming people, and we got to just start being honest. Hey, do you want kids or not? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, next, do you want kids? Yes, I want kids. Okay, why do you want kids? And then actually start talking about that, but not from a legal perspective, from a philosophical one. Because the problem we're having is that when we start talking about ethics or morals, people start thinking about the ways the government can come for you. I need it to be abundantly clear. I never want the government to tell you when or who should have babies. I want you as an independent person to decide, is having a baby something that works for me in my life? And I think we're making so many mistakes of conflating all these conversations. And wait, I know this sounds like a tangent, but stay with me. I just saw a comment. I didn't realize my video from yesterday is doing really well. And somebody left a comment and I'm like, what is this comment? And they're like, I can't believe you remember how yesterday in chat, I talked about don't go to Ethan's page and harass him, and don't go to any content creator's page and harass them. You know, if you're a viewer of theirs and you want to give loving criticism, that's okay. But don't go to people's pages and be like, you fucking suck. And this person wrote a comment on my page just now. I know this sounds stupid, but listen, they said, I can't believe you consider harassment. You're such a liberal. You probably think people protesting against ICE is harassment. Why are you conflating these two things? Why are you conflating ICE agents that are kidnapping people off the streets to Ethan Klein? Why are you doing that? Do you know what I mean? And that's everybody on the planet. I see this comment, I go, oh, look, a person. That's everybody. Everybody sounds like that to me. They are not analogous. We are not talking about the same things. And that's the thing. When I say to you, hey, maybe you shouldn't have a baby because you don't have the income to support the baby, I am not saying poor people shouldn't have babies, right? Like, that's not what I'm saying. Because that's too black and white of an opinion. I try not to have opinions that are like, this group of people shouldn't have babies. It's more like, hey, let's define what poor is. Let's define what not having money is. Because people self-identify as poor all the time and they're making $200,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? To somebody out there, $70,000 a year is poor. So can we please have a different conversation about what we even think this means? So I feel like everyone listens to Chat said Trisha coded. Trisha's like, I'm so poor. I'm poor. I have no money. I'm so poor. Girl. You know what I mean? Chat says, Shay, you can be poor, but just have bad spending habits. Oh my God. And great income. Oh, 100%. Most of financial problems for so many people is their spending habits. But let's talk about it. Okay, so I get it. I just want people to have more options in the way they think about their life. The same way that I'm so critical of why people have babies, but I need you to know if you have a baby, I'm so happy for you. If you are a parent in my audience, I'm so happy for you. I'm sure you will be a lovely parent, especially since you're watching me. You know, I just think that's great. I'm happy for you. So when I'm critical of parenting, maybe it applies to you, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't have a baby. I always want you to know that I'm wishing the best for you and your families, you know? But I think people can't hear it. People don't get it. And I think that's okay. Like, that's okay. But that is the conundrum of humanity right there, baby.
Rhetoric that has anti-abortion activists also stand up against social benefits and welfare for young people. Through pronatalism, we can see the social expectation turned into political policy. But again, just because a personal decision aligns with a messed up political policy, it doesn't mean that it's inherently wrong. I titled this section, Should You Have Children? And the first part of it has really put the emphasis on the should. But now I want to put it on the you. Should you have children? It's a question that many people online claim to be authorities on in comment sections based on like the person they're talking about's views or behavior, but also based on wider ideas of whole groups of people, queer and trans people, mentally ill people, and disabled people, to name just a few. Should those people have children? Probably the biggest viral moment in this arena was the pearl clutching around 2 disabled adults having a child earlier this year. Antoine and Deja announced their pregnancy, not to the usual congratulations and well wishes, but
Misty, welcome to memberships. And we covered this story in May. This was my birthday stream. We covered this in May.
A torrent of abuse and disbelief online. These 2 TikTok influencers were inundated with comments, response videos, and commentary about how they were terrible people who were selfishly condemning a baby to a life of obvious neglect. How could 2 disabled people who need help themselves be real parents? It occurred to me as I read messages from these comments that so many of the arguments that people were making about why this shouldn't have happened were not just about ableism, but also based on strict ideas about what real parenthood was. She can't even hold her baby properly, one person said, as if that is a requirement of parenthood. I mean, is it? Oh God. Okay, well, I guess I'm one of those YouTubers. I got halfway through a video essay and only now am I going, what is the definition of parenthood? Is it to create a...
What do you mean by parenthood? What do you mean by is it? What do you mean?
New human, biologically related to you. I mean, I think we all understand that parents and children don't have to be biologically related, and that some people wouldn't consider their biological parents to be their real parents either. So, okay, so there's something else going on here. Is it to raise a child? To raise them as your own? But what does that mean? Like, is it to provide shelter, food, and clothing? But does breaking it down to financial resources make sense? Because if you do that, then, I mean, like a company could be a parent as long as they donated enough stuff to a kid. Is it to guide them? To usher them into adulthood? To teach them about the world? To love them? But like, a lot of people love children in their families or in their friendship groups without being their parent. Teachers might teach them more than a parent. Godparents might take on their spiritual learning. Military boot camp for tough teens might guide them technically. But would we say that those are parents? Probably not. I think a lot of parents feel like offended, honestly, if you were to suggest that anyone but them was the child's parent, even if they all had a hand in doing these like parental roles. And sometimes it isn't even the parents that are doing these things the most. Some parents like send their children to boarding school and barely see them, but they would still consider themselves to be the sole parents of that child.
Well, look, the village can help you parent, but only you're the parents. We talked about this when the conversation came up. I think the way I would word it is everybody has a hand in parenting your children, right? But like only you are the parents. But like I have a hand in parenting my nieces and nephews, but I'm not their parents, you know?
So maybe it's about being like the primary decision maker in that child's life, the final authority on things like medical care or where they live or how they're raised. Maybe we should just give up and ask the dictionary what it... Oh, the fucking dictionary did us dirty on this one as well. A mother or father of a person or an animal, or someone who looks after a person in the same way as a parent does. A parent is a parent who parents, I guess, in a parental way. What is that way, dictionary? Another one of my patrons who offered their perspective found themselves forced into the role of parent in many ways as a sibling.
The problem with having 7 children and both parents working full-time jobs and not hiring help was that there was more parenting to do than there were parents. I started being left in charge when I was 11. I would be babysitting my siblings, who are a wide range of ages and needs, typically after school until one of my parents got home from work, or on certain weekend days and days off school. And none of it was paid. I had to grow up really fast to take on that level of responsibility.
Pause. And none of it was paid. Okay. I loved babysitting my siblings. If my parents paid me to watch my siblings, I would think that was weird because you're paying me to stay home and watch TV. Cool. But I didn't need it because when my parents were out of the house, it meant we were in charge of the TV. We were allowed to eat snacks. We got to hang out and play games. We played Nintendo. Like, bye. Now, my mom was a stay-at-home mom. So when my parents were out of the house at the same time, it was more like, hey, we're going to Costco. And I was like, bye. Like, ooh. But my older brother hated it. My older brother hated babysitting. He felt like it was a burden. but he's got a bad attitude. So maybe it's just him. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just him because he saw it as a burden instead of an opportunity to have a parent-free household. You're missing the point. But like, that's the thing. I'm an optimist, you know, but have fun, you know, whatever. But it's like one of those things where like, it was a bonding opportunity. My second older brother, he didn't mind it when he was around. He left pretty early for the military, but he didn't mind babysitting. You know what I mean? He was like, cool. And I was like, cool, let's watch Dragon Ball Z. Let's watch Pokemon. My second oldest brother, he knew those Saturday morning cartoons. He knows what it is. Queen, welcome to memberships. So it's kind of one of those things where I think like your relationship with it is also a part of who you are as a person. I think that's why your parents have to see you as an individual consciousness. See, this is why we value the individual. Because individually speaking, this child didn't want this particular responsibility and it gave them a disdain or a negative feeling towards it versus this child wanted the responsibility and liked it because they didn't see it as a responsibility so much as a good time. I never saw it as a responsibility. I just saw it as a fun time. Right? But I also think the difference is like I had a stay-at-home mom. So the times we had to babysit, like what are you doing anyways? It's not like I had a car or money. It's not like I could leave the house and go do something. Do you know what I'm saying? And even if I could, why didn't I just take all my siblings with me? Once I got the right to drive, I could just put all the kids in the car and we could go out to McDonald's or In-N-Out. And I would pay for it because I had a job. Do you know what I mean? Like, or my parents would reimburse us if I did that. So it's kind of like, I think the difference is how your parents set you up. If your parents set you up to be a parent, they fucked up. If your parents set you up to pay their bills, they fucked up. If your parents made you feel like you have to stay home and watch the kids and you can't go live your life, they fucked up. Do you know what I'm saying? You know, Chet says there's also the issue of differing levels of responsibility. There's the oldest daughter syndrome of making the oldest kid a third parent who is carrying a baby on one hip while stirring a pot. Okay, yes, but okay. So I want to explain to you how I did those things, but I wasn't forced to. And the difference is the forced. Hey, what's the difference between consent and rape? The consent. I loved having a baby on my hip and cooking. I loved it. It was like, this is what I say when I said I wanted to be a mom so badly. I loved it. But other sibling, he saw it as like, oh, I can't believe I have to do this. And it's like, girl, leave. Because I saw it as fun. I was having fun. My parents never made us feel forced. But damn, if my parents are like, hey, can you guys stay home and watch the kids so we can go do stuff? I never complained. Now, I wish my older brother could have had a great experience with it too, but I think because he was dealing with his own trauma, he was just like, he has problems. To this day, he has problems. He just never figured out his life. You know, he to this day has major problems. So I think a big part of it was that. Now, had my parents believed in mental health and all that other stuff, maybe he would have had intervention as a child and enough therapy to set him on a better track. Right? So it's one of those things where I think I look at his bitterness as something that's difficult for me to have compassion for because like he doesn't give that to anybody else. He's deeply cruel to most of the people who come into his life. And a part of me feels like he was that way even when he was young. But that's the problem. Is like that boy needed intervention. He didn't get it. So my parents failed in that way. But he also is now in his 40s. And like, at what point is it your responsibility? Like, at what point is it your responsibility? I also have a lot of really good memories with my brother. So have that in mind too. There is a part of my brother that is wonderful. A really cool person. It just always ended up getting overtaken by the part of him that was negative. So there is a part of my brother that's really great, right? But I think it's different. Chet says being parentified and losing your teen years isn't fun from my experience, which is different. He never was truly parentified. I refused to engage in a conversation where my parents parentified us. And maybe he was in a way and I didn't see it. He had a car. He had weekends. He had his friend groups. He was dating. He was socializing. He was out and about. He had a teenagehood. He had more of a teenage life than I did. I didn't even have a car as a teenager. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like, a part of me is like, I don't know. I felt like we had different lives. Maybe he just had access to friends who had cars. I don't remember. But it's like one of those things where I was like, go live your life. But like, I think he internalized it as parentifying, which is not my business to say. He probably felt that way. The dilemma is that I didn't. And so for me, it was fun. But if you feel parentified, that's bad. Guys, parentification, bad. So if my brother genuinely felt parentified, then I feel for him. But parentification is bad by definition. So I want you to feel validated in that feeling because it's real. It is a really bad thing to do. Okay? Parentification is not good. But enjoying babysitting, hanging out with your siblings, cooking for people, that's perfectly okay. Okay? Actually enjoying being a part of the family is okay. Actually wanting to be there is okay. Right? Chet says he has a different dad, right? He did. My dad adopted them when they were like 2 and 3. But the bio dad is kind of like, he's also a mess. I don't want to get into it, but it's a mess. And divorce impacts children even when they're 2 and 3. And the bio dad has his own problems, abusive, bad person, never had a job in his life because he's a bum. Anyways, it's a whole thing, like, right? And we all know these people, right? Because we're all in the same village. Like, this person is still connected to family and still related to people who are related to people who are related to people. So for me, it's not like these people ever leave our lives. Like, my family tree is very interconnected. So it's one of those things where I think all of these things impact us, and I have a lot of empathy for those children. I just think because my second oldest brother, who also had a different dad, handled it differently. I wish my older brother could have too, but he lacks the introspection. He's so smart, but he lacks the introspection. Versus my second older brother, he has the introspective ability to heal. It took him a while, but he did it. Versus my older brother, just like, he won't let anybody help him. It's very frustrating. So all of this to say, it doesn't take away the fact that he was traumatized. It doesn't take the fact away that you might have been parentified. It doesn't take the fact, but ultimately and eventually we have to realize our parents are just like us on a journey. And so you have to let go of that anger towards your parents and see them for what they are. People who are ill-equipped to be parents in the first place. If you were parentified by your parents were big children having babies and they were not qualified. Do you know what I'm saying? Your parent, you had teenage parents. That's why I say, look at these Mormon wives on this TV show I'm watching. These are someone's parents. These drama-filled, toxic, partying girls are someone's parents. I'm sorry, once you have kids, you gotta keep if you're gonna party, you better party responsibly. I kind of feel like once you have kids, you gotta put partying to the side for a bit, okay? I don't know about you, but I can't be partying on the weekends and raising a baby girl. I barely have the energy to do dishes and raise, you know what I'm saying? How are you out partying on the weekends and telling me you're present for your baby? You know what I mean? Anyways, all of this to say, your trauma is valid. Everyone's trauma is valid, but we also have to do the work to heal, right? So let's do that.
I'd be lying if I said I do not feel any resentment to my parents for that. It wasn't just babysitting. My younger siblings began calling me second mom, and we would all laugh it off as a joke, but it wasn't really. I was held.
Okay, so even though my mother used to call me the second mom, none of my siblings did. My siblings treat me like a sister. I don't think any of my siblings ever felt like I was their mom, but I definitely was the older sister who came through. You know? Definitely. But I never felt like my sibling's mom. I feel the same way I feel now. I feel like I'm your older sister. You know?
Responsible for their actions a lot of the time, responsible if they got hurt, and I began to see them more akin to people I was raising rather than people I was being raised beside.
Ooh, and I will tell you, my mom does say, like, you're the reason all the kids are gay or troubled, and I'll say, like, nah, that's your responsibility, but don't try to put it on me because I'm fabulous. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I, through my healed process, am able to say, you can try to blame me for the kids being gay, but you just know they're born that way. And that's not, for me, parentification. That's me just saying, like, girl, you know we're born gay, girl. Come on. And they know. But that's like, you know what I'm saying? That feels different than what I hear from other people's version of parentification. If you want to call that parentification, sure. But it's hard for me to identify with that word because I felt like I was a rebellious teenager being like, ooh, I made them gay. I felt like that, you know? I'm like, like it's funny to me. But it is their responsibility. But that's their problem, you know? Chat says, who is responsible for your queerness? Oh, you know,
But clearly this person didn't see themselves as a parent to their siblings, despite taking on this role, and they also didn't want to be one. And their parents wouldn't necessarily have said that they were the parent, like they would have said they were the sibling, even if they were enacting these parental duties. You know what? What does big government say? Well, they sort of define the state of being a mother, and most times a father, as being in a position of parental responsibility. According to the UK government website, if you have parental responsibility, your most important roles are to provide a home for the child, protect and maintain the child. You are also responsible for disciplining the child, choosing and providing for the child's education, agreeing to the child's medical treatment.
Pause. Chat says, my older sister acts like she raised me, and I've heard this trope before from older sisters where it may be true, but she was very much just my older sister. She holds it over my head like I owe her something, but we were just BFFs. Yeah, what? I've seen that happen. That's okay. That's kind of what I wonder if that's what's happening with my older brother. Like, I'm sorry, do you think you were more important than you were? Do you think you were playing more of a role in my life than you were? I mean, I love you. I have great memories with you. But I never really saw you as like an adult with peace and love, bro. You're 6 years older than me. You're a mess. You know what I mean? Like, Habibi, please, like, sit down. You were obviously like my peer at most. I barely saw you as an older brother. Sit down. So you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Okay. Especially when like sometimes he would babysit. He'd be like, here, take over the kids. I'm going to go talk to girls on the phone. And I would be like, okay. Like, you're not the adult in the room, bro. Like, you know, so then I wonder with siblings, if they have their own fucking traumas, but they're taking it out on everybody else. Like, could you please go figure your shit out, please? Thank you. The rest of us are watching Pokemon. Stop ruining the view. Like, literally, the rest of us would be watching Pokemon. Let me watch my Ash Ketchum. Okay, go away. Making mac and cheese for the siblings. Everyone got a snack. Everyone, you know what I mean? Look, we're having a good time. I'm sorry you're not having a good time. Figure it out. You know?
Naming the child and agreeing to any change of name, looking after the child's property. Which is interesting, right? Because there's nothing about emotionally nurturing there. There's nothing like that. You don't have to teach them, just choose their education. You don't have to nurse them, just agree for them to be nursed. You're responsible for disciplining them before you're required to love them, according to these guidelines. You don't even really have to see them. In the section on separated parents on the website, for example, it says, if you have parental responsibility for a child, but you do not live with them, it does not mean you have the right to spend time with your children. However, the other parent must include you when making important decisions about their lives. So some parents aren't responsible for providing a child's home, shelter even. And then there are foster parents. If you become a foster parent, you'll need to care for the child as part of a team. This could include a local authority, schools, health professionals, and the child's birth family. Keep records and write reports about the foster child. Attend meetings and advocate for the child. Help the child manage their behaviour and feelings. Attend training. Okay, so according to the government's parenting resources, foster carers are required to advocate for the child, to help them manage their feelings, to keep records. But those aren't things required as part of parental responsibility, at least not that are seen as important enough to make it onto the online list. And there are also instances where people other than parents can make these kinds of decisions. Special guardians, for example, are people who take in children when they cannot live with their birth parents and adoption is not right for them. You'll make all day-to-day decisions about the child, for example, schooling and medical treatment. You do not have to discuss these decisions with the birth parent.
Hold on. I did have a brother, though, who recently got mad at me. I have 8 brothers, if you guys don't know. And I had one of my brothers, he was doing something inappropriate. So I hit him up. And I said, hey, bro, I got to have like a serious conversation with you. You got a second? And he was like, what's this about? And I was like, well, I want to talk to you on the phone. I don't want to text you. Like, call me. And he's like, no. And I was like, what? And then he got defensive. He starts throwing out defensive lines. I was like, oh, so you do know why you're in trouble. He goes, listen, you're not my mom. You live in a different country. My life is good. Don't try to fucking ruin it for me. And I was like, oh, I think you ruined it for yourself when you made a decision to act naughty. And I was like, look, I'm not your mom, but I am your sibling. And if you want us to hang out and act like everything's cool, we got to have the convo. And he was like, that's fucked up, dude. Like, you're not my parent. Never said I was. Never said I was. But I certainly am your grown ass sister and ain't no brother of mine. Ain't no brother of mine. You know, that's the problem. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the problem. They think only parents hold you accountable. No, your siblings should too.
Parents, you'll need to get the consent of everyone who has parental responsibility for the child before you make some important decisions. So it isn't clear cut. What a parent is has many definitions dependent on what people's own upbringing has told them about parenting. And don't even get me started on trying to define a good parent. But I think we'd like to think of it as simple, that it's obvious. And it
Chad says, I would hate to be in trouble by you. Thank you. Honestly, it's the Taurus in me, bro. It's the Taurus in me. But that's actually why I think people come to me for advice. It's the same reason why they'd be terrified if I called them out. Because, you know what I'm saying? I think it's that, you know, be careful when you ask for Brittany's opinion, because I'm not going to, don't ask me, you know, but
It's why I think people are so intense and outraged over Antoine and Deja being parents, because to them, being able to do certain things, like pick up your baby with your own two arms and like rock them in your arms as you pace about a room, like that image, that is what parenting is. And so people doing parenting in different ways feels like neglectful even to some people. And so in the example of Antoine and Deja, we see not just the impact of ableism in public discourse, but also this assumption of parenting as a wholly individualistic and isolated experience. The parents need to be able to do everything themselves with no outside help, or they are failing. When we look at the needs of a child, the different things that might go into being responsible for them, it becomes clear to me that maybe not having these things be the responsibility of one or two individuals is probably better for everyone involved.
Okay, wait, pause. I was on one of the planes to Europe. It was like a 15. This was the 15-hour flight. I was heading to Europe. It was like a 15-hour flight. And there was a baby on the plane who like would not calm down unless the mom was rocking the baby. And I offered for the mom. I said, do you need someone to switch with you? You know, I'm like a sister of 10 kids. I was a nanny. Like, do you need someone to switch? And she thanked me and said, oh, no, it's totally okay. And I know realistically I'm a stranger asking if you would like me to rock your baby. It sounds crazy. But I think a big part of having a village is having the safety of somebody giving you that opportunity. I've seen so many stories about stewardesses and people who work on the plane holding the baby and helping the parents out. And even though I knew she would reject me, I wanted to also put that into the air of like, I want a village and I want to rely on it, but I probably as a mother would have said no too. But I think it would have been nice to have been asked. I think as a mom, it would have been nice for somebody to ask and still respect my no. And I think that goes a long way. So keep in mind, I asked her just so she knew we were there for her. Not because I expected her to hand me a baby, but I would have done it. Okay. But that's the thing is like when we talk about a village, we also have to understand that the village molests our children. So, you know, like villages sound good. You know, until someone's a predator. And then it feels really safer to be alone. But then we can't isolate to the point where our kids don't have community. That's why when someone in the community is outed, we must protect the kids. It's why a village is only as good as we hold people accountable. So our kids know they can trust us. Because if you grew up like I did, kids were told they would be protected, but when they came forward, they were ignored. And that was a very kind of useless village in that sense. What good was the village if you couldn't protect us against predators?
And this idea was brought up by all three of my friends during our chats. Before I'd gotten that far into my list of topics to talk about even, like, they all brought it up. Connie as part of her future parenting plans, and Maz and Stevie as child-free people who strongly believe in a kind of joint communal responsibility to care for children.
Now I know I want to have kids. I ask everyone, I'm like, will you be there for me when I have a baby? Like, will you be in my life? Will you, like, actively help? And I can do the same for you. Because I think a lot of these women, and the reason so many women are turned to kind of mummy vlogging is because they're fucking lonely and it's really hard work raising a kid. And you need support. You need people who are going to watch.
I could see that actually.
The baby so you can have a fucking nap. it's all well and good being like husbands, but I think you also need community. I mean, some of these husbands need to get off their fucking ass as well. But you do need community. You need like you need a village. It's the truth. And I think people have really forgotten that. And when I see these mommy vloggers all supporting each other in the comments, I'm like, this is what they're doing.
Bro, the Mormon girls, they're like, mom talk is a sisterhood. Mom talk is girls supporting girls. Well, they're tearing each other down and causing so much anxiety and strife. Like, I am stressed watching these Mormon girls. Well, they're like, sisterhood, moms for moms. And I'm like, yeah, I'd rather not have a village. If this is my village, I don't want it.
This is what they're hungry for. They're trying to get that sense of community, that sense of help and support that maybe they're not getting in their immediate circles. So I think the only thing I would ever be really worried about is if I had a baby and I suddenly found myself so lonely, and I found that I hadn't really established the support network yet, or I discovered that people were not going to be there for me and didn't want to have.
See, okay, so I'll say this. If I had a kid and my sister and my besties lived near me, oh my God, now that would be a village. Yo, that village would go so hard, bro. My sister, my bestie of 27 years, my other bestie of 15 or 13 or 12, whatever we're on. Damn, all of us, that village would be so fun. But all my girls, okay, all my girls, too successful. One's an engineer, lives near her job. One's a professional ballerina, lives near her job. One's in education, lives in her job. One is this, lives in her job. What is that? Everybody's got a great career. How am I going to take them from that career, have them all move to a location to be my village? But damn, that village would go so hard. That village, it'd be so good. That kid would be blessed. But that's the thing. That's the thing, isn't it? How could I ask my friends to give up what they went to school for and educated and worked so hard? You know what I mean? Like, how could I ask them to give that up, to be near us, to babysit, to help me take care of the baby, to be there after I get out of the hospital? You know? Chat says it takes one lottery ticket and you can have the whole neighborhood filled with them. Yeah, but that's the thing. I think it's a nice idea to have a village, but I think sometimes we have to keep it in mind. Like I said, my partner and I didn't have a village accessible to us, so we didn't do it. And honestly, I don't want to do it alone. I don't want to do it alone. So we're not going to. You know? We're not going to. And again, what if they die on you? What if you die in childbirth? What if your partner dies on you? Honestly, my partner was not excited about being a single parent. And I was not excited about not sleeping at all. Like, you have to think about it. You have to consider it. You have to consider it.
Anything to do with me once I had a kid. Those are the things that I think they scare me, and they're the things that I would worry about the most if I had a child. I really think everyone gets so obsessive about like.
Oh, and P.S. something fun about the Mormon community. I knew a Mormon lady. I met her. I went to her house. Her Mormon community, because they're kind of when her husband died, paid for her house, helped her with childcare, and got her back on her feet because they're all together. And she's in the church and she works for the church. And so when you're in a village like that, they help their own because you're in the bubble. So it sounds cute, like, oh, the church really came through. But what's the cost? You live in the neighborhood, you go to the church, you raise your kids in the church, everything's about the church, your whole life is the church.
There's a correct way to have a child, a correct way to raise a child. You have to feel a certain way about it. It has to look like this. And I really do not subscribe to that.
Children are a particularly vulnerable group for a whole number of reasons: practical, psychological, and financial. And people don't just become islands when they reach adulthood, when they hit 18. In fact, 18-year-olds transitioning out of childhood, particularly when that transition is hard because of like coming out of foster care or losing family financial support, like they are some of the most vulnerable people by age. A village isn't just for helping children, I don't think.
I just very much reject this idea that children belong to parents or that they can belong to anyone but themselves. The whole "it takes a village" thing. I think that parents are usually primarily responsible for guiding a new being through growing up. until they can be responsible for themselves. So I wouldn't necessarily say that there is a hard line between parent of a child and someone else of a child, if that makes sense. I think that the entire world is responsible for the children, especially for queer people. We are our own parents. Like we have.
I think the world, an ideal world, would take it upon their shoulders to be culturally responsible for showing up as a good participant in the village, but not at the expense of the uniqueness of character. Because like in societies like Japan, where everyone is very strict with how they show up in the world, they also struggle from an identity crisis, right? And Dead Love says, like the stream, guys, membership for 9 months. Thank you so much. So I am concerned, like, why is there a Japanese suicide forest? A lot of people kill themselves for not adhering to the Japanese standard. So I'm worried that we forget. So here's what I think people should do. I don't think it's how you look or how you sound. It's the kindness you exhibit as a community member. Okay? I'll be real. Americans are very rude. So I like a lot of Japanese culture, like a lot of parts of it and not all of it. I like some American parts of it, but not all of it. Americans are very rude though. You know, we're very rude. And so I think we need to like figure that out. So I think like being kind is so necessary. And also realizing we're all traumatized is so important, right? Because a part of that perfection monolithic experience that I think a lot of Japanese people might experience, and I don't want to speak out of turn, of course, let me know, is, from my understanding, is like they're very they bottle it in. They don't get to express it. And I want to give people a right to express things, to say we're dysfunctional, we're fucked up, like this is fucked up, but also to understand that there is a way to heal from this fucked upness. You know, I just want all of us to heal from this fucked upness in our own way, but I know it will take years. So a part of me tries very hard to be a good community member by the way I show up. No road rage, don't flip people off, don't get angry on the street, be calm, de-escalate. You know, it takes years of me realizing like, what are my values as a community member? Don't litter, be kind to workers, make sure that you don't, make it hard for people. If, you're noticing somebody is stressed, do something about it. Like sometimes I'll notice that like, oh, the cashier looks really stressed. She's got a long line. So I'll go to a different line, or I'll go to self-checkout. Or if I notice that like someone is struggling with something, maybe I'll go out of my way to help, or I just try to like not make anyone's day worse. And I actually think that is a lot. If you can just try not to make anyone's day worse, that would actually curb a lot of the problem we have in life, which is like anger and escalation and cussing at people. And my dad used to say, Betsy, don't get into fights with people on the road because people might shoot you. And that was because in America, we all have guns, not literally, but a lot of people do. And there were incidences of road rage leading to people shooting people. And it was real. It was happening on freeways. It wasn't just happening in certain neighborhoods. It was happening just because people were mad. Men were mad. It was happening because men were angry and they have to kill people when they're angry. It was happening because people were mad and they were stressed. And like, you're an emotional creature, you're an animal. And so you react in that anger. And so again, like, it's one of those things where I just want people to try to be a little less, just try not to add, not add to the escalation. And it's hard, yeah. Discord said it's perceived as a burden. If you share your struggles with others, it's seen as rude. Like, I'm struggling myself. Why would you share that with me? Even if it's to get advice. Hey, and okay, you know what's funny? That was so true. And like, you don't want to share your stuff, but you also, I think we overcorrected at some point, and we're talking about molestations at Starbucks at a meet and greet, So there has to be a balance between, can we appropriately discern who we should talk to these things about? Who is made to be the emotional laborer? Who can we talk to? Friends, family, therapist, yes. But like, also the fact that I was going to meetings, literally meetups, and people were like trauma dumping on me. I was like, oh, I'm confused now. What's happening? So it's like, I want you to be vulnerable and open in the right time with the right person. Chad says trauma dumping on cashiers, maybe not so much. Oh my God. One time I worked at the deli and there was a woman there who was really nice. I've told this story before. She was a grumpy old lady and everybody hated working with her. And so I got stuck with her. They always gave me the difficult clients because you see what I do for a living. Not a joke. Every time I worked at a deli, they would call me over anytime it was a difficult customer because I am pretty good with difficult customers. So, okay. And eventually the woman, I became her favorite, and eventually she became my favorite. And eventually I broke her down and I realized she was just a very well-lived woman who was a very high standards Taurus energy. And she would talk to me for hours on end while I was working. And people started to complain like, Britt, you're not getting your work done because you keep talking to this lady. I was like, I know. I was like, but I'll get my work done. So I would tell her, I love talking to you. I got to get my work done. And she'd be like, okay. And I could tell that she just loved to talk. Anyways, we built a little bit of a friendship. Me and my little apron and hairnet, and her little turkey slice just perfectly shaved down for her husband. Then I told her I was quitting my job and I was leaving. And she gave me a gift of pearl earrings as a gift. She was a collector. That's what she did. She worked in jewelry. And she was the nicest old lady ever. I worked at a really like a fancy uppity store. I worked at a Ralph's, but it was in a nice neighborhood. And that was a really nice lady, but I could tell that she needed someone who understood her. But I also, wait, why am I talking about this? Oh, I also realized that she was in need of village. And so, and because of that, I think I realized that I cared for people enough, but I didn't know how to balance the village part. The woman I worked with at that same store, there was a woman who was Mormon. It was the first time I'd gone to a Mormon temple. She was in her 40s. She had a kid, divorced, very lesbianic in her presentation, but not gay. And I was really nice to her because we were getting along. We had a lot of fun together. Okay, this is a different woman. This is a different story, different woman. We really liked each other because she was so fun. And I remember one time I came in, I just bought a new car, which is not a brag. When you're middle class and you know how to get a new car, you can get a new car. If you have good credit, I had good credit. It's not a brag. I had no money in my account. I couldn't afford that car. I shouldn't have gotten it. But it was like $21,000 and I bought a new car. I traded in my old car, got a new car. Okay. I showed up with the keys and she's like, you got a new car? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, here's the keys. Go drive it. It's in the parking lot. And she goes, what? She goes, I'm full of chicken grease. I'm disgusted. I'm so dirty. I was like, I don't care. You're on your break, right? Go drive the car around. Have fun. I gave her the keys. It was a Yaris, everybody. It was like a Yaris. Everybody relax, okay? She got into the car. She left her shoes in the parking spot, got into the car and drove it around. Came back and was like, I can't believe you let me do that. And I was like, it's just a car, dude. And she was like, I'm just an autistic woman who doesn't care about these things, but she felt really seen and connected to me. She invited me to temple. I went with her. We hung out. We had a lot of laughs. And then one day she confessed that she loved me. And I said, Habibi, you don't love me. I'm just the nicest person you ever met. You don't love me. I'm just the first person who's seen you. She goes, no, Brittany, I do. I love you. I was like, you don't love me. You love the idea of me. And one day you were going to have somebody like this. She goes, no, I love you. I love you. And I told her, I was like, okay, now this is too much. She got inappropriate. She got a little over crossing boundaries. And even after I quit my job, she would like call me nonstop. And I'd say, okay, Habibi, I'm going to let you go now. This is the last time we're ever going to talk. And she was like, no, I want to put you in my will. I want to give you all my money. I was like, you don't have money. And you have kids. You have a kid. You have to go to therapy. And this is me in my early 20s. Early 20s, 21, 22, 23. This is 22-year-old Brittany. And I said to her, this is the last time we're going to talk. Okay, I'm going to block you. And I want you to know that I wish the best for you. And to this day, I hope this woman is happy. She would be how old now? 60? Almost 60? You know what I mean? But that's what I'm saying. Like, yes, chat, is this an autistic thing, being friends with the person no one likes? Yes. I'm not special. I'm autistic. Well, I guess I am special then. I'm just autistic. Yeah, I am very good at getting along with the person everybody hates. But even I have my limits, girls. The point of this is to say everybody wants a village, but nobody knows how desperate they are for one. And if we are not healed, we ruin the opportunity for village. This woman isn't a bad person, but she's deeply unhealed. And it became dangerous becoming her friend, not because she's a bad person, but because this is what trauma does to people. And she was traumatized by that Mormon bubble. So, you know, I think sometimes people also have kids because they want to heal their childhood trauma. They think if they have a kid, they're going to live vicariously through them and give them the childhood they never had, and then that's somehow going to heal themselves. You could just go to therapy too. But we are traumatized people having traumatized babies. And that's why I say, even if the whole world was introspective and all of us were enlightened, we'd all give birth to babies, and babies are new babies. They get to have their own life. They get to have their own traumas. Would the traumas probably look different? Yeah, but they would still exist. Okay? Chet says, yes, why don't people just go to therapy? Well, you know, shame and stigma are real. And there is a real shame and stigma to going to therapy. They use it against you. People use it against you. If I can't adopt kids because I'm autistic and borderline, why would I go to therapy and get a diagnosis? What is the incentive to going to therapy if my diagnosis makes it so I can't even get a job, move countries? You know, there are countries that won't let you immigrate if you're autistic. So there are lots of reasons people avoid therapy or a diagnosis. If only we could get to the point where it's not your autism that's the reason, it's just your circumstance, you know? So again, I don't live with fear. I would rather get a diagnosis so I can have a good time with my short life on earth. But if you are avoiding a diagnosis, at least go see a therapist and ask them to keep it off your paperwork. Find a progressive therapist that will keep it off your paperwork, but you deserve to know more about yourself. You deserve to know what's going on with your brain. You deserve to know what's going on with your body. Okay? Don't avoid a diagnosis because you're afraid of the administration. Hire a therapist that will respect your boundaries and understand that this administration is dangerous, but you deserve those answers.
To reparent ourselves, you know, we all have inner children inside of us. I think that like literally everyone on earth is a child because you carry your childhood with you. So that's why I think that that's why I feel so strongly in the belief that everyone is responsible for children because they grow up and that's who we create our community with.
And Maz talked to me about the practical barriers of enacting this philosophy in modern Britain.
We both grew up like in very rural villages in Nigeria, right? And within that, there was this real sense that children are everyone's responsibility. That meant that, like, you know, kids, I mean, my maternal grandmother, I think, had like 14 kids. Who wasn't caring for them all the time?
Yeah.
Children would come and go from.
But here's the problem, because in my background, yes, it takes a village and all the children, like my mom in Iraq, my mom says their house is kind of like has a courtyard. So all the families are together and they eat together and commune together. But they also kind of like, you say the village is going to raise the children, but the village also marries those children off to adults. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You want to raise my kids and then marry them. Want to raise my kids and marry them. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Okay, everybody wants to talk about building a village and protecting kids, but how old was your grandma when she started having those babies? Because mine was a kid. Mine was a child. Mine was a kid. Mine was a child.
People's houses. There would be these like multi-generational families within a single compound. You know, every adult was responsible for every child. And your parents were like the primary authority. Like they got the say on a lot of big things. But for example, I remember my dad told me about how like when he was a kid, if him and his friends were out misbehaving, it could be some adult that they did not even know, but they'd be, okay, who is your father? I'm taking you to see him right now because you're up to some fuckery. And so for me, it's like,
that sounds good until the village is homophobic. That's really cool until your village is sexist. That's really great until your village is, you know what I'm saying? But I will say this, in my old neighborhood, people knew my mom's kids, so they would call and be like, hey, Kat, hey, your kids are, you know, on this side of the neighborhood. Do you know that? And they'd be like, oh, yeah. My mom would be like, yeah, I know they're there. Thank you. And that was nice. But you don't want people in your village outing your kids. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem. A village is only as good as it matches the values. So if the whole village is religious, great. If the whole village is homophobic, hey, not great. But if the whole village is, sure. And that's why religious communities, that's why communities create sort of a one way, because it works greater, but it's not going to work. It's not going to work because people are diverse. Now, Brittany's ideal village is focusing on the basics. Nobody's being harmed. Nobody is in need. And we're treating the environment around us with love and care. Okay? If we can just focus on that, the world would be better, but that doesn't seem good enough for people, right? Make sure that nobody's in need. So if a kid comes to your door and says like, hey, I've been riding my bike and I'm really thirsty. Can I get some water? You better give that kid a glass of water. Okay? If, you know, like someone is in need of a phone, you better fucking, okay? If, you know, I don't even care if somebody comes to your door and says like, can I get a couple bucks? I'll give you money back. Give them that couple bucks and then they should return it to you. Right? Like basics. Oh, we don't litter. Hey, we're not going to fuck things up. Hey, we're not going to deface property. You know, we're going to focus on building the community up. You know, we're going to give kids group projects in neighborhoods. Like, where are all the creative autistic kids that want to garden? Somebody let them clean up an abandoned lot, please. You know how many times as a child I wanted to clean up abandoned homes? Let's make it happen. Not because we want to, not in a negative way, but in a volunteer way, you know? Like, we should create systems that allow us to focus on infrastructure. And of course, systems should follow the people's attitude. But in America, the attitude is, I don't want you to benefit from the system because I think you're lazy, right? And that's the problem. Ooh, I love that acts of service. We should have an acts of service perspective on society. But we don't want to do acts of service to people because we feel like you're mooching off the system. You're taking advantage of the system. Like, you're not taking advantage of the system. The system's taking advantage of you, ho! The system is literally taking advantage of you. Focus. Lock in. Lock in. The system is here for you. You pay into the system. And if the system was actually doing its job, then it'd be very, like, you know what I'm saying?
I do see children as a collective responsibility. And part of the reason why I am so happy to see children out in public doing kid things in public is that it's like, yes, no, children are a part of our community. And in the same way that like I don't expect my partner to meet all of my needs, you know, I think it's unreasonable to—
Oh, great point. Chet says like Ruby's kid who escaped and asked the neighbor for help. Thank goodness for that neighbor. And what if the neighbor had a belief that it's none of my business, I'm going to send you back home? That's a horrible, I think I've seen that movie where you go to an adult thinking you're safe and they return you back to the abusive parents. But, think about it. Because that's happening somewhere. You know, somebody has that story. You know, some kid somewhere went to an adult for safety and they returned them back to hell. You just know that's happened.
Expect, you know, even like one person or even two people, even including grandparents, up to, you know, 4 or 6 people. Like, they aren't all, that's not enough to have kids. It just isn't. And so, for me, like, when I was constructing my little, like, parenting castle in the sky, I imagined having, you know, an array of friends and family and loved ones and stuff who would, and we'd like come and go from each other's homes, like we'd like look after each other's kids all the time, and there would be that like real village happening. I think that the nature of British life, society, culture makes that really difficult.
It might not be how they grow up, but this idea of a village rally.
And by the way, there was that story out of Paris, California, which PS, very close to where I grew up. Paris, California, do you remember the turtle something, right? They had like 10 kids or something, 9 kids. What was it, guys? And they were severely abused. Horror story happened to those kids. They got put into the system and adopted by an abusive foster family and were sexually abused by the new family who adopted them, the Turpins. From my understanding, that's the story. And I was horrified. I was horrified when I saw that. I was like, please tell me this is not true. But apparently that's what happened. And I'm like, how do you go from one fucked up family to another one? And let me tell you, one time my dad got it into his head that we were going to be country people and wanted to adopt a horse. It was a whole thing. And we showed up at this guy's house and I was like, yo, the conditions of these kids are bad. And my parents are like, something bad is happening here. Found out the guy had all these foster kid kids, was getting a check. We called, you know, on them, but they couldn't do much about it. But the kids were definitely going through it. And that's the thing is like, it looked more like neglect than like anything else. Like kind of like the kids were dirty, but the kids were country kids, but there was something about the vibe that I was like, something bad is happening here. The animals were malnourished, like the animals. So my dad adopted almost all the animals, but we couldn't do anything about the kids. And it's like one of those things where you feel kind of powerless. And I was a kid, I was a minor at the time. I was like 14, 15. But you call, you ask authorities to come out. You're like, please go check on this family. Something feels off. But it's one of those things where like, there's only so much you can do. We had a pig, a llama, a horse. My dad's like, this horse is not eating. We're taking this horse. And I was like, oh, we don't even know anything about animals. But he did it. And we tried, but you can't do much. And then but don't feel discouraged, right? And it's weird because like, I hate fucking calling the police, but sometimes you got to call the authorities for bad situations. And also CPS has its moments, but it's humans are the problem. And I don't think that's the reason why we shouldn't still try. Do you know what I mean? It's not a reason we shouldn't still try. But it's hard. Yeah.
To take care of a child is an ideal that many new parents today and those around them are excited to make work. Admitting that
Discord, yes. I recently heard of a story of a white couple who was adopting children and using them as slaves. Literally happened. Yep. Did you guys hear that story? Crazy. I think Phil covered it, the news covered it, but I think it wasn't talked about enough, but it literally was true. They got like, didn't the judge give them like 300 years or something? I thought the punishment was something crazy, but I was like, you know, you got to be locked up. You got to be put in a facility. You can't be enslaving children, bro. Get it together. Lock it.
You can't do it alone. It's seen in many circles as like healthy and understandable as an admission. But for other people, admitting this is not a positive step to creating a wholesome and healthy child. It's instead an admission of incompetence, of failure, which needs to be investigated. And so we come to today's final question. Part 4. Who gets to decide if you're worthy of parenthood? At the start of this video, the questions were around how you make a choice to have kids or not. But that question is meaningless for a lot of people because that choice doesn't exist. Not for everyone. What? A sort of twist 3/4 of the way through a video essay that's heavily hinted at and referenced on the way? Surely not a Rowan Ellis video, because the discourse around whether choosing to have kids is the right choice, or the moral choice, or the ethical choice. Like, in that discourse, we often leave out the fact that for many people, that choice does not exist in a free and meaningful way. Let's begin just on an individual level. Reproductive coercion. It's shockingly common in intimate romantic relationships. A 2022 article from the BBC cited a survey that found that of 1,000 women aged 18 to 44 in the UK, 50% said they had experienced at least one type of reproductive coercion. The most common form of reproductive coercion is pressuring a partner to have sex without protection. But it might also include being pressured or threatened into having an abortion, hiding or withdrawing birth control.
I'm sorry, just a reminder, y'all, that's why I was so mad at Jen from Mormon Wives. I know on my last video, some of you were very critical of my judgment of Jen, but just a reminder that she literally took out her IUD without telling Zach, and that's how they got pregnant with baby number 2. Are none of you fucking angry about that? Because I'm pissed. Like, I'm literally so fucking pissed. Like, how do you come back from that? And then on top of that, the producers are making her look like a liar. And I don't know if that's true, but like, that's why my judgment of Jen was so harsh, because like she committed a consent violation that's so huge to me. I mean, I don't even know if you guys consider this as much big of a deal, but taking out your contraceptive, stealthing someone, taking out your IUD, like that's not even... Like, there's almost no coming back from that, except after years and years and years. Do you know what I'm saying? And the way that people just are so casually, like, not thinking about it, right? I just think that's like I couldn't even imagine violating my partner's consent in that way. How would they ever trust me again? And the fact that Zach laughs it off like it's not a big deal, what are we talking about? Why are you laughing about it like it's no big deal? That would be such a big deal in my relationship, you know? that would just be like, I don't think my partner could ever look at me again and trust me the same way. I could never look at them and trust them the same way. It would just be straight to divorce. Like, what? We're not even talking about anything. Divorce. Why would you do that? You know? Chad said his essay, right? Well, that's the thing. It's definitely a form of reproductive assault. Maybe that's the way to think about it. Because, like, it's definitely like a form of sexual assault in a sense, because you think you're having protected sex, but you're not. So it's like sexual assault and reproductive coercion. And it's like, it's horror. It's just and they're laughing about it on a podcast. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, whoa. You know? I don't know.
Control, damaging birth control, or knowingly lying about your ability to have children. But it isn't just these individual abusive experiences of relationships that take away people's choice. Across much of our history, and still to this day, parenthood has been forced upon or denied to almost all marginalized communities in one way or another. We force parenthood through lack of access to sex education, abortion, and birth control. Without access to the education and resources to make fully informed decisions about reproductive care, some people, young people especially, are going to become pregnant and give birth whether they want to or not. But beyond the biology of carrying a child, the ongoing relationship of parenthood, the act of getting to parent, has also been forcibly denied. When I talked about infertility earlier, I left out a cause of infertility which is entirely man-made: forced sterilization. While significantly less common than it was in the 20th century, medically inducing infertility against the will of the individual still happens. Buck v. Bell has never explicitly been overturned in the US, for example. In most states, someone deemed mentally incompetent can be sterilized without their express consent. Birth control, hysterectomies, they can be necessary treatments for menstrual pain or mental health, and I think we can easily see how it can be in someone's best interest and improve someone's overall quality of life. But there are people categorized as mentally unfit who actively vocalize their desire to have children, and they still don't get to make choices about their reproductive health. Whilst under her conservatorship, for example, Britney Spears wanted to get her IUD removed, but her guardians wouldn't let her. "I want to be able to get married and have a baby," Miss Spears said. "I was told right now in the conservatorship I'm not able to get married or have a baby." She told the court that she wanted to remove the birth control device so I could start trying to have another baby, but this so-called team won't let me go to the doctor to take it out because they don't want me to have children, any more children. There is
At what point is wanting a baby a sign that you're unfit to have the baby? Not that the government should ever have a say in it, but at what point is you wanting to have the baby an indicator that you're unfit to have the baby?
In very recent cases where an incarcerated person who wasn't deemed mentally incompetent was still sterilized against their will. Between 1997 and 2013, nearly 1,400 incarcerated women were sterilized in California alone. One of them was Kelly Dillon, who in 2021 underwent surgery that she thought was to remove a cyst. A hysterectomy was performed instead without her knowledge or consent. A particularly shocking case of reproductive abuse occurred this year, only a few weeks ago in fact, with the story of Adriana Smith. Adriana was only 8 weeks pregnant when she experienced blood clotting in her brain, a stroke. She subsequently became brain dead. To be clear, she died. There was no chance of her ever waking up. The machines giving her life support were enacting her bodily functions, nothing more. In any other circumstance, her family would be brought in to say goodbye, and after a few days at the most, the machines would be switched off, and they would begin to mourn her tragic loss. Instead, the hospital, in compliance with Georgia laws that prevent abortion after 6 weeks, told the parents that they were going to keep Smith in a vegetative state so that the fetus could continue to develop. April Newkirk, Smith's mother, said in an interview with ABC, "We want the baby, that's part of our daughter. But the decision should have been left to us, not the state." Adriana Smith was no longer able to communicate or advocate for herself. Her family, the people who would normally be able to step up and advocate on her behalf, were silenced. And the law enforced a medical decision that did not prioritize her dignity in life or death. I think it is the most stark modern example of this hypocrisy of pro-life laws and betrays the dehumanization forced on Black women in America every day. The baby was cut out of Adriana on the 13th of June, weighing under 2 pounds. And the family had to start a GoFundMe to cover her medical expenses. And the sad truth is
that's the bullshit part. I linked those GoFundMes anytime I covered the story because who's paying for her medical bills?
Choices don't stop being taken away once a child is born. The question is not just who can have a child, but who is allowed to keep them. The state has the ability to deem you an unfit parent, but what makes you an unfit parent? Well, that's often been overtly political. Black families in America, for example, are disproportionately targeted by CPS. Last year, a woman, Tamisha Jackson, took medical advice regarding the care of an infant from a licensed midwife. But it wasn't the same advice from her doctor. And the doctor, concerned about the baby's welfare, reported her to CPS. And days after giving birth, Jackson was separated from her child for following care instructions from a licensed midwife who she trusted as a woman who was pregnant. One couple, Bianca Claiborne and Deontay Williams, were on their way to a funeral with their children. They were stopped by a trooper who searched their car and found less than 5 grams of marijuana in their possession. This was classified as a misdemeanor offense where they lived and was usually dealt with simply by issuing a citation. Instead, they were forcibly separated from their children, and it took them 6 weeks to be able to regain custody again. A month and a half separated from their young children, including a breastfeeding baby. An unbelievably traumatic event for everyone involved. Even after they were returned, the kids have displayed signs of trauma. The couple's now 6-year-old son begs his mother, please don't let them come back and take us. He experiences nightmares and wets the bed. Another child has a visceral reaction to seeing police. And these are not outlier incidents, as The Guardian reports. In the course of their lifetimes, more than half of black children, 53%, will face an investigation by child welfare services before they turn 18. In 2018, black children were overrepresented in foster care, accounting for 23% of kids in the system, but only comprising 14% of all US children. Poverty can also essentially be cited as a reason to separate a parent from a child. Failure to meet material needs of a child, regardless of the reason why the parent is failing to meet those needs. It can be classified as neglect, because being poor isn't a crime except when it is. And the system at the moment is set up to punish rather than help, to spend resources on removing children from these homes rather than supporting the families, to pay foster carers rather than investing that money in allowing families to stay together. Another area where the utter lack of empathy in policies can affect parents and children alike is clear when we look at the ongoing ICE raids, detainments and deportations. One of the many articles and news reports from this year include one entitled, "A father of 5 was detained by ICE on his way to work. Now his family is losing their home." This simple sentence ultimately says it all. Not just the injustice and trauma of forced separation with no hope of reunification, but also the practical and financial burdens that these state-sanctioned destructions of families can have. Earlier this year, the Young Centre for Immigrant Children's Rights included in a statement that in 2017 and 2018, we witnessed firsthand the immediate and significant trauma these children experienced when they were forcibly and unlawfully taken from their parents. They endured separations lasting months or years. To this day, some children have still not been reunited with their parents. So when we ask these questions, like, should I have a child? Is it ethical to have a child? Do I really want to be a parent? We might think that we're asking a purely individual question. But often, the most deeply personal issues are also the most connected to wider questions of social justice and the potential for how things could and should be for everyone. The biggest part of the conversation, which is often put to the side in this entire discussion, is ironically children themselves, one of the most vulnerable groups in our society, experiencing ultimately a sense of powerlessness that we normally associate with intense marginalization, a lack of...
I have a lot of thoughts around this topic, but I'm kind of like trying to choose my words wisely. I think the system is deeply unethical and not interested in prioritizing family safety. So that's first and foremost. I want that to be abundantly clear. Separate from that, I do think people don't think about their children when they have them. And I will always be critical of adults who put their want of a child above the care of the child. And I think that's just always going to be important to me. Like, the system is deeply flawed. It was created by people, after all, maintained by people. And I will always raise an eyebrow at adults, and I think this is a majority of adults, so no one is special. No one is being singled out. You all suck. Most of them put the priority of wanting the child above what's good for the child. And I just can't respect it. But you are evolved animals over millions of years, so you keep on fucking and claiming you want these kids for good reasons. But, you know, I don't know.
Agency of freedom, of respect, asked what they want only to be told what's best for them anyway. Children are their own people, but a lot of dreams parents have about their children are based on a projected vision of who they want their children to be. Many parents, if they really examine their own feelings and reactions, would have to acknowledge a kind of unspoken, like, egotistical, possessive or controlling element to their parenthood, even from before a child is born. Like, we've all seen the obvious disappointment at gender reveal parties as a parent who clearly imagined or wanted a boy finds out it's a girl instead.
Ugh, boo! Chad says, I think about this documentary of Indigenous children being taken from their families and given to families outside their culture. Anytime you got to take kids out of the home, you better make sure it's the best decision you're about to make, because you're going to destroy that kid in ways you can't even fathom, which is why I'm hesitant to call the authorities and wish we could intervene before that's even necessary, because I think a majority of parents, if given the right tools, will want to raise their kids and have healthy relationships with their kids. And that's why I'm so cynical about adoption, because I know so much of adoption agencies are like parents who want their kids but can't afford them and they have to give them up. And I hate that narrative pro-lifers use. Like, I know you can't afford your kid, but have your kid and give them up. Or fund the fucking parents, you fucking losers. How about you fund these parents so they don't have to give up their kids for adoption? Like, what are we talking about? Not everybody who has their kid wants their kid, but for all those people that want their kid and just need the funding, hello? And then, of course, all of this stems from trauma. We're acting like these people in a vacuum made a decision to have a baby they weren't prepared for. When these babies are being impacted, this person having a baby is impacted by every generation who came before them and the way the systems impacted those families. Nothing happens in a vacuum. And yet you as an individual, zoom in with me, zoom into your life. Now zoom out. You get to decide the relationship you're having with you, yourself, introspection, and you as you relate to the world. And if you would like to pull away for just a second from the way the world makes you feel like it's pushing you in a direction, you just gotta step to the side a little bit, okay? The world moves in like a current, okay? Stay with me. This is a philosophy channel, okay? The world, what is this? What is this window? What's happening? Oh, okay. So the world is moving in a current, okay? And you are riding this current. Okay, and it's being pushed. You're being pushed in this direction. Okay, you're being pushed in this direction. You're being pushed in this direction. But I promise you, if you could just take a hard left, girls, just breathe. Now you're here. And the current's going to keep going. The current's going to keep going without you. It doesn't give a fuck. Nope. The current's going to keep going without you. It doesn't give a fuck about you. You're not even important. It doesn't give a fuck about you. But you breathe. Get out of it. Breathe. And then when you're ready, jump back in, jump back in, jump back in. But now you're riding the wave and the current doesn't have you trapped. Okay? Breathe. And then when it gets overwhelming again, jump out again, jump out. And jump back in. Because you are yourself and you are the person who shows up in the world. But when you're alone, especially in your home, in a safe space, get out. Meditate, move away from it. Now, I understand it's harder when you're in survival mode. It's harder when you're still learning to have a relationship with yourself. But what this gives you is an opportunity to breathe to the best of your ability. Okay? This is why people who get wrapped up in like capitalism always drown, because no matter how successful they are, they're never happy. And that's because it's never enough money if you don't have a relationship with self. It's never enough status if you don't have a relationship with self. So you never get to make good decisions because you're convinced yourself you don't have the chance to because you can't breathe long enough to make them. If Ethan Klein would just get out of the fucking, get out of it so you can make a good decision for once. But he can't. He's wrapped up in the whirlpool. He's stuck. He can't get out of the current. Okay, he can't get out. And because he can't get out, he's fighting for his life. Get out of it so you can actually do right by your community. But he can't. A lot of people can't. A lot of us are always doing wrong by our community because we genuinely think it's like, doggy world, whatever. But it's America. It's why we don't want to house poor people, or we look at the unhoused as the problem, or we look at poor people as the problem, or marginalized communities. Y'all are eating yourselves from the inside, bro. Get out. But you can't get out, bro. But you can't get out because you don't even know that there's a bubble to pop, right? Like, we all, hold up. Okay. We all live in bubbles. Okay. We all live in bubbles. The bubble isn't the problem. The problem is thinking this is the only bubble. Okay. That's it. That's the problem. Okay. The problem is that bubbles exist. The problem is thinking this is the only option. This is not the only option. And yes, all of society thinks all of their bubbles is the only option, which is why when you meet someone who lives a different life than you, it's supposed to give you an opportunity to realize, wait, I can do it different, instead of thinking, oh, this is the right way to do it. No. Okay. It's not about they have the answer. It's about all of us have some of the answer and some of the non-answer. Okay, So like the issue isn't that we have perception and we're limited by that perception, though that's part of the problem. The problem is thinking you are simply your limitations instead of acknowledging that, wait, could I be more than my limitations? Yeah, in some ways, eventually. Okay. So Ethan right now, Ethan is like here and he's like, this is it. This is the only thing that matters. But like literally Frogan is over here like, hey, Ethan, do something else. Hassan's over here like, Ethan, I'm over here like, Ethan. And he can't get it. He doesn't see it because he's like, no, this is all that matters. And these bubbles, oh my God, these boy bubbles that don't have Ethan's best interest, they're like, yeah, Ethan. Yeah, Ethan, take down Frogan, Ethan. Ha. They're not helping him. But he can't see, bro. And so he's going to hurt everybody around him. He's going to hurt YouTube, the standard of us as content creators. He's going to impact people for real. He's going to hurt his family, his kids in some weird way because like, goddamn, that's your dad, bro. Rip. Chat says, does stepping out look like just taking a break from media and everything else or just focus on ourselves? Stepping out of it means like, you ever feel like someone's pushing you? Like, hold on, I'm going to stand up for this. Do you ever feel, oh my God, I'm so old. Do you ever feel like someone is like pushing you and you're like, stop fucking pushing me, bro. And they're just pushing you and you're like, stop fucking pushing me. Instead of turning around backwards and pushing them, just do this. Just be like, and watch them pass you. And watch them pass you because they don't even fucking see you, bro. They're like fish in a pond. They're just like swimming, 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 swimming. And you're being pulled with them because that's all they know right now. But once you're the fish who's like, wait, can I like change direction? It's going to be really hard to fight against the current. But if you pop out, just pop out of it. And then once you pop out, okay, you get to make decisions of when to pop back in. Okay. Once you pop out, you can then say, okay, I'm ready to go back into the little bubble because like all the bubbles are valuable bubbles. I visit my former bubbles all the time. Okay. But like, I am not going to get dragged down into this pot of boiling water, brah. This crab mentality of yours. But at the same time, like little at a time, every crab's going to be like, can I do something new? Now here's the difference. Republicans will call it the matrix. Okay. And the left is like, dismantle capitalism. Okay. Everybody has the right intuition that there's something inherently wrong. The problem is that it's not just capitalism. It's people. It's not the matrix. It's you. Okay. It's you. You know, we're the problem. It's us. We are the problem. Okay. It's a group project. And you know how it is when you pull more weight than other people in your class, but we're all going to go down the same, girl. So if you can get other people in class to be like, hey, pull your weight. Hey, come on. You really want to participate in this project. I promise you. You're not going to get everybody, but you can get more people on board. Chet says, you ever visit a bubble and be like, wow, how did I ever exist in this? Girl. Bro. You know? Sometimes. Yes. Okay. Absolutely. Yes. Sometimes I'm hanging out with people and I'm like, oh shit. I used to think like this. I used to think this was the truth. Yeah, you need to be reminded of where you've been, because sometimes I think we don't give ourselves enough credit for growing, and that's why we go back and watch old Britney content. And I'm like, ooh, because I really believe what I believe right now. I need you to know that. I really believe what I believe right now. But in 5 years, I hope I look back and I'm like, no, that was wrong. Okay. But it's so human because we're looking for answers. We really are looking for answers. And hey, great, right? Great. The dilemma is when people literally think they found them. You know, we're always talking about narcissist this and narcissist this and narcissist this, but we never talk about people who think they have the answers to the universe, because it's not considered narcissistic to believe in a God. But damn, to have an ego on you to think you know what the answer to the universe is. But that's because they're taught that. They're trained, they're indoctrinated, and then they become older people who do it the same. And they feel like it's true. They're having an experience that feels like God. And this is why I say I love the tradition of our communities, but sometimes you got to break that tradition. Sometimes your language is limited in a way that's not going to vibe with the future. You know what I mean? Uh-oh, it is a late stream today, guys. Oh, I have been streaming too long. I gotta go. I gotta edit Mormon Wives for you. We're almost done. Let's finish this out.
This is something one of my patrons spoke about in their own relationship with their parents. Even though they knew their parents loved them, they still didn't feel like they genuinely saw or understood them in any real sense.
My relationship with my parents should be...
It just scared me for a second.
Should be an A+ because they got me diagnosed, got me the funding from the government, got me into therapy and other mental health services since I was young. Genuinely, overall, not bad people and loved me. I'm 100% glad for that and love my parents. I still feel scared letting my parents know I am who I am as a person. Maybe not because of the threat of them hurting me or kicking me out, because that's unlikely, but in fear of them saying that's not who I am and that they know me better than I know myself.
And the more we break down these ideas at the start of the video of compulsory parenthood, the more we start to deconstruct the assumptions and romanticizations of parenting that can lead more to a disconnect than a closeness with your actual children. Children who might not match up to your simplistic and mythologized ideas of the ultimate fulfillment in life and an utterly unconditional love and the best thing that's ever happened to you. And that process will also potentially let us expand our ideas around supporting and taking care of children as less of a possessive and isolated experience and more of a holistic communal web where we all might care in our own way about everyone's futures. In an age where we increasingly understand our personal choices on a global political scale, it's easy to get lost in the discourse.
Oh, you know what? You know how? Okay, wait, pause. So you know how I say the left will say like capitalism is the reason, and that's a very reductive generalization. I'm just trying to give you a talking point. I will say for the people on the left who think if we just fix capitalism, it will be good. I think you're onto something. I need you to know you are deeply correct that capitalism as a system and the way that it runs, especially through the American lens, is deeply wrong for us on every level. I also need you to, okay, hold on. You know what it is? Hold on, pause. Okay, stay with me. I'm going to throw a bunch of things at you. You tell me how you feel about this. Sometimes I'll hear a conservative say something like, the left has been dismantling capitalism for years and nothing's happened. Yeah, because capitalism is still alive and well, bro. And they're like, yeah, but you've been talking about dismantling it for years, so why haven't you done it? And it's like, well, because you keep it up. What are you talking about? Like, and we haven't even started to dismantle it. We're still living in capitalism. And they're like, yeah, but haven't you already gotten rid of it? Like, isn't that the point? And it's like, no. You know what I mean? Like, they do this thing where they think because we've been talking about it, it's happened. They do this with women too. They'll be like feminine. Oh, wait, hold on. I got to put on my little voice here. Feminism has been like fucking up America for 50 years. And because of feminism, we're fucked. Hey, dude, we haven't really started to implement feminism. And actually, we're like super behind on intersectionality. So, and it's like, no, you've literally been at it this whole time. And it's like, what? It's like they literally think because we've been talking about it, it's happened. Like we've implemented it. We've just been talking about it. We're just talking about it. That's all we've been doing. We haven't even done anything yet. We've just been talking about it. They're literally like, we already tried it. We didn't try shit. They're all like, women have already had a chance. You know, women are CEOs. We haven't even done shit. We haven't even started to implement gay marriage or trans rights or any of it. They're like, we've already tried it. It didn't work. Bro, we tried your shit for thousands of years and it didn't work. We tried ours for, you know, what Obama made gay marriage legal. And they're like, we already tried it. We tried it for 8 years. We haven't done shit yet. And they're like, but you talk about it all the time. Hello? They literally think we've been talking about it, so it must be, we haven't even started to implement it. We have no results. We have no data. And so they're sitting here like, well, we already tried it your way. It's not working. We need to go back to traditionalism. We never left it. We never left it. We haven't even done it. You know what we are? We're the group of people building the boat. And they're like, hey, didn't you finish already building that boat years ago? No, we haven't even gotten into the water yet. They're like, yeah, but you've been talking about that boat for years. Well, yeah, it took years to build. We haven't even put it in the water yet. And they're like, scrap the whole project. We tried. No. You know what I mean? Like, no. And so that's the problem. It's like, just because we're talking, guys, we're in the first step. Y'all, we're in the first step, okay? We have like hundreds of years of activism to even get the boat in the water. That's why you have to show up now, not for you and not for your kids, but for your kids. We just started. The boat's not even in the water. Don't give up now. Because if you thought activism was only going to be 10 years of your life, girl, it's going to be the rest of your life. It's going to be the rest of your life. Yeah, chat said, we haven't even agreed on the blueprints. Bro, we haven't even agreed on the blueprints, you know? So get ready. So I want leftists to also, and I think a lot of them know that, but you know, maybe a baby leftist might be unaware. Oh, Habibi, this is the beginning. Lock in. This is the beginning. And you can do it in many ways. Showing up as a good person can probably be everyone's first step. Let's do that. You know, but for conservatives, oh, joke's on you. I might be old, tired, and disabled, but I'm locked in. Okay. I ain't going away, girl. I'm going to get louder and more obnoxious as I get older. And my fashion is going to become more colorful. And I might even, you know, who knows what will happen. Okay. But I'm tired, but it's getting started. And I'm not looking for it to end. I'm just going to be tired while I do it. But that's okay.
Should you have kids? Why are you asking me? I don't know you. But I guess the one thing I do know from the whole process of making this video, now more than ever, is that we have to fight for it to really be a choice that everyone has the ability and freedom to make. Thank you so much for watching. As I mentioned earlier in the video, I have a Patreon. If you would like to be a part of the community to help this channel become primarily community funded, please check it out. I'll leave a link in the description. There's some cool perks. It's popping off on the Discord. I'm beyond thrilled, excited, terrified about how this has all happened. I didn't expect this at all, but it's been amazing to see this community grow so quickly, and I'm so grateful to all of you. But also, if you like this video and you can't support on Patreon, then please let me know how you thought about it in the comments. I always love
Okay, I shared the link to the video in the chat. Let's see, this comment says, my mother was a martyr. She gave up her career to have me, a planned pregnancy, but then spent the whole childhood bemoaning that lost career vocally and constantly. I grew up a huge disappointment to her. Nothing I ever did was good enough to justify the sacrifice she made. And it got worse as I got older. While dropping me off at primary school one day, she told me, I love you because that's my job as your mother, but I don't like you. Damn! That phrase got used again multiple times over the years. She didn't really like my personality. I had undiagnosed autism. No, which made me a challenge. But when my grandmother said that she suspected I was autistic, my mother refused to get it checked out. In fact, she threw my grandma out of the house. Years later, my younger brother, 5 years, died of cancer at the age of 39. Oh my God. My younger brother by 5 years, and both parents ghosted me. Holy fuck. It's very clear that to them, the wrong sibling had died. He was the family man with a wife and a son. I was the odd autistic, queer, antisocial loner who couldn't hold down a job. My brother's death was a tragedy, but for them, I already died long ago, unmourned. Damn. 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 This comment right here, though. The most important question to ask yourself is not, do I want kids? It's, do I want to be a parent? Do I want to raise a person to adulthood? Am I equipped for the job? Am I sure that I'm ready to be responsible for the health and wellness of another human being who's highly dependent on me? I think that's the problem. I think one of the intuitional things people have about seeing that disabled couple, Deja and, oh, I forgot their partner's name, choose to have children when they're disabled in a way that to other people feels like impossible is because they aren't disabled and it feels impossible. So if able-bodied people feel like it's impossible to take on the responsibility of raising a child, they're going to assume that a disabled person is going to have a harder time. And because the disabled person is seemingly willy-nilly having a child to their perception, it feels like they failed in some way. Like, how can you have a baby if I can't have a baby, right? But the truth is that people can have babies when you can't have babies, but separate from that, regardless of disability or not, I think most people aren't really healed enough to be parents. In the same way, I think most people aren't healed enough to be partnered. But that's from a philosophical perspective. We're not just having a loneliness epidemic for a reason. We're not just having femicide for a reason. We're not just having, assault go up for a reason. Okay, people are traumatized. They're evolved animals over millions of years, and we are more violent, not than ever. We're less violent than ever, but we are violent in ways that you should be concerned. So for me, in many ways, I think in many ways, the dilemma is always going to be disabled people are not exempt for falling for the societal pressure to have children. Queer people are not exempt from feeling the pressure to have children. So you might want to deconstruct why you want to have kids in the first place. Because sometimes I think privileged people, like heterosexual couples who aren't disabled, get to come to the realization they don't want to have kids before marginalized people can. Because marginalized people sometimes are still fighting the desire to be accepted. And so we follow the script sometimes. And then we just deconstruct slower sometimes, not always, just sometimes. Some marginalized people deconstruct much faster than privileged people, but some marginalized communities deconstruct slower just because they have to still recognize that they even want to play to the script. My partner and I were watching a TikTok about American Girl dolls. It was a comedy skit, but American Girl dolls. And I was like, oh, American Girl dolls. My partner's like, what is that? And I was like, an American Girl doll is something my mother could never afford, but I wish I could afford them. And I used to spend all day looking through the magazines, picking out all the different parts of the American Girl doll I wanted and which doll I wanted and what I wanted her to look like. And I couldn't afford it. So my mom would buy me like $30 American Girl doll Costco types, and they were like $120 at the time, I think, when I was a kid. And my friend had 4. My best friend is an only child. Her parents both work. She had 4. And my mom couldn't afford 1. Grew up in the same neighborhood, right next door to each other. Different lives, Different lives. And honestly, I think her parents were very responsible. They were very prepared to have children. They weren't from wealthy backgrounds. They just had children older. They were both career focused and they had pretty stable jobs for the middle class. And they were really, really responsible with money. And that allowed them to give her a life that was really, really good. And honestly, I think they have a really good standard of what you should offer a kid for your life. Nope, she went to public school. She went to the school in her neighborhood. She wasn't going to some private school or something fancy schmancy. She was going to the normal public school, but she had opportunities that allowed her to live a pretty damn good life. And that's pretty great. But everyone still needs, no parent is perfect, right? Chet said, instead of American Girl dolls, you got siblings. Hey, amen. What work did they do? Looking for career options? Education, teacher, elementary school teacher, and a high school graduate who worked in tech. So, accessible jobs. They were just very disciplined. Like, I cannot explain to you the discipline they still show even now. They're very disciplined. I borrowed $1,500 from them once. I said, can I borrow $1,500 from you? I'm really strapped for cash. They gave me $1,500. It took me a long time to pay them back. I finally paid them back, and her dad presented me with a graph to show me, had they been charging me interest, how much I would have owed in interest. And it was a lot. It was a lot. Chad's a girl that was also how many years ago? Yeah, I hear you, and I definitely think the economy is different. I think if you were making the same money they were making then now, you'd still be able to give your kid a really good life. I don't want to share too much because it's private, but like, if you know what I mean? Like, but I think the difference would, she wouldn't have grown up in the neighborhood she grew up in, which would have been different. That would have been different. I think the neighborhood would have been different. So things would have been different, right? They saved for college. They paid for that in cash. You know what I mean? You have to remember, some people are doing this because at 19, they start saving. Like, I need you guys to know, and it's okay if you're a late starter like I am, there are some people who graduate high school with 10K saved up, like one of my siblings, because they start saving, they start preparing the second they get their first paycheck at 18 or at 16. I didn't do that. I spent every single penny I ever made until 30. Every single penny I ever made got spent until I was 30. 30. Now imagine had I in any way started saving at 18. But then I wouldn't have been me. Because that's not who I am, girl. I'm Carrie Bradshaw. I'm like, can I buy a house with $1,000 in my bank account? I'm Carrie Bradshaw with $30,000 worth of shoes and no savings. So I'm not judging. I'm a mess. But, you know, sometimes I wish I could have been that girly who was so good at saving, you know? One time I saved 10K and I felt like I was on top of the world. When I had 10K in my savings account, I was like, I'm rich. I'm rich. But that was just because money was good that year. I didn't even save it over a long period of time. I just made a lot of money and put it in my savings account. So it wasn't even, you know what I mean? I wasn't even disciplined. It was just a good year, you know? So it's kind of funny. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, I am deeply compassionate and you should be very aware that you're in the bad time. It is hard out there right now and it's going to be hard for a while, but I don't want you to give up. I want you to focus. Little at a time, girls, that's all that matters. Have a little emergency fund, have a little thing here or there, try your best, you know? But you are going through a difficult economy. This is a very difficult time to be a person, you know? So give yourself some credit. Give yourself some grace. But look forward to the future because eventually it will be the future and I want you to be prepared for it. All generations go through a bad time and come out to a good time. And I need you to come out prepared for the good time, you know? Yeah. All right, we did it. That's what I wanted to talk about. Good luck to all the parents out there. I hope you do right by yourself and your kids by making sure that when you have that baby, it doesn't come at the expense of your joy and your joy doesn't come at the expense of that baby. I hope that having children means your life is better because you want to have kids. If you're in a position where you had a kid and you weren't prepared, thank you for doing the work to give that kid and yourself a better life every day. And with that said, I will see you guys again tomorrow. I'm off. Good night.